Hello, everyone. Welcome to another fantastic audiobook session. If you're interested in accessing additional chapters, please check out the playlist linked in the description below. To support the author, you can find a link in the video description. A special thanks goes out to our Patreon member who requested this novel. If you'd like to request any audiobook that is freely available on a website, please consider joining our Patreon community. Members can send me the link and name of the novel they wish to hear. Lastly, if you'd like to listen to this audiobook in the background while your phone is off, you can purchase a Google Drive link.
Chapter 51 Heartfelt Words. The sun is gradually setting in the west. The last ray of residual light hit the iron window, casting the shadow of the long slanting railing into the closed cell. The light was eaten away bit by bit until night fell. This is the temporary prison of the Senate, specially used to hold criminal wizards who have not yet been tried. It was here that Emoi and 5 people from the 6 demon generals were brought. Emoi tilted his head, looking through the corner of the window. He could vaguely see the twinkling stars. The feeling of losing freedom is really uncomfortable. Tomorrow is the day of judgment. It seems that we must act tonight. But there is a saying, although being in jail is depressing, but in such a quiet and lonely environment, Emoi was finally able to come down and think, repeatedly rehearsing the scene in which he killed Brian. Finally came to an absurd conclusion. How ridiculous is it? When this idea came to his mind, Emoi even made himself laugh. At that time, I was still thinking that Nirvana would affect at least 2 people, 1 light and 1 dark, at the same time. If Otai returns to kindness, there should be others who will be affected. I never thought that that person would be me. Perhaps it's because I'm traveling with Grey. When I see him, I think of his master Uru, who was unhappy, and naturally I transferred my hatred to the culprit, Brian. Nirvana will affect people who are on the edge of light and darkness, and then, the target was locked on me. But Emoi asked himself again at this moment. Even if he wasn't affected by Nirvana, he still wouldn't let Brian live. It was just to save some trouble, and to completely destroy Nirvana once and for all in the first stage of its opening, that I got entangled with Brian. This was already doomed when Emoi first went to the gas tree sea. Nirvana was just a catalyst, making him more decisive and cold-blooded. But now that Brian is dead, Emoi guesses that Nirvana will also be destroyed by Jula and the others. It can be said that we have reached the same destination through different paths. Emoi's eyes returned to the corridor outside the cell, and he began to plan a complete action plan in his mind. Although this is just a temporary prison similar to a detention center, the defense is not lax at all. Not only were each detainee put on magic shackles that restricted magic power, but there were also invisible magic barriers set up on the cell doors. Emoi also roughly estimated that the resistance of this barrier was dozens of times higher than that of the magic shackles that he had previously destroyed. It is difficult to move. No matter what, tonight is the last chance. Just as Emoi was thinking about how to take action, outside the corridor, footsteps suddenly came, and they seemed to be coming in his direction, getting closer and closer, until he stopped in front of the prison door. He was a jailer dressed similar to Laharl. The jailer looked at Emoi who was sitting leaning against the wall, checked it again with the record book in his hand, and then said slightly irritably, "Suspect number 6 Emoi, someone wants to see you." "See me?" Emoi was stunned, and then saw the jailer take out a light blue crystal ball from his waist and pour magic power into it. A ray of light suddenly floated out of the ball, shining on the cell door between the two of them. The originally attached magic barrier suddenly appeared, taking on the shape of a purple crystal chain, wrapping around the railing. The key to lifting the magic barrier. Emoi rubbed his chin with the tiger's mouth, and while he was thinking, the chain suddenly faded until it disappeared again. Crunch. The door opened. "Let's go. It's you fairy tale wizards who make trouble all day long and have nothing to do." The jailer said something strangely, and Emoi pretended to remain silent. He kept following the jailer and walked slowly through the dark and narrow corridor. Emoi lowered his head to look at the magical shackles still on his wrists. This thing is exactly the same model as last time. Maybe Laharl and the jailer failed to communicate well? The prison doesn't seem to know that the magic shackles don't work on them? The jailer was walking in front, but he didn't notice the threat at all, and didn't believe that Emoi's magic power was enough to force him to break free. Emoi thought to himself, however, this is a good way to hide from others. Until the room at the end of the line. The jailer pushed the wooden door open, and Emoi stuck his head out, and at a glance he recognized the short old man sitting opposite from the narrow room. The old man frowned with a bitter face and closed his eyes to rest. After hearing the sound, he narrowed his eyes a little and heard a cold snort coming from his nose. Emoi turned and left. Not used to it at all. The old man's eyes suddenly opened, his butt jumped up from the chair, and he jumped like a thunderbolt. "Come back? Are you going to piss me off, you little brat?" Emoi rolled his eyes, turned his head back and said helplessly, "President, it's late at night. If you have anything to do, please tell me as soon as possible. I'm in a hurry to go back to sleep." The person who came was none other than Makarov, the president of Fairy Tale. "Sit down first." See Emoi's nonchalant attitude. Makarov glared at him fiercely, grabbed the cup in front of him and drank the bitter tea in one gulp. After he calmed down a bit, he spoke again. About the 6 demon generals, are you making quite a fuss? Have you been detained for 2 days? Emoi shrugged and made a face, non-committal. Makarov added, as for Nirvana, Urza, they have successfully solved it according to your method. In addition, there seems to be some problems with the Allied Forces Demon Cats Home Guild. Wendy and Carla, your allies who fought alongside you, have also joined our guild. Emoi smiled slightly, that's good. These things are to be expected. However, Makarov tried every means to get this rare opportunity to visit the prison late at night from the Senate, and it was obviously not here to discuss this. Tactics coughed twice and quickly got to the point. I've already heard what Gray and Urza said, Emoi. You seem to know something about the past of each of them, and when fighting against the 6 demon generals, the beneficial information you have far exceeds that of the Intelligence Bureau of the Senate, including everything about super magic Nirvana. Of course, this is not to doubt you. You can protect your companions well. As the president, I am very proud of you. But if it's convenient, I still want to hear your explanation of these things. And, what happened to you before joining the guild? As soon as Makarov finished speaking, the corners of his mouth twitched unnaturally to the side. Emoi looked at it from the side and understood immediately. In the corner of the interrogation room, there were 2 guards from the Senate. All conversations are heard by them. But even if Makarov didn't remind him, Emoi had already paid attention. When he first entered the room and saw Makarov, he turned around and left. This was also done to confuse the council's attention. Think of it as tomorrow is the day of judgment. What you say next may directly affect the outcome of tomorrow's trial. After realizing this, Emoi looked into Makarov's deep eyes, pondered for a moment, and spoke slowly. I grew up in an orphanage and didn't have many friends. Later in my work and life, I was always alone. Makarov was startled. I never expected that Emoi would have such an experience. Regarding this point, it is really not Emoi's fictitious nonsense. Before traveling to this time, due to family reasons, he had always been used to being alone and rarely communicated with others. However, Emoi did not have any negative emotions because of this, and he was quite happy and relaxed. It's time to eat, it's time to sleep, it's time to play with the Holy Grail. Over time, this melancholy character developed. Recalling his experiences before time travel, Emoi's eyes gradually gained some warmth. It wasn't until I met Fairy Tale. I didn't know that there was a place called the Guild, which could become my warmest family. As for the information obtained, President, you can understand it as my minor magic, which can see people's past, even, some silent truths. Regarding the matter of time travel, it is really difficult to explain for a while. What's more, it's even more nonsense when it's being monitored by the Senate. Emoi could only call it some kind of special magical power. Makarov, who was sitting opposite, suddenly grinned. I understand. Thank you for your honesty. Get the answers you want. Makarov then jumped off his chair, walked past Emoi, and headed for the door. Before leaving the house, he deliberately stopped and turned around and said, Emoi, as the president of the guild, I swear here that I will never doubt your loyalty and love for the guild. Besides, it's best not to take the content of this conversation to heart. Emoi also smiled back. I see. Chapter 52 Night Operation? Makarov is gone. Emoi still wears magic shackles on his wrist that have no effect on him. Follow the jailer and return to the corridor. When you reach a certain corner, you will soon arrive at your original cell. Emoi suddenly asked, Brother Jailer, did the magic ball you just used to open the magic barrier open all prisons? Or can it only open my cell door? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. It's just the people in your guild who do the most shit. The jailer was stunned for a moment, then scolded him coldly. Emoi was helpless. It seemed that this guy didn't intend to cooperate well. Then the function of this magic crystal ball can only be tried by yourself. Brother Jailer, what happened again? The jailer turned around again impatiently, showing a bit of sullenness. It's okay, just make a counterattack. As soon as Emoi finished speaking, the colorful array suddenly appeared under his feet, and energy surged. Under the frightened gaze of the jailer, the magic shackles suddenly burst from Emoi's wrists, and the majestic magic power that broke through the shackles instantly set off the dragon-slaying pressure. Someone is coming. The jailer was about to call for help, but was hit in the chest by a palm, and immediately fell to the ground unconscious. Emoi quickly suppressed the magical aura on his body. Listen carefully. After making sure that he did not hear the sound of other guards moving, Emoi bent down to pick up the fallen crystal ball, looked towards the corridor on the other side, and murmured, As for the 5 of them, I remember they were locked up at the other end, right? What Emoi needs to do next is to release the remaining 5 members of the 6 demon generals who were arrested a few days ago. The reason why I chose to act now is not on the way to escort the suspect in the Senate. First of all, Emoi did not want to cause trouble, and dozens of pairs of eyes were stared at by the council on the way to escort. If he acted rashly, he would risk exposing himself. Secondly, it can also give several members of the 6 demon generals 3 days of quiet time to settle in prison. Let them think carefully about where to go for the rest of their lives after breaking away from Brian's control. At the same time, on the west side of the temporary prison, in the largest cell, the 5 generals of the 6 demons each leaned on one side and chatted. Tomorrow is the day of judgment. I wonder what the outcome will be. Midnight took over the conversation and said semi-self-deprecatingly, basically, I will stay here forever and not be able to get out. Relax, at least you can have a good sleep. Angel, how is your injury? It's not good at all. Wearing these shackles, the magic power cannot be recovered at all, and the wound healing is also slowed down. Angel was the most seriously injured among the others. Although he didn't meet Emoi, he was hit hard with super magic by Lucy, who had mastered the history of super magic star map. As for magicians, although their injuries heal faster than ordinary people, this is also based on the premise of nourishing them with magic power. Being imprisoned by the magic shackles, Angel is still in a half-health state until now. Otai smiled bitterly and turned his gaze aside. How are you, Cobra? No one responded. Cobra. Otai's voice was very high, and Cobra's hearing was extremely sharp, so it was impossible not to hear the voice calling him. Stop shouting, just let him be quiet. He has been like this since yesterday, Angel advised. Cobra's eyes were open, but they looked very dull, and his lips kept trembling, as if he was mumbling something. Cubilios. That's it, just wait for the trial tomorrow. If nothing happens, we will be moved to the prison and held separately after tomorrow. Good night. Midnight yawned and lay down directly. 3 seconds later, the sound of deep sleep filled the entire cell, etc. Cobra, who was sitting there blankly, suddenly narrowed his pupils and shouted out. Midnight was awakened and shouted dissatisfied, "What are you making a noise about? Are you still allowed to sleep?" Cobra, however, rolled around and moved his body to the cell door, trying his best to look out. It's unmistakable, it's him. Why did he come here? Naturally, the other 4 people did not have the keen senses of Cobra's dragon slayer. They couldn't help but wonder, who are you talking about? He was talking about me. Outside the iron bars of the cell, a joking voice suddenly sounded. Immediately, a golden thunderbolt flashed across their eyes, and the flash dissipated, allowing the 5 of them to see each other's faces clearly. It's you? Lisa and Cobra, who had fought with Emoi, were the first to recognize him. Cobra had sensed it before and had less surprise on his face. Otai also had a relationship with Emoi, and introduced them to Midnight and Lisa. This is the mage from Fairy Tale, little friend Emoi. His strength is not inferior to Mr. Jura of the Holy Ten. Really? Emoi ignored the reactions of the 5 people and activated the magic ball in his right hand. The magic ball flashed like before, shining on the cell door. But the invisible purple chain did not appear. Emoi frowned. It seems that this thing is not universal, it can only open my cell door. What the hell are you doing here? Faced with the question, Emoi still did not answer directly. Instead, he closed his eyes. Directly activate the dragon-slaying crystal of the 3 elements of wind, fire, and dragon in the body. Since the key can't open it, we can only use brute force to break in. Different magic powers turned into energy beams of different colors and floated out of the body, wrapping around both arms. Feeling the subtle changes in the dragon-slaying power. When the 3 powers resonated, Emoi suddenly opened his eyes and waved his arms to pour out all the fused magic power. The secret of dragon slaying, dragon sings for thousands of years. Since the first release of the 3 dragon secrets in the Tower of Paradise, after this period of continuous training and improvement in battle, the power exerted by Emoi has also been further improved. In addition to the original terrifying destructive power, Emoi also clearly saw the shadow of a giant dragon flashing in front of him. It's just that this giant dragon is too illusory and short-lived, and it has disappeared before careful observation. Even though they were separated by a magical barrier, the 5 members of the 6 demon generals could still feel considerable pressure. How could it be? Is he here to kill us? Why? Damn it! It's all the fault of these damn magic shackles, otherwise I could at least resist. But with the magic barrier at the outer door, he can't come in easily. The words just fell. As the dragon's phantom hit the prison door and disappeared, a huge wave of magic power erupted. In an instant, the magical shackles on the wrists of the 5 people suddenly burst apart. What? Withstanding the pressure, he looked up at the prison door again. At some point, the dark purple chains circling around them were exposed to sight, causing dense cracks under the constant pressure of magic power. In the end, it became fragmented under the gaze of several people, lost the protection of the barrier. Emoi kicked open the iron door, looked around the cell, and said loudly, "Has your magic power been restored? If you don't want to stay here forever, just come with me." You. Only then did the 5 people realize that Emoi was not here to kill them at all, but to take them out of the cage. Walk. Emoi's figure turned into a bolt of lightning again, and shot straight away in the direction it came from. The movement of the dragon-slaying mystery that had just been used to forcibly break through the magic barrier was too loud, and the sound of hurried footsteps upstairs and downstairs could clearly be heard. If I don't hurry up and leave, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave. After a brief hesitation, the 5 of them gritted their teeth and followed Emoi's pace together. Chapter 53 Prison Break? Emoi's plan? Emoi and the others are on the 2nd floor. The noisy footsteps around him became heavier and heavier. When he walked to the corner of the stairs, his keen sense of hearing told Emoi that as soon as he got downstairs, he would be surrounded by people. The earth dragon's crack. Emoi simply struck first, and before the opponent came into sight, he slammed his fists on the ground, creating a thick black crack. The cracks spread all the way down the stairs, knocking back the guards who were about to go to the 2nd floor. Walk. The wings of the storm dragon appear. Coupled with the increase in speed caused by the power of lightning, Emoi's figure has become somewhat phantom due to the high speed. But just now, Emoi broke the ground into pieces and raised dust to a certain extent, blocking everyone's sight. So much so that when he passed by the stairs, the guards passing by didn't even notice him, and only saw the 5 generals of the 6 demons following him. The guards panicked. Six demon generals have escaped from prison. Are you sure you saw clearly? How did they escape? I don't know either. The magic shackles on their hands were untied at some point, and the magic barrier was also inexplicably broken. Don't be stunned, go to the main entrance immediately, that's the only way out. The walls of the prison are made of special anti-magic materials. Emoui's dragon-slaying mystery has been used to break the 6 demon generals' prison door. There is no way to force a second release at the moment, so he chooses the nearest main entrance as the exit. Just as he led the 6 demon generals on a rampage, they had reached the last corridor. Only then did we realize that both sides of the corridor were already filled with heavily prepared defenders. It doesn't matter to the 6 demon generals, since they have been discovered to have escaped from prison anyway. Emoi himself cannot expose his identity and take action rashly. Otherwise, he would be charged with assisting in prison escape, and even Makarov would not be able to get him out. Emoi suddenly had an idea in his mind and shouted behind him, "Lisa, clam." Lisa paused for a moment, saw the situation ahead and understood immediately, and quickly traced a circle around her body with her fingers. Perception of magic slowness. Lisa was sealed in the ice by Grey for most of the previous battle. Although he was later bound by magic shackles, both his magic power and physical strength were retained to a certain extent, and it was more than enough to release magic. As a subtle and almost imperceptible magic wave dissipated in the air. In the sight of the guards on both sides, the few people who had just fled in front of them at normal speed were now as if they turned on the accelerator instantly, running ridiculously fast one by one. In almost a second, he teleported from the stairs, passed through a defensive formation like the Maginot Line, and reached the door. Not even an afterimage was left. Boom! The sky-high flames suddenly flashed before their eyes, and the guards subconsciously protected their eyes. With a loud noise, the door collapsed. The guards stared blankly at the messy scene in front of them. Does this make them run away? The leading jailer narrowed his eyes slightly, with murderous intent surging in his eyes. He thrust the sword he carried into the ground and shouted loudly, "Chase! Chase everyone who can still breathe! Go out and chase!" Under the romantic moon and starry sky, Emoi led the 5 people all the way to the woods on the side of the Senate House and disappeared into the green sea. After listening carefully, I confirmed that no pursuers were catching up. Emoi stretched and greedily sucked in the hard-won fresh air. I'm finally out. It's almost moldy in prison these days. As for the 5 generals of the 6 demons, even though they came out, their expressions were still a little confused and they looked around blankly. It seems like the spirit is still in prison. After a long time, seeing that the expressions on their faces had softened, Emoi walked up to them and explained, "I know you may be curious as to why I brought you out for no reason. Before answering this question, I would like to announce 2 things first. First of all, congratulations on escaping from prison. You are now a free fugitive. I believe it won't be long before wanted posters will be posted all over the streets and alleys of the town." A cold snort interrupted Emoi's words. Turning his head to look, he saw Cobra with a disdainful look on his face. Emoi raised his eyebrows slightly. "What? Is there something wrong with what I said? I don't care why you brought us out. I just know that now that I have regained my freedom, I don't need to take orders from anyone anymore." Cobra felt confident, said a few words and turned around to leave. Emoi glanced at his back with interest and did not step forward to stop him. "Just say a name gently from your mouth." "Cubilios." Cobra, who was still taking determined steps, suddenly stopped where he was, turned around, and looked at Emoi with a stunned expression. "What did you just say? You are in such a hurry to leave? I guess you want to find your snake friend Kyuberios." Cobra staggered a few steps back to him, but his tone became a little trembling and excited. "Do you know the whereabouts of Kyuberios?" Emoi nodded slightly and said, "But before I tell you, you'd better listen to what I have to say. Previously while in prison, Lisa mentioned Emoi to everyone, saying that he seemed to have the magical ability to see through all secrets and see into all things. Cobra can only choose to trust Emoi at this moment. After all, since he was arrested by the Senate, he has never received any news about Kyuberios. Just looking for it like this is tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack." Seeing that Cobra shut up obediently, Emoi returned to the previous topic. "Where did I just say? Oh yes, the second thing. The 6 demon generals have been destroyed. However, based on the original 6 demon generals, an independent guild named Witch's Sin will be created. The Witch's Sin does not belong to the regular guild registered by the council, nor does it belong to the Dark Guild. I will be the president for the time being, and you will all be one of the members. The meaning of the existence of Witch's Sin is to wipe out all the scattered dark guilds and organizations that serve the devil on this continent. This is also the task you must complete in the next period of time. As for why it is called this name, you will naturally understand it in the future." Chapter 54 The Establishment of the Witch's Crime? Emoi finished speaking. The 5 people looked at each other, dumbfounded. I never expected Emoi to sing like this. For a long time, Lisa was the first to retort, "You said we are free now, why should we be bound by you and join an inexplicable guild?" Emoi shrugged nonchalantly and spoke in a deep voice. "Joining or not joining depends entirely on your personal wishes. I will not force you, but I have already said that you are still fugitives and are destined to live in the shadows. But if you can enter the witch's sin, you only need to live a few more years of hardship before you can usher in true freedom. The interest of several people was immediately aroused. Real freedom. When Emoi saw this, he simply drew a pie. When the Dark Guild is completely eradicated by you, I will have the capital to talk to the royal family of the kingdom. At that time, I will apply to the royal family and ask for amnesty for you. Angel asked in surprise, are you still connected with the royal family of the kingdom? Of course. Emoi replied. In fact, he still felt a little guilty when he said this. After all, since entering this world, let alone seeing the royal family, there have been very few rumors. Fortunately, there is only so much time to come. When they succeed, Emoi is very sure that he will be able to establish relations with the royal family. The hearts of the 5 people were gradually shaken, but they were still dubious about Emoi and remained silent. Even Otai, who was restored to kindness under the influence of nirvana, did not make his position clear at the moment. Otai doesn't have any lofty pursuits like wiping out the Dark Guild. He just wants to find his long-lost brother. If we really followed Emoi's instructions, how many more years would we have before we can search again? Seeing them, they remained silent. Emoi paused for a moment and spoke about the past again. The Tower of Paradise was destroyed some time ago. Have you all heard about this? The 6 demon generals are obviously concerned about such a major event. Midnight recalled the news he saw at that time, nodded and replied, I have an impression. I remember it seemed to be started by a person named Jelal, but was later stopped by 2 mysterious people. Well, maybe you won't believe it when I tell you. I was the one who defeated Jelal at that time. Ahem. Emoi tactically coughed twice and added, I'm not saying this to highlight myself. I'm just reminding you that the nightmare that once dominated you is over. Personally, I still hope to see you start your life again. There was a hint of surprise in the eyes of the 5 people. Wait, how do you know about us and the Tower of Paradise? Emoi responded calmly, I know everything about the 6 demon generals. Whether it's the secrets about the previous president, or the past of each of you being enslaved by the Tower of Paradise when you were young. Lisa recalled the scene when she was captured alive by Emoi and frozen in ice. As early as that time, Emoi already knew the secrets of the 6 prayers. Only then did a few people realize that their failure was not just due to the gap in strength. Since the appearance of Emoi, the information between the 2 sides has been completely unequal. Emoi breathed a sigh of relief and gave an ultimatum. I have said what needs to be said, the choice is in your hands. Whether you plan to continue to live in exile in the future, or start a new life after atonement, think carefully. A long while, Otai clenched the fist in his hand and accepted the olive branch thrown by Emoi as if he had made some determination. I very much hope that when I see my brother next time, he will be innocent and not a fugitive. I am willing to join the witch's crime. Besides, if I go around to fight against the Dark Guild, I should be able to find you early. Wally. Since being influenced by Nirvana, Otai has stopped talking about money. Instead, he went to find his long-lost brother. Can be followed. Otai heard the most exciting news directly from Emoi. Your brother's name is Wally, right? After the liberation of Paradise Tower, he now has his own partner and is traveling around on a boat. He can be regarded as living a free life. Really, really. Emoi smiled and nodded. Maybe you will meet in an unexpected way somewhere in the world in the future. Seeing Otai shed tears of excitement, Cobra, who couldn't hold it back for a long time, couldn't help but ask. Since you know everything, can you tell me where Cuberios is now? As long as you help me find it, I will join you right away. Emoi recalled what he told Gray a few days ago, frowned slightly, and said slowly, if everything goes well, she should have been brought back to Fairy Tale by my partner. The president will help her remove the curse, right? Cobra is a little confused. I feel like I'm not on the same page as Emoi at all. Curse? What curse? Emoi explained, Cubelios is not a snake at all, but a living human girl. It is only because she was cursed when she was young that she has remained in the form of a snake. So that's it. Cobra murmured. No wonder when I first met Cuberios in the Tower of Paradise, I felt that this little snake was very understanding of human nature, and later became my most sincere friend. How's it going? Do you want me to take you to the guild? Emoi asked. No need. After I defeat the Dark Guild and regain my freedom, I will go find her in person. Cobra's words still have a sense of tit-for-tat and unyieldingness, but the implication is that it is also the crime of choosing to join the witch. I'll join too. Count me in. Immediately afterwards, Angel and Lisa also stretched out their palms and stacked them with Otai and Cobra. All eyes were focused on Midnight, who had remained silent. There was still hesitation in Midnight's eyes. He seemed worried, and after a moment he hesitated and said, Can I ask you a question first? Please. Emoi pretended to be all ears. Midnight hit the nail on the head. Why on earth are you helping us? The other 4 people who had originally agreed to join the witch's sin also turned their attention to him at this moment. This question is also what they want to know. Under the gaze of everyone, Emoi scratched the back of his head unnaturally, with an embarrassed smile on his face. How should I put it? In the Fairy Tale Guild, there is a girl I care about very much. She also had an unfortunate childhood and was captured by the Tower of Paradise. So, I don't want to see anyone's normal life affected again because of that damn tower. Hearing this, Midnight finally extended his hand and showed a trusting smile towards Emoi. I understand. Thank you. Under the bright moon and stars, Emoi stepped forward in 3 steps and placed his right hand on top of everyone else, saying loudly, "In this case, I hereby announce that the Independent Guild Witches' Sin has been officially established." The palms of their hands were raised high into the air. Emoi is smiling and high-spirited. "From now on, I can be regarded as the president of one side." Chapter 55 Bite Back? After a while. Council, inside the temporary prison. The guard captain returned with many magic soldiers defeated. After searching for so long, nothing was found, not even the shadow of the 6 demon generals. The guard captain was already very angry. As soon as he returned to the prison, he heard another noise in front of him and shouted, "What's the fuss about? Isn't it chaotic enough?" The noise stopped abruptly. In the long and narrow corridor, a man covered in burnt black clothes and rags rolled up to him. "Team, Captain, I am the jailer on the 2nd floor. I know how the 6 demon generals escaped. If you know it, tell me quickly," the guard captain urged impatiently. "Yes, the suspect in cell number 6 is called Emoi. He knocked me unconscious when I wasn't paying attention and stole the crystal ball I used to open the door. He must have released the 6 demon generals. Come out." When the captain heard this, he did not show any excitement about getting clues. Instead, he sneered a few times. The cell door of General 6 demons was obviously forced open by brute force. "What did Emoi do with your number 6 crystal ball?" The jailer hesitated. Maybe he didn't know at the time that the crystal ball could only open cell door number 6, and then saw that it had no effect, so he chose to force the door open. "Nonsense," the captain snapped. The jailer was so frightened that he bent down even lower, not daring to look at him, so he weakly applied, "How about, you go over and take a look first? It won't take long. If that kid is not in prison, wouldn't everything make sense?" The captain then thought about it and realized that indeed, there was nothing gained at all so far. In case this matter is really related to Emoi, the subsequent investigation will be easier to conduct. "Lead the way." Yes. In front of prison number 6. The captain's face was clouded, followed by many followers and trembling jailers. He watched helplessly as Emoi lay on the floor of the prison and slept soundly. The cell door was intact and still closed. The jailer hurriedly kicked the cell door before the captain could get angry. There was a sound of metal colliding, and he shouted, "Get up! Don't pretend to be asleep." Emoi was still lying lazily on the ground. Turned over. "Go back to sleep." But the jailer was right about one thing, Emoi was indeed faking it. Just now, after Lin Zhong sent away the 5 new members of the Witches' Sin, he happened to catch up with the captain and all the people to go out to find the prison escapee. Relying on the speed advantage of wind and thunder linkage, Emoi returned the same way. After using the magic crystal ball to lock himself back in prison, he immediately crushed it to destroy the evidence. Pretend nothing happened. The jailer was completely panicked, and his tone became more and more excited, even with a hint of asking for help. Get up quickly." Emoi then rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked at the group of people in front of him in confusion. "What are you doing? Preventing anyone from sleeping in the middle of the night? Tell me, did you let General 6 demons go? He also stole my crystal ball." "None of my business." Emoi put down the 4 words impatiently and lay down again. "You." The jailer wanted to say something more, but was frightened to the spot by a loud roar from the captain next to him. "That's enough. Drag this man down, revoke all his positions, and lock him up like a prisoner." The magic soldiers on both sides stepped forward and roughly grabbed the jailer's arms to drag him away. The horror on the jailer's face was clear, and he tried his best to explain. "No, my crystal ball was really stolen, it must still be with him." Emoi simply took off his shirt and trousers and showed off in front of a few people, showing that he had nothing on him. The jailer still refused to give up. He stared at Emoi with his bloodshot eyes and asked, "Where did you hide my crystal ball?" "Then how do I know? Maybe you lost it yourself." Emoi yawned and said nonchalantly, "You." The jailer struggled. He had no choice but to free up a hand to protect his heavy chest, as if he would be unable to control the blood spurting out at the next moment. But when the captain glanced at the naked Emoi, his brows furrowed again. "Why are there no magic shackles on your wrists?" The jailer then remembered that before Emoi knocked him unconscious, he had broken the magic shackles with brute force. It is impossible to find the same lock and fasten it on your wrist again in a short period of time. The jailer's distorted face suddenly bloomed with a flower, thinking that he had caught Emoi's flaw. "I'll make you look good later." Who would have guessed? When Emoi heard this, he immediately made a big question mark. "Magic shackles? What the hell? I've never heard of it." The jailer was just about to scold Emoi for telling lies. But the next second, he first saw the guard captain's eyes that were almost blazing. "I lost the crystal ball, forgot to assemble the shackles for the prisoners, and even wanted to take advantage of the 6 demon generals to escape from prison and shirk all the blame away from myself." "Very good. No, that's not the case. Please listen to my explanation." The jailer waved his hands desperately and shook his head like a rattle. But the guard captain just waved his hand impatiently and ordered his followers to drag him down forcefully. The jailer's pleas for mercy became smaller and smaller until they disappeared. The captain glanced indifferently at Emoi, who had an innocent face, and ordered his men in a low voice, "Wear the shackles on the prisoners in cell number 6. The 6 demon generals are already troublesome enough. I don't want to see any more trouble." "Yes." Seeing that his wrist was locked by this black iron block for the 3rd time, Emoi still looked indifferent. See everyone leaving. The big stone in his heart fell to the ground, and Emoi lay tiredly by the wall. Tomorrow is the day of judgment. As long as we can go out with legitimate reasons, everything will be easy to talk about. That night. Perhaps because the things you wanted to do when you entered the prison in the first place have been completed. After being imprisoned for 2 or 3 days, Emoi has never slept as peacefully as he did today. He even dreamed of the 5 former 6 demon generals who had just parted ways. In a daze, he muttered a few words in his sleep. Cobra, Lisa, Angel, Otai, Midnight. I know that you were captured by the Tower of Paradise when you were young and used as slave sacrifices. Your respective prayers were also made after torture. Cobra, in his daily despair, wants to listen to the voice of his only friend Caio Barrios. Lisa wants to be faster than anyone else so she can escape from that hell. Angel looks up to the sky, hoping that he can fly far away like an angel and leave this place. Otai tried his best to reunite with his brother Wally. Midnight just wants to sleep peacefully in a quiet place, without being woken up by the guards of the Tower of Paradise, scolding and whipping. The crime of the witch has been established. I hope that one day you will be able to realize your prayers. Chapter 56. That's right. I'm mentally ill. The next morning, Emoi was still yawning. He was woken up by a new jailer who opened the cell door and was taken away in a daze. When he woke up from his nap, he found that he was already in a spacious and bright hall. The gallery behind him was almost full of people, including Lahar, the captain of the 4th Forced Supervision Team who had previously sent him to prison. Facing the High Court platform in front of them, the 10 members of Congress were seated separately. Rather than looking solemn, each of them looked paralyzed. He seemed to be in a bad mood. Emoi can roughly guess some of the reasons. They probably also heard about the 6 demon generals' escape from prison last night, and they are still worried at the moment. For a long time, the old man with the highest authority in the central government looked down at Emoi and shouted in a southern accent. Fairy Tale Guild Emoi, do you admit that you killed Brian, the leader of the 6 demon generals, despite dissuasion in the presence of council members and troops? Yes. Emoi replied casually. Do you admit that you defeated Jelal in the Tower of Paradise incident and prevented the initiation of the dark ritual? Yoho. Emoi couldn't help but be stunned. It seems that the council is not as stupid as he thought, and has also investigated his past achievements. However, it is not ruled out that Makarov informed them before. Yes. Emoi gave an affirmative answer again. An imperceptible light flashed in the old man's eyes. Very good. So, do you admit that you suffer from or have suffered from mental magic illness, accompanied by intermittent emotional outbursts, and are you undergoing active treatment? Emoi's face was full of question marks. Does it mean that he said in disguise that he was mentally ill and that he accidentally killed Brian when he was ill? Emoi secretly cursed in his heart. It seems that the gold medal of immunity from death of mental illness is universal no matter where it is. Isn't this also arranged by the president? Of course, Emoi was not stupid, so he just stepped down and admitted it. Yes, I am mentally ill. In the gallery. When Lahar heard this, he was so angry that he almost jumped up from his seat. Emoi ignored it and continued to talk. But, the president has been arranging for me to receive treatment from Granny Poriasaika, but I still have attacks occasionally. Even I can't control them when they happen. It sounds like it's true. Even the several congressmen sitting on the stage couldn't stand it anymore, and their faces suddenly drooped. A middle-aged male congressman simply stretched his neck and whispered something into the old man's ear. Hey, this is the court of justice. Is there anything we can't say openly? Under the stage, Emoi shouted to the front with a slight dissatisfaction. The middle-aged councilman glared at Emoi before sitting back down in frustration. Everyone in the auditorium at the back looked at each other in surprise. Although I have long heard that magicians in the Fairy Tale Guild have a sense of relaxation, I didn't expect them to be so fierce and dare to challenge the council members in court. The old man stretched out his right hand and touched the wooden hammer next to him, knocked it twice under the table, looked around both sides and said, "Does anyone else have any objections to the results of the discussion just now?" No one answered anymore. The middle-aged congressman tilted his head to the side irritably and said nothing. The old man smiled. Okay, now that the facts of the case have become clear, the verdict will be officially announced. Emoi, a member of the Fairy Tale Guild, has made extraordinary contributions to the chaos in the Tower of Paradise, and the Brian who was killed this time is the leader of the Dark Guild who committed the most heinous crimes. In addition, you yourself also have certain mental disorders, so you should relax your boundaries to a certain extent. On behalf of the Magic Council, I declare that you are not guilty this time and can be released in court. However, you must be treated actively and do not engage in excessive behavior again. Otherwise, you will be severely punished. Dong. The wooden hammer fell again. The magic soldier in the court walked up to Emoi, took out a special magic key, and opened the magic shackles. Congratulations on your freedom. The magic soldier whispered. Thanks. Emoi moved his hands and feet in relief. Looking sideways, the sun shines through the window lattice and shines particularly brightly in my eyes. Even though he was only held for 3 days. But every minute and second of losing freedom here seems torturous. Emoi doesn't want to be a bird in a cage. I can finally return to the guild. I wonder what will change in the past few days. After a while, the main entrance to the Senate House, bathed in the long-lost sunlight. Emoi watched as a green convertible off-road vehicle drove at a high speed from a distance and drove until it stopped just in front of him. Magic locomotive. The so-called magic motorcycle is also a common means of transportation in the kingdom. It does not burn oil or consume electricity. Just connect one end of the magic duct to the wizard's body, and the magic power can be used to help the locomotive start. What caught Emmoi's attention the most was the driver. Sitting in front of the steering wheel is a graceful young female wizard, wearing a tight-fitting racing suit that outlines her body curves vividly. The long crimson hair looks particularly warm and fiery in the sun, exuding a faint fragrance. The black sunglasses she wore blocked the sight of both parties, making her face unclear for a while, adding a sense of mystery. For some reason, Emoi felt an inexplicable familiarity and intimacy with her, but he couldn't explain it specifically. He was stunned for a moment. "What are you doing? Come on up." "Wait," this voice. Emoi's heart trembled. Seeing the red-haired girl take off her sunglasses with a smile, revealing her beautiful face, Emoi was dumbfounded on the spot. "Urza? Why are you here?" "No wonder I felt that the other person was familiar from the beginning, but I didn't dare to recognize him. It turned out to be her. By the way, this is the first time Emoi has seen Urza dressed like this. After all, most of the time she showed off in armor." Urza smiled sweetly. "Of course I'm here to take you back to the guild. Come up first." Emoi swallowed, then clumsily opened the car door and climbed into the passenger seat. "What? You don't like my outfit today?" "Of course. I like it. I'm just not used to seeing you change clothes all of a sudden." Emoi answered honestly. Urza shook her head slightly, smiled, put on her sunglasses again, and stepped on the accelerator. The off-road vehicle swayed out of the sand and drove straight back to the direction of Magnolia. Emoi turned his head and looked at the side of the car, letting the wind slap him on the face, but feeling inexplicably more secure in his heart. Looking out the window at the rows of trees flying backward, Emoi asked slowly, "Are you all okay during this time?" "It's the same as before, noisy every day. However, everyone often mentions you after dinner." "Yeah, especially Natsu and Gray, they have been arguing with the president all day long, asking the president to find a way to get you out of the council. It seems that everyone misses you very much, right?" When Emoi heard this, he had no idea at all. Lang Buting suddenly asked, "What about you?" "Miss me too." The words came out. Urza was immediately startled, and her feet were completely gone. In panic, he stepped on the brakes to the bottom. Emoi only felt that his upper body was leaning forward wildly and uncontrollably, and he almost hit the front windshield directly. "Fortunately, I wore my seat belt when I got in the car, otherwise I would have had to fly out." The SUV stopped in place. After taking a deep breath, Urza calmed down a little and tilted her head apologetically. "I'm sorry." Emoi rolled his eyes and had to wave his hand. "It's okay. No need to answer, just pretend I didn't ask." Chapter 57 A Secret That Only Men Know? Standing in front of a familiar building. As soon as Emoi opened the guild door, people inside swarmed over. "Welcome home. How is it? Is it fun in prison?" "It's quite fun. Everyone there is talented and their speeches are nice. I suggest you go in and have a sit next time. I heard that there is a female congresswoman who is quite pretty. Have you seen her? Does she look good? Except for the tearful sister who blew up the Senate before, I really haven't seen anyone beautiful." "Emoi, you are finally back? Have a good fight with me now, I'm on fire." Jaws of the Brontosaurus. Emoi punched out. Natsu, who was clamoring to compete with him 1 second, was electrocuted into charcoal the next moment and flew out in smoke. By the way, they also solved the problem and opened a path through the crowd. Emoi walked slowly. On the counter directly in front of his eyes, the short old man was still sitting, drinking tea leisurely. "President, I'm back." Makarov slowly raised his head, without much confusion in his eyes. "Just come back. Today's banquet is specially arranged for you. Are you alone for me?" Only then did Emoi notice that the overall layout of the guild was much cleaner and tidier than before, and had obviously been carefully taken care of. Each long table was also filled with exquisite dishes. "Welcome back. Then, let's start the party." Makarov finally grinned, and the wrinkles on his face piled up. "Yeah." The crowd behind Emoi, which had calmed down slightly, now erupted into cheers again. Makarov stood up slowly, glanced around and coughed twice. "Well, before we officially start, I still want to say a few words." "What else are you talking about, President? Can you start quickly? It's so verbose. Are you always like this as you get older?" Before the words could be spoken, he was mercilessly interrupted by the complaining crowd. Gray was already sitting at the dining table, chewing some unknown object in his mouth, complaining while eating. "Old man, your specialty dish is too delicious. It's far worse than yesterday's, isn't it?" Makarov was so angry that he blew his beard and stared. "How can it taste worse than yesterday? This is what was burned yesterday. You better not go into the kitchen from now on and let Myra cook. Also, Natsu, please eat slowly and save some for me. Do you think it's shameful for you to eat in such a disgraceful way? This is a banquet and everyone is a civilized person. Your eating skills are no better than mine. Man, are any of you listening to me?" Seeing that the guild was once again noisy as before, no one paid attention to the messy Makarov. Emoi also had a relaxed smile on his face. "This is fairy tale. Everyone, make a move, the cake is here." A sweet voice drew the attention of everyone who was devouring food together again. When their eyes met, Myra Jane smiled, rolled out a basin-sized cake from the dining cart, and placed it directly in front of Emoi. Since we are celebrating our first safe return from the Senate, can you cut this cake? No problem. Emoi stepped forward, grabbed the knife blade on the side and was about to start. There was a strong pushing feeling from behind. Then his whole head was buried, and his vision suddenly became dim. The sweet breath flowed into the nose and tongue, and Emoi's face felt soft and sticky, which felt better than Kana's breasts. Ha 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 ha. Emoi raised his head. He brushed the cream from his eyes and looked at the room full of people who were smiling wildly with a bitter look on his face. Don't waste the cake. Emoi licked the corners of his mouth as he spoke. Just the right amount of sweet. It's a pity that the cake, which was originally in the shape of a stubby cylinder, has been deeply dented in the middle, with his face perfectly imprinted on it. Emoi suddenly felt a gentle hand coming towards his face. Myra. Myra Jane smiled at Emoi and gently wiped the white cream on Emoi's face with a tissue. It doesn't matter, I already guessed that everyone would do this, so I made a bigger one in advance. Puff. It's painfully skillful. This guild would really be broken up without Myra. And while Emoi was waiting for Myra to roll out the next cake, another slender arm was wrapped around his neck. His head fell back and he looked up to see a charming face. Little Emoi, come and try this cup of wheat juice. Recalling the last time he was poured 96% water of life by this female drunkard, Emoi refused to take the glass this time without saying anything. Kana, I've paid for your drinks this month, but I really can't drink the wine. During Emoi's panic struggle, he accidentally touched something soft with his elbow. A blush suddenly appeared on Kana's face. Immediately he turned his head and looked at Emoi with a wicked smile, and even put his face towards her. Originally I just wanted to tease you, but, since you have already touched my sister, why don't you have a drink to apologize? I didn't mean to. In the midst of entanglement, Urza, who had been silent since she brought Emoi back to the guild, suddenly stepped forward. He took the wine glass from Kana's hand and drank it in one gulp. Emoi doesn't know how to drink. I'll take this drink for him. Urza smiled and flicked the bottom of her cup at Emoi and Kana, who looked confused. Then he turned around and walked away, almost exactly the same as at the last Civil War dinner. Emoi couldn't help but wonder, why does she talk so little as soon as she arrives at the banquet? But let me tell you something, she looked so handsome when she was holding my drink back just now, after simply filling your stomach. Seeing that everyone in the guild was not enjoying themselves, Emoi slipped out of the guild alone and walked aimlessly on the streets of Magnolia. He hasn't been back for a few days, and he still misses this place. A river runs through the town, and boats pass by from time to time. Emoi's previous favorite was connecting along the river, but this time, he didn't go far when he saw two sneaky figures leaning on the strong side. It seems like they are plotting something bad. Emoi is quite familiar with these two people, the two greasy uncles of the guild Makarov and Wakaba. It's strange. Usually if there is a banquet, wouldn't the two of them have fun until the end with their personalities? There is weirdness. Emoi simply waved directly in their direction, quickened his pace and ran over. Makarov Wakaba. The moment the two heard the shout, his body trembled involuntarily, and he turned around like a thief. Until I saw them calling them Emoi. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. What are you doing? Before he finished speaking, the two men stepped forward to hold Emoi's arms, one on the left and the other on the right, and forced him to a corner. Makarov also extended his index finger to his mouth. Keep your voice down, I will take you to a good place later. Claim. Although Emoi claims to know fairy tale better than everyone else in Fairy Tale Guild, but for a while, I really didn't understand what Makarov meant. Wakaba also took off the pipe in his mouth, blew out a puff of smoke, and showed a meaningful smile. Only real men are qualified to know about this good place. That's right. In other words, this is a secret that only successful male magicians know. The two of them sang and harmonized, and the more they talked, the more mysterious they became, but they kept talking about it and refused to say it clearly. Emoi's face was full of question marks. No, what on earth do you want to say? Chapter 58 Dream Demon Custom Museum. Makarov looked back again, making sure that no one was paying attention, and suggested, it's almost time, let's take him in with us. Walk. Emoi still didn't know why, so he had to follow the two of them and move forward along the narrow alley. Due to his blocked vision, he couldn't see clearly what was in front of him. After leaving for a while, a pungent aroma suddenly penetrated the nose. What does this smell like? It's a little bit heady. Different from the light fragrance of natural flowers, this fragrance goes straight to the brain, instantly bringing strong stimulation and refreshing feeling. Emoi only felt that his heartbeat began to accelerate significantly. Even Emoi was also stimulated by this smell and was ready to move and set up a tent. What the hell is this? Arrive. Makarov and Wakaba stopped and stepped into a store on the right. The source of that fragrance seemed to be inside. Emoi stopped and looked up. Although this store is located in a remote location, the decoration on the plaque is no less than that of the magic item shops on the bustling streets, with large pink flowing characters engraved high on it. But when he recognized the words above, suddenly dumbfounded. Yumama Custom House. There is no way, it's coming. You have to go in and take a look. But Makarov and Wakaba disappeared long ago. Emoi could only bite the bullet and move forward. Under the dim pink light, the fragrance is even more intense. Hello, is this your first time visiting our store? As soon as he stepped into the store, the lady at the front desk who was more than 10 steps away came forward to greet him warmly. Emoi looked up and down and almost spit out nosebleeds. The charming front desk lady is not only hot in figure, but also very bold in her clothes. Only sexy underwear is used to cover the key parts, and the rest of the skin is exposed. It is difficult not to make people think about it. The white and tall peaks on her chest are constantly swaying, and they continue to attract attention. Emoi tried his best to control, but Emoi still stood up unsatisfactorily. The lady at the front desk seemed to have seen many such scenes. She smiled coquettishly and didn't mind at all. First time we meet, my name is Kath. How should I call you? Emoi. Mr. Emoi, please come with me. Kath twisted her slender waist, gently raised Emoi's chin with her index finger, showed a smile that seemed to take advantage, and walked towards the room on the second floor. Emoi touched his nose awkwardly. This experience seems to be more exciting than being teased by Kana. And after arriving in the room, Emoi discovered that there was only a short table and chairs inside, and an old cabinet with a bunch of medicine jars and magic scrolls next to it. It seems a little different from what I expected. Please sit down. Sensing the change in Emoi's expression, Kath took the pen and scroll off the cabinet and placed them on the table. Let me first introduce to you how we work. To put it simply, we can use dream magic to customize some dreams that can make you feel happy according to your personal needs, such as dating and falling in love with the woman you like. Emoi suddenly realized. It turns out that this is what the dream demon meant. Kath smiled and pushed another blue scroll in front of Emoi. This magic scroll corresponds to the identity characteristics you have in the dream. For example, if you want to be a king, a powerful magician, etc., you can achieve it. Or, turn into some green-skinned goblins. Of course, there are also customers who want to try out what it's like to be a girl. This can also be achieved. What's your taste? Although Emoi occasionally gets some weird XP, however, it always feels a bit strange to hear these things from other people's mouths. After all, this is the first time I have come across this kind of thing, so it's better to be normal. I want to be myself first. Alright, you can just skip this scroll. Kath showed a sly smile and handed over another scroll next to her. This scroll corresponds to all the situations of the partner you dated in your dream, including name, appearance, figure, personality, even the magic used, etc. You can fill it all in. In addition, if you have a woman you like in real life, you might as well fill in her information. A girl similar to her will be automatically generated in the dream based on your imagination. This sounds a bit punishing. Emoi swallowed. I couldn't help but ask, fill in the real girls around you. Is this really okay? It doesn't matter, it's just a dream. It won't cause any trouble to her in reality. Kath's words reminded Emoi. It was just a dream anyway. It makes sense to dream about a girl in real life, right? Think of this. Emoi's heart skipped a beat. He picked up his pen and started writing on the scroll. Name, Urza. Identity, fairy tale S-class magician, known as the Fairy Queen. Magic, cross-dressing. Character, cold on the outside and hot on the inside. There are also some data on body shape. Completed. Emoi checked it carefully again. Then I left it to Kath with confidence. Kath took the scroll with her jade hand, threw it into the medicine pot aside, and took out a bunch of magic potions from the cabinet and added it. The medicine pot is getting hotter and hotter. The medicine inside began to bubble, turning from blue to green, and finally to yellow, like the bromothymol blue aqueous solution. It's ready. After a few minutes, as Kath's finger tapped lightly on the edge of the pot, the viscous yellow liquid gushed out and fell into the bottle on the table. Emoi held the reagent in the palm of his hand and asked before drinking it, by the way, how much does it cost to have such a dream? Don't worry. As for the fees, the 2 regular guests who came before you have already paid for you. Kath said softly. The 2 regular visitors refer to Makeo and Wakaba, although the 2 of them usually live in a tight situation. However, facing Emoi who arrived for the first time, he was still generous. Is this so? The image of the 2 of them in Emoi's mind couldn't help but be much taller. Look at the potion in your hand again. Emoi tilted his head back slightly and drank every drop. When Kath saw this, she showed a charming smile again, leaned into Emoi's ear and whispered. Just have a good rest and wish you a good dream at night. By the way, in order to ensure the stability of your dreams, you can drink appropriately before going to bed, but don't drink too much. In addition, it is recommended not to do strenuous exercise before going to bed, otherwise, the magic scroll may become ineffective. Chapter 59. Will I accompany you next time? It's getting late. Emoi has not returned to his residence for a long time since he followed Mirage to the village of Garrick to hunt down the demon Anslong, the 2-story villa on the outskirts of Magnolia. When Emoi was about to arrive, he discovered from a distance that the lights were still on in the villa. A burglar. Emoi was stunned. Immediately activated the wings of the storm dragon and flew across the ground at high speed. Although there is nothing valuable at home, we can't just let anyone carry it. Clang. Emoi smashed the glass directly, landed steadily in the living room, and folded his wings. Look around. Only then did he see the true face of the so-called thief. Ah, it's you, Natsu, Lucy, Gray, Wendy. The 4 of them looked at Emoi who was going home through the broken window and were quite speechless. You can probably guess that maybe they thought they were thieves. By the way, why are you at my house? Emoi couldn't help but ask after coming back to his senses. Urza said you hadn't been back for so long and there was no one to clean the house, so she dragged us together to help you clean. No, you came back just after cleaning up. Yeah. Emoi felt warm in his heart. After living alone for a long time, I am used to doing everything by myself. It feels good to be taken care of occasionally. However, he also thought that he had just come out of the Dream Demon Custom Museum and filled in Urza's information. A feeling of guilt arises spontaneously. What's wrong? Why are you so dazed? An armored arm dangled in front of Emoi's eyes, and when he looked up, it was Urza. Ai? Urza. Emoi almost cried out. Urza didn't understand why. What's wrong with you? You were so shocked when you saw me. No, it's okay. Emoi's eyes were wildly escaping, and he always avoided looking at her. Fortunately, Urza didn't care and changed the topic. By the way, I just borrowed your kitchen to use. I've already prepared the food. Tonight we have a small team gathering to celebrate Wendy's joining and your return. Emoi got off the donkey along the slope and agreed. No problem, no problem. I've wanted to get together for a long time. Not long after, fruit and vegetable platters and cooked meats are brought to the table. Urza's cooking skills are remarkable, not much worse than Myra's, but she rarely shows them off. During the banquet, Wendy seemed to suddenly remember something and looked slightly hesitant. It wasn't until a moment later that he plucked up the courage to look at Emoi sitting opposite him. Master Emoi, there is something. Emoi smiled wryly and waved his hand. Don't be so polite, Wendy. Just call me by my name. Wendy still behaved unnaturally. Well, I heard that you are also a dragon slayer. I would like to ask you, have you ever heard of the sky dragon named Grandin? Tianlong Grandin. Emoi fiddled with the knife and fork in his hand, thinking about how to explain. He really knows the answer to this question. Same as the fire dragon Igneel and the iron dragon Medalikana who raised Nazgajero. The heavenly dragon Grandin also hides in Wendy's body to guard her silently, preventing Wendy from completely transforming into a dragon due to excessive use of dragon-slaying magic. However, Natsu and the others are not yet strong enough to protect themselves. It was obviously not time to tell them the truth. Before Emoi could speak, Naz's attention was attracted first. Wendy, the dragon Grandin who raised you also suddenly disappeared on July 7th, 777, right? Wendy suddenly became excited. Yes, it was that day. Do you know any clues about her? Natsu looked miserable and pointed helplessly at Emoi beside him. Ask Emoi, he knows. I competed with him before, and he said that as long as I win, he will tell me the whereabouts of Igneel, but Gajilyuga, and I couldn't defeat him. At this point, Natsu changed the subject, but I am practicing seriously every day. I believe that one day I will be able to defeat him in a duel and let him tell the dragon's clues personally. But Wendy obviously didn't have as much fighting spirit as Natsu, and she was immediately discouraged. Do you have to become that kind of powerful magician? Wendy was not good at fighting to begin with, and she also performed some auxiliary and therapeutic tasks in the team. This requirement seems to be elusive but always out of reach for her. Emoi smiled calmly, reached out his hand and gently touched Wendy's head and said, "That's a request for them, Wendy. Don't worry, you are different from Natsu Gajero. When you grow up to the age of Sister Urza, I will tell you the whereabouts of Grandin." Really? Hope appeared on Wendy's face again. Next to him, Natsu was furious. This isn't fair. How come Wendy can get the dragon's information without fighting? Emoi ignored his protest and pushed a plate of papaya in front of Wendy, saying softly, "Of course, I won't lie to you." Looking at the papaya on the plate. In an instant, Wendy seemed to understand what Emoi meant. He secretly glanced at the 2 hints of pride on Urza's chest, and then looked at his own smoothness. Wendy's pink little face suddenly turned redder than a ripe apple. It turns out that this is what I meant. It seems like there is no chance. Rather than getting bigger, it seems easier to defeat Emoi head-on. The food core is gone. The cups and plates were in a mess. Several people were still unfinished, but it was finally time for the banquet to end. See you tomorrow, see you tomorrow. Emoi stood at the door, waved goodbye to Naz and others, and watched them leave one by one. In the blink of an eye, only he and Urza were left. Emoi joked, "If you don't want to leave, there are a lot of empty rooms in my house. Or do you want to squeeze in with me?" Urza smiled lightly and shook her head. Naturally she knew he was joking. She turned back to look at the messy dining table and said, "It looks like it's quite a mess. Do you want me to clean it up with you?" "No need, I can do it myself." "All right." There was a hint of tact in Urza's eyes, and she was about to leave when Emoi suddenly asked again. "I noticed that every time there is a large banquet held in the guild, you don't seem to participate much." Urza said hesitantly, although I love the guild very much. But if it is too lively and noisy, maybe I won't be able to adapt." This was the first time that Emoi realized that Urza had this kind of personality. His brain became hot and he blurted out, "Then I will accompany you at the next banquet." As soon as these words came out, looking at each other, Emoi felt as if time had stopped at this moment. These few seconds passed extremely long. After regaining her composure, Urza sighed softly, and her eyes became a little softer. "There's no need to accompany me. Just have fun. It's getting late, and I should go back to the girls' apartment." Watching her leaving figure, Emoi also muttered, "Did I say something wrong just now?" Chapter 60 I Must Be Dreaming. Back inside the house, Looking at the messy dining table and the messy room, Emoi suddenly felt tired in his heart. Procrastination occurs. Forget it, let's clean it up tomorrow morning. I have to go to the magic dreamland later to do some work. Don't be too tired before going to bed. It's better to take a bath to relax first. I remember Kath said that drinking moderately can lead to a better experience. When he first moved into the villa, the landlord seemed to have left him a bottle of fine wine. Just put it in the kitchen. Recalling the scene where Kana made a fuss about getting drunk at noon, Emoi made up his mind to try with half a glass of wine. You can't let Urza block the bar for you every time. Coming to the kitchen, Emoi took out the wine bottle from the cabinet and pulled out the cork, and the dark purple liquid trickled out. Different from the water of life that Kana tricked into drinking at the Harvest Festival banquet, this time the wine had a little more mellow aroma. It does seem to be a good wine. Emoi immediately relaxed his vigilance, grabbed the cup and drank it in one gulp. Well, vomit. Unlike the intense spiciness of the water of life, this liquid that looks like grape juice does not have any sweet or sour taste. On the contrary, it is bitter and astringent, with a hint of alcohol. If it weren't for the fact that the dream later needed a little alcohol, Emoi would have almost spit it out. In the end, he swallowed it with force and drank several glasses of boiled water to suppress the bad smell in his mouth. Sure enough, I still can't tolerate wine. Shaking his head helplessly, Emoi turned off the light in the living room on the first floor and turned to the bathroom on the second floor. Even before he started renting an apartment, one of the reasons Emoi chose this place was the large luxury bath here. Enough room for 6 or 7 people. Now he has it all to himself. Take off your clothes 3 times 5 times 2 times. Soak your body in a pool filled with hot water. Under the shroud of white mist, the fatigue of the past few days seems to be eliminated here. Emoi couldn't help but close his eyes comfortably and imagine what would happen in his dream for a while. I wonder what Urza in the magical dream will look like, and how it will be different from reality. Outside the villa, when Urza disappeared from Emoi's sight, Emoi thought she would return to the girl's apartment, so he didn't pay much attention. But she didn't go back. At this moment, Urza was standing not far outside the villa, staring quietly. It didn't take long before I saw the lights in the house change. The lights on the first floor where they had just had dinner went out quickly. The lights on the second floor turned on immediately. Urza smiled bitterly and shook her head. How can it be possible to clean up if the lights are turned off so soon? It seems that he is too tired. Under the moonlight, Qianying, who should have left long ago, turned back and walked step by step towards the villa where Emoi lived. The door was ajar. Urza walked in quietly, turned on the lights, and saw the mess in the restaurant at a glance. As expected, Emoi didn't take care of himself at all, so he went to prepare for a rest. Oh, I can only help him. Spotting the cleaning tools in the corner, Urza picked them up and started cleaning them carefully. She looked serious as if she is the hostess here. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that I straightened up and wiped the sweat from my head. Spotless. Finally packed up. But what puzzled Urza was that during the entire cleaning process, although some noises were made, but there was still no movement upstairs. Not to mention seeing Emoi coming downstairs. As usual, with Emoi's hearing, it is impossible not to notice anything. The disappointment in Urza's heart amplified slightly, and an ominous premonition suddenly arose. What will happen to Emoi? Follow the light you just saw and walk upstairs quickly. Soon I arrived in front of the bathroom door. Since I entered the door, he has been there for so long without moving. Is there any accident? Urza hesitated for a moment. Finally there was a knock on the bathroom door. Emoi, are you in there? At the same time, on the other side of the door, in the bathroom. Dong dong. Emoi, are you in there? Emoi slowly regained consciousness from half asleep and half awake. Then he opened his eyes. Did I just fall asleep? Emoi looked at his body, looked around, and found that he was still soaking in the bathtub. The water is still warm. Dong dong. Emoi, can you hear me? Through a door, a low voice reached my ears again. Only then did Emoi wake up and carefully recall what had just happened. This voice. Urza? No, she had already returned to the girl's apartment after the party, or I watched her leave. Besides, I seemed to have fallen asleep here just now, so I am actually in a dream now. In that case, I am in a magical dream, right? Outside the door is the Urza that Kath helped me create artificially in my dream. After rational analysis, Emoi finally came to a conclusion. That's right, I am dreaming now, and I'm going to see Urza this way later. I have to say that I am still a little nervous and have little expectations. Emoi kept taking deep breaths, trying to calm down first. Emoi, did you faint inside? Urza's voice became increasingly anxious. Emoi adjusted his breathing, leaned on the edge of the bathing pool, and shouted forward. Please come in. Chapter 61 Emoi, stand up. Outside the door. When Urza heard these 2 words, her hand that was about to continue knocking on the door froze in midair, her face full of confusion. Please come in? Is he letting me in? Perhaps there is really some difficulty. Urza was sure from the bottom of her heart, Emoi must have encountered some trouble inside. Resolutely reached out and pushed the door open. Thick white mist suddenly poured out from inside, and hot air hit his cheeks. Although his vision was slightly blurry, he could still see Emoi at the end, naked to the waist, taking a bath in the bathtub. Urza quickly opened her legs and ran over. What's the trouble? Approaching Emoi, Urza was halfway through speaking, but her throat seemed to be suddenly stuck. The shocked gaze moved downwards. I was too far away just now, so I didn't look carefully. Now that I'm standing in front of him, I realize how candid Emoi is. In the past, Urza had a bold temperament, and there was a stripper in the team who couldn't fight unless he took off his clothes, so his tolerance level was usually higher. But after seeing Emoi's indifferent performance today, Urza suddenly became at a loss. As for Emoi, after seeing her such a real reaction, I only felt that it was Kath's credit. Dream magic is so powerful that it actually shaped Urza's personality in the dream so subtly. Emoi raised his head and smiled lightly. Let's rub F***C case back first. Even though I know it's a dream, I still need to have the sense of ritual. I'll wash myself off first. Besides, it's just the two of us here, so relax. There's no need to wear that bulky armor all the time. Emoi finished. Without giving Urza a chance to react, she turned around. Emoi is like this, he just needs to close his eyes and wait to enjoy, but Urza has a lot to think about. It feels like he is a little different from usual. Could it be that he thought he was dreaming and what he is showing now is his true inner thoughts? Sigh. How about just obeying him this time? There won't be any excessive demands in the future. Although I don't know what nonsense Emoi is talking about, or what kind of dream. After some psychological struggle, Urza ultimately chose to stay. Change. Golden light flashed. The originally hard armor on his body was replaced with a pink pajamas. Urza took the towel next to the bathtub and gently wiped Emoi's back. Emoi felt happy. Comfortable. This magical dream created by Kath is too real. Even Urza's voice and body touch are no different from reality. In the future, I will have to do more commissions to make money, so I will inevitably visit more often. After a few minutes, Urza's mind was still blank. I don't even know what I am doing now. At this moment, he suddenly felt his wrist being grabbed, and raised his beautiful eyes to look. Only then did he realize that Emoi had turned around at some point. Urza. Urza subconsciously avoided his gaze and responded hesitantly, What's wrong? Emoi's palm slipped from Urza's wrist and gradually fell to her fingertips. He gently held her hand and said gently, in the days to come, I don't want you to always be the fairy queen who carries everything on her shoulders. Sometimes, you can also relieve yourself of the burden and become an ordinary girl. I will help you solve the difficulties you need to face. Okay. Normally, Emoi would never be able to say these words. But it is a dream after all, and only you know it. In reality, there is no chance to reveal it. Emoi didn't speak very fast just now. As word after word passed through her ears, Urza felt an inexplicable strange feeling in her heart. I don't know what to say in reply. In the end he just nodded slightly. Emoi smiled. The hand holding Urza's was suddenly pulled back toward his body with force. Urza had no defense at all. The body fell forward, and Emoi took him into his arms while he was half lying. Wait. However, Emoi didn't pay much attention to this vague resistance, teased Urza's long hair, and said jokingly, from this point of view, you are very cute. A blush suddenly appeared on Urza's face. You're also cute when you blush, Emoi added. Urza's face turned even redder. However, Emoi is not someone who abandons his physical instincts when he gets emotional. The fairy queen, who used to be heroic in the past, was now lying in his arms and became a shy little wife. Emoi could not contain his excitement. Emoi had already stood up. Before Urza could say anything else, Emoi had already leaned over and kissed her gently. Urza's heart beat rapidly and her face felt hot. But his mind was blank. Despite his constant demands, Urza somehow failed to resist. Chapter 62 Dear Queen. The next morning, the sun pierces the eyes. When Emoi opened his eyes, he found himself lying on the bed in the bedroom, his head still aching. Is it because of the half glass of wine last night? I feel a little fragmented. I remember I fell asleep while taking a bath, and then I met Urza in the bathroom in my dream. Why are you FG me on the bed? Maybe I came back by myself after taking a shower, but I really have no impression. Wait a minute, there seems to be movement downstairs. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Emoi put on his slippers and walked out of the bedroom step by step. Dining room. Looking at the spotless dining table and the cleanly swept floor, Emoi couldn't help but widen his eyes. Did I clean this up while sleepwalking? Emoi remembers clearly that he never hired a cleaning lady and usually did the cleaning himself. But everything neat in front of him made him have doubts. Could it be that a conch girl has been here? Emoi. A gentle voice came from behind. Emoi immediately froze on the spot. Naturally, he was very familiar with this voice. Turn around stiffly. Urza was wearing a black and white maid outfit, holding a plate of exquisitely baked cakes in her left and right hands, and her smile was quite playful and charming. Ai. Emoi's eyes immediately froze, and he stammered without saying Urza's name. The brain is down. Urza put the 2 plates of cakes on the table with a smile and said softly, go and wash your hands first, breakfast has been prepared for you. Oh. Let the cold water pour on your face over and over again, irritating your skin like crazy. Emoi looked at himself in the mirror, gritted his teeth and pinched his thigh hard. Under the influence of intense pain, he finally came to his senses. This moment is in reality, not a dream. But why is Urza at my house? It was obvious that she had left last night. But why is she acting like that? And she made breakfast for me. I know, she must have gotten up early on purpose and came over from the girl's apartment to cook for me. Thinking of this, Emoi punched himself hard in the face in the mirror. Only then did he wake up. The inference just made is too nonsense. The only explanation is that what happened last night was not a dream at all. Let me tell you, why did the feeling at that time feel so real? Emoi finally realized that what he thought was a dream when he was half asleep and half awake in the bathhouse was actually reality. Urza must have left and came back last night for some reason. Then he accidentally walked into the bathroom. At the time, I thought it was a dream, and then I said a lot of incomprehensible things, and in the end, Emoi collapsed on the ground helplessly. Spicy pills. What needs to be faced will eventually have to be faced. A long while. Emoi finally dragged his legs like lead, moved his body with difficulty, and returned to the dining table step by step, sitting stiffly like a not-so-intelligent robot. Urza on the opposite side looked at her calmly as if nothing had happened. I heard Myra say before that you seemed to like the cream cake she made. It seems that our tastes are quite similar. As Urza spoke, she pushed the dinner plate in front of her in the direction of Emoi. Try it, please. This is what I made this morning. In the past, Emoi would have gone up and devoured it. Just now, it seems there are more important things that need to be discussed first. Emoi took a deep breath, calmed down his mind, and said slightly solemnly, Urza, I will be responsible for what happened last night. No, Urza said in response while chewing the cake in small bites. Emoi was shocked. I don't understand what no use means at all. Swallow the cake in your mouth. Urza sighed softly, her eyes softened, and she said slowly, Emoi, although I also have a crush on you, but once we become a couple, life will change more or less. I still like my current life better. I can live in the girls' apartment and work with you, Natsu, Gray, Lucy, and Wendy as teammates. So, please give me some time. Before the relationship really develops to that point, I still want to keep it like this and think about our affairs later. Emoi listened silently. In the final analysis, what happened last night happened too suddenly, and Urza was obviously not prepared. What pleased Emoi the most was that Urza didn't mind too much. After getting along with her these days, she also developed feelings for him. What Urza said was not unreasonable, and even somewhat coincided with Emoi's thoughts. Emoi also prefers life in this state. If both of them go one step further, they will have a lot to worry about. There seems to be no reason to refuse. Emoi nodded slightly. Seeing that Emoi agreed, Urza also had a faint smile on her face. Let's eat the cake first, and we'll go back to the guild together later. But Emoi shook his head resolutely. As for the guild, let's go later. What's wrong? Urza asked. Emoi remained silent, biting off most of the cake in front of him, then quietly activated the dragon-slaying power in his body, and illusory wings suddenly appeared from his back. Before Urza could react, Emoi had already rushed forward and hugged her body, then jumped out of the French window and flew high into the sky. Urza's beautiful eyes flashed with confusion. Where are you taking me? Emoi said quite speechlessly. Work every day, work every day. My dear queen, you have become a workaholic? You should relax occasionally. Seeing her hesitation, Emoi added. Since we are now more than friends but not lovers, I would like to accompany you to go shopping in Magnolia today. Isn't it too much? Hearing this, Urza also smiled bitterly and shook her head. You usually look quite shy. I didn't expect you to have such thoughts. Due to the hurried departure just now, Emoi still had some white cream on his mouth. Urza gently reached out her hand and wiped it for him. On this day, the two of them did not go to the guild again. Instead, he visited almost all the bustling streets in Magnolia. It wasn't until sunset that I listened to the bells of Kalyusha Cathedral, sat on a hill in the suburbs, and quietly waited for the sunset in the distance. The gorgeous sunset rose, complementing the incomplete sunlight, dyeing the sky pink. Urza gently nestled her head on Emoi's shoulder. Thank you, Emoi, I haven't felt this relaxed for a long time. Didn't I tell you last night? Occasionally, you have to let go of your burden. The sunlight fell and shone on Urza's beautiful cheeks, causing a blush to appear. At this moment, she just wants to enjoy this short sunset with the one she loves. At the same time, inside the fairy tale guild, Natsu was lying on the table with a slumped face, and he complained one after another to Wendy, Lucy Gray, and the three people with the same expression beside him. What are Urza and Emoi doing? Didn't they agree to go to work together today? Chapter 63 No, Emoi, why can you enter the women's bath? Fairy tale guild, in the lobby. Kana, who has always been a heavy drinker, suddenly went out of his way today. He quietly sneaked up to the old smoker Wakaba and asked in a low voice like a thief. Wakaba, do you feel that? Urza and Emoi seem to be a little different recently. Wakaba heard this, but didn't take it seriously at all. He blew out a big puff of smoke and said nonchalantly, Urza and Emoi, what's the difference? Why didn't I notice? Kana looked around hurriedly and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that no one noticed their conversation. Then he kicked the chair Wakaba was sitting on with a vicious kick. Crack. Wakaba fell on the ground and suddenly looked anxious. No, what on earth are you trying to say? It's inexplicable. What can they do? I can't explain it to you. Even the dog owned by the owner of the magic item shop opposite the guild can see their current relationship, right? Then you should tell me. Ask the dog. Kana left angrily. Wakaba was left squatting on the spot alone in confusion. I think Kana must have drank too much again today. But Although the current relationship between Emoi and Urza is more than friends but not lovers, they have made an agreement to live as before. But after all, that kind of thing has happened, and it still has some impact on normal life. The relationship is quite subtle. In the past, whenever guild members saw Urza in the hall, they would feel a little nervous, fearing that the disciplinary committee member would find fault. But this time, although Urza can often be seen in the hall, she obviously has less control over everyone. It had to make everyone suspicious. After observation, there is another obvious change in Urza. She seems to often appear on the same screen with Emoi recently. To use another analogy, girls in girls' apartments often notice. Every time Team Natsu returns from completing a mission, Emoi seems to send Urza downstairs, and the two of them seem to stay for a while before parting. That's all. It is understandable that everyone in the guild is aware of it. However, what really made them unable to hold back was that time in the guild bath. Soon after the Fairy Tale Guild was rebuilt, it invested a large area in the backyard to build men's and women's baths. Busy magicians often come here to enjoy a moment of warmth and comfort after finishing their missions. Women's bathing area. On a rare day, the guild's bulletin board was almost cleared, and all the beautiful magicians from Fairy Tale gathered in the bathhouse. But it was discovered that the original heating magic item suddenly broke. The water is all cold. Just when they were about to leave disappointed, they were stopped by Urza. If the water is not warm enough, I have a way. The girl's eyes shone one by one. Really? Urza nodded slightly, then shouted directly towards the outer door. Emoi, are you downstairs? The water in the women's bath has gone cold. Come up and help heat it up. The girls blushed immediately and subconsciously picked up the bath towel next to them and wrapped their bodies tightly. After all, they had already taken off their original clothes before entering the bath. Looking at Urza, who was still standing there, Lucy couldn't help but ask, Urza, are you sure you don't need to cover it up? Has your relationship reached this level? Is this part of your play? I just asked Emoi to come into the women's bath to help, so generous. I can only say that it is Urza. Hearing this, Urza seemed to realize something and simply activated the dress-up magic to cover her private parts. As for Emoi, originally, I was still taking a bath with Mikao Wakaba in the men's bath on the first floor, listening to them bragging. But after hearing Urza's voice, Emoi stood up immediately, picked up the shorts next to him and hurried upstairs. By the way, wouldn't it be good to just go in like this? You won't see some pictures that you shouldn't see, right? Half a minute later, Emoi was already standing in front of the women's bath door. Due to the failure of the heating magic props, the overall temperature here is much lower than that of the men's bath. As Emoi continued to walk inside, Urza was sitting on the edge of the bath, with girls standing on both sides waiting to take a bath. The side light of the eyes swept over. Almost all the beautiful magicians from the guild gathered here. Although there is a bath towel to cover it, a large area of snow-white skin is still exposed. Perhaps because of his rash intrusion, the girls' faces were somewhat flushed and their expressions were unnatural. Ahem, sorry, I'll leave in a moment. Emoi stepped forward bravely and activated the dragon-slaying power in his body. The flames jumped continuously from the fingertips, gradually turning into countless bright red energy beams, pouring into the pool. The huge calm bathing pool suddenly showed ripples. Urza gently put her hand deep into the pool, and then waved to Emoi. That's okay, Emoi, the water temperature is just right now. No problem. Emoi did not stop there, but transferred the flame in his palm to the heating magic item that had not expired. This temperature should be maintained for quite some time. Okay, then I'll retire after my success. Emoi smiled and said half-jokingly. Before leaving, the girls all showed joy and thanked him one after another. Thank you, Emoi. It should. Wait until you return to the men's bath on the first floor. Only then did Emoi realize that these people seemed to be looking at him strangely. Are there magic words on my face? Wakaba came forward with a fierce look on his face and asked dissatisfiedly. I didn't even notice when you left. If Mikao hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have noticed that you just went upstairs to the women's bath. The heating magic tool over there for the girls is broken, I'm just helping to repair it. Wakaba's face was full of disbelief. Just because of this? You can go in directly. Yes. Emoi replied nonchalantly. Mikao and Wakaba looked at each other, feeling that their worldview had collapsed. Since the women's bath was repaired, it has become an elusive holy place for them. Almost every time I pass by, I have to imagine what kind of sexy scene there will be. But Emoi went in openly and honestly for a reason that sounded extremely stupid. How could they not break the defense? For a long time, the two men with gloomy faces were gearing up and approaching Emoi with malicious intent step by step. Emoi, I advise you to speak clearly. Otherwise, you may not be able to get out of this bathroom today. And right now, a naked figure dressed strangely suddenly walked into the bathhouse. As for why the dressing up is weird, the upper and lower body were naked, except for a white scarf wrapped around her neck. Obviously Natsu. As soon as Natsu entered the door, he shouted to the front at the top of his lungs. Is Emoi here? Granny Poriosika came to the guild and said she wanted to see you for something. When the sound reached Emoi's ears, he was startled. Grandma Poriosika. This name is naturally familiar to him. Makarov's old friend, an eccentric old lady with superb medical skills and extremely good at healing magic. Although she says she hates humans and everyone, whenever a member of Fairy Tail is injured, as long as it's not a fatal blow, she can save it for you. When Urza was a child, one of her eyes was destroyed in the Tower of Paradise. It was with the help of Granny Porliusica that she was able to regain her sight by wearing a prosthetic eye. Emoi had always wanted to visit her, but had no chance. Now she came directly to the guild, and she asked to see her by name? It doesn't seem to be in line with Granny Porliusica's character. Emoi quickly dried himself, put on his clothes again, got up, and left. Macau and Wakaba were still shouting dissatisfiedly behind them, "Hey, don't leave, please speak clearly." Chapter 64, The Weird Haze Forest? Came to the hall in a hurry. Emoi saw the figure of the old woman in front of the bulletin board at a glance. The old woman wears a red robe decorated with dragon teeth, and has a golden hairpin on her head. She is dressed very simply, despite his age, but from the outline of her facial features, it can be vaguely inferred that she must have been a beauty no less beautiful than Urza Milage when she was young. Mother-in-law. Hearing Emoi's shout, Poliusica turned around slowly, her eyes still cold. "You are Emoi, right? I've heard about you and the 6 demon generals." There was quite a commotion. "Excellent." Emoi responded politely on the surface, but in my heart, I felt the magical aura of Granny Poliusica over and over again. Although it was the first time we met, for some reason, I seemed to smell something unusual from her. This smell seems to come from some ancient and mysterious magic. It's not like the reclusive old man Poliusica would carry. 10 or even 9 is not right. There was a slight fluctuation in Emoi's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel a little more vigilant. Mother-in-law Poliusica naturally didn't know Emoi's inner thoughts and continued. "Makarov came to me before and sent a big purple snake. He said this was a cursed human girl and asked me to find a way to help lift the curse. I have been researching for a long time, but the antidote I concocted still lacks a key ingredient. The situation is quite special, otherwise I would not have rushed here in such a hurry." Emoi knew that the purple snake she was talking about should be Kyuberios, a partner of Cobra, one of the former members of the 6 demon generals. "Mother-in-law, do you want me to find that medicinal material?" Emoi asked. Porliusica nodded. "That's right. That medicinal material is called snake flower, and it grows in hazy forests, especially places like cliff edges. Its stems and leaves are shaped like winding snakes, which is easy to distinguish. Logically speaking, when he formed the Witch's Sin previously, Emoi had already promised Cobra that he could go and destroy the Dark Guild with peace of mind, and Kyuberios would take care of it himself. The treatment of Kyuberios is also within his scope of responsibility, but the strange magical aura on Porliusica's body in front of him made people suspicious. Seeing Emoi's hesitation, Poliusica immediately added, "By the way, since I entrust you to work, the reward will naturally not be less. Recently, I have prepared a new medicine that is only suitable for dragon slayers to enhance their magic power. If you can bring back the snake flower, all those medicines will be yours." An imperceptible light flashed in Emoi's eyes. The other party finally revealed his secret. According to Granny Porliusica's character, she didn't like to interact with others, so how could she offer attractive remuneration to work for her? But then I thought about it. The fake Porliusica in front of her has already learned about Kyuberios, and it is very likely that the real Porliusica has been controlled. At this time, we cannot alert the enemy. After a brief pause for a few seconds, Emoi immediately looked overjoyed and agreed. "Thank you, mother-in-law. I'm going to the Haze Forest now." Storm Dragon Wings. With his wings blooming, Emoi immediately rushed out of the guild gate and flew high into the sky. After a while, Haze Forest. This place is quite similar to the gas tree sea where the 6 demon generals fought previously. Due to the special type of trees, the leaves are dark green and grayish-black. It has grown densely for decades, with so many branches and leaves that it is almost difficult for sunlight to pass through. Even on a clear day, when walking around, your vision is quite dim. Finding a slightly open entrance, Emoi gradually restrained the power of the storm in his body and stepped slowly into the forest. After all, Emoi was suspicious of Granny Poliusica just now, so Emoi did not relax his vigilance and kept an eye on the surrounding disturbances. Refining snake flower, refining snake flower. Emoi murmured in his mouth and kept scanning his eyes. But I never found a plant that matched the characteristics. The cool breeze brought bursts of chill, blowing through the dense bushes in front, making a rustling sound, which was creepy in this dark environment. Emoi immediately turned his attention to the bushes. "It seems that I can feel some magic fluctuations inside." Step by step closer. Call. It was originally just a slightly swaying shrub leaf, but a giant grey hand suddenly shot out from the center. The palm was almost as high as Emoi. There is a pale arm connected to the palm, which is raised high at the moment. It seems as if Emoi will be patted into a meat pie in the next second. What the hell is this? Although Emoi had expected that this trip would not be too smooth, but the moment he saw this monster, he couldn't help but be shocked. Jaws of the Brontosaurus. He was about to hit him with his palm. Emoi's figure instantly transformed into a bolt of thunder and lightning, and his fists gathered magic power to strike down the monster's wrist first. The wrist was cut open with blood by the lightning, and a strange whine suddenly sounded from the bush. Emoi still didn't dare to relax. After all, only one of the monster's arms could be seen poking out from the bushes. I haven't seen what its body looks like yet. Emoi frowned slightly, the thunder and arc wrapped around his body had not dissipated, and he was always ready to attack again. Ouch! Another angry cry echoed through the forest. Senbei's giant arm suddenly retreated into the bushes, and a few seconds later, a fat, big insect emerged from it again. It was the first time I saw such a big bug, with a brown shell, pointed mouthparts, countless tentacles and eyes, and a thick and long tail trailing behind it. After looking carefully, I discovered that the end of the tail was connected to a huge human hand. It turns out that the arm of the monster that was just attacked was the tail of this big insect. The moment he looked at it, Emoi had goosebumps all over his body. It's so disgusting. Why are there so many things in this forest? Fire dragon? Oh no, jaws of the thunder dragon. Emoi seemed to have thought of something, and the flames that were ready to go out were suppressed back, and he regained control of the violent thunder power. A heavy punch landed on the big insect's head. A crackling sound reached his ears, and Emoi immediately retreated, fearing that the thing would explode. But before the insect could react, similar sounds to the one before came from the trees and grass in all directions. Isn't it? Are you coming again? Emoi looked around and saw 7 or 8 more fat bugs appearing, each one looking more disgusting than the last. The organs on the tail are also different. Some are attached to hands, some are attached to feet, and one is directly attached to a human face. The giant insect shook its sharp mouthparts, and the transparent wings on its back flapped vigorously, ready to pounce and bite at any time. Watching Emoi-san is worth going crazy. My stomach was churning, and I almost vomited out all the food I had eaten the night before. Another punch came out. Emoi has never fought such a difficult battle. Although this insect is not very powerful, it is really disgusting. The number is still increasing. After killing one, 2 more appeared, each one madly posting to themselves as if they were not afraid of death. Emoi couldn't control it after all. His eyes flickered with fire, and the wind around him became even hotter. I can't stand it anymore. The roar of the fire dragon. In the past, Emoi's fire awareness was still very high. But after all, special circumstances require special handling. As the fire attribute magic power continues to accumulate, raging flames spurted out from Emoi's mouth, rolling up a huge whirlpool of flames and engulfing the insects that had already formed a siege. Ouch! Amid the wails that were mercilessly burned by the flames, the insect swarm danced. But what confused Emoi was that their bodies did not show any signs of being burnt, nor did they show any signs of explosion. After being severely injured, his body gradually became unreal. In the end, it turned into broken magic and dissipated into the air. Not a trace of the body was left. It was as if it had never been there from the beginning. Iron Dragon Sword. Seeing that the threat was temporarily lifted, Emoi turned his right arm into a sword and swung it out, cutting down all the trees stained with flames in the central open space. To prevent the fire from burning down the entire forest out of control, Emoi took a deep breath. A cold light flashed in his eyes. It's really strange. These bugs don't look like the wild beasts and monsters that this world should have, but they look like they were created artificially, and their goals are very clear, and they all come for me. It seems that fake mother-in-law wants to kill me. Chapter 65 Crisis Everywhere? Lost Magic? Magnolia, Fairy Tale Guild. Makarov sat on the counter in the lobby as usual. Seeing Makeo, Wakaba, and Natsu walking out of the bathing area, they asked casually, "Wasn't Emoi with you just now? Does he want to take a shower for a while?" Natsu replied, "No, Granny Porosa came to the guild just now and asked her for help. She should have left, right?" Makarov looked stunned. Having been with Porosa for so many years, he naturally knows her character very well. This stubborn and aloof old lady would never take the initiative to seek help from others no matter how bad the situation she encountered. Not to mention taking the initiative to come to the guild. Makarov gradually recalled the last time he saw Porosa. After the battle between the 6 demon generals, Grey brought back a comatose purple snake. Makarov could tell at a glance that the snake was a human girl who had been cursed with a transformation. Unable to lift the curse, Makarov found Porosa and asked her for help in diagnosis and treatment. So many days have passed. According to Porosa's ability, the curse should have been broken. Why on earth did she come to the guild without saying a word, and why did she come to the guild to find Emoi? The more Makarov thought about it, the more something was wrong. No, I have to go see her right away. In the Haze Forest. Despite the unfavorable start, Emoi still walked deeper into the jungle. He wanted to find out what the purpose of Granny Porosa, who was probably disguised by someone else, was to set a trap here to kill him. In terms of current strength, unless there is a strong man of the level of the other 2 giants of the Dark Guild in Balam Alliance, or the top 4 terrifying magicians in the Holy 10, in a battle with others besides them, Emoi is still confident that he will be invincible. Even if there is a real life or death emergency, most of the magic power in his body still remains, under the linkage of wind and thunder. As long as you want to run away, no one can stop you. However, this journey was not smooth either. A strange insect or monster would suddenly appear from nowhere. Emoi is always surprised. It's really endless. Near the edge of the cliff, Emoi has lost count of how many bugs he has killed. He tore off a piece of bark and put it into his mouth to chew. Emoi was about to take a rest when he suddenly felt an unprecedented wave of magic coming from behind him. What kind of magic is this? I've never seen such a weird smell before. Emoi suddenly became alert. Thunder appears all over the body, ready to enter the battle at any time. I admire your courage for being able to come this far, but the road has reached the end. The only thing that will greet you next is death. The other party's conceited and arrogant voice reached Emmoi's ears. He seems to have been aware of being discovered by Emoi. Simply don't hide it anymore. A figure emerged from the forest. This person was wearing a blue and black coat, with silver gray hair raised high, and a pair of black-rimmed glasses on his ears. He looks quite handsome. But when he spoke, his contemptuous tone was particularly disgusting. Fairy tale, Emoi. I have to say that the Dragon Slayer's perception is very keen. But this can't save your life. As early as the first time he saw the other person, Emoi had already recognized his identity. He is Rastilos of the Demon Heart Guild. Like the 6 demon generals, Devil's Heart is also one of the 3 giants of the Dark Guilds of Balam Alliance. But the strength of each member of Devil's Heart cannot be underestimated. It can be said that they are a level stronger than the 6 demon generals as a whole. Among them, many members also master some long-lost dark magic, which is particularly difficult to deal with. Emoi's eyes were as bright as a torch, staring closely at Rastilos. If I remember correctly, this guy should be using the Arc of Lost Magic manifestation. He can rely on magic power to turn anything he imagines into reality. It seems that the insect that disappeared after being injured along the way was created by him to deal with me. Thinking of this, Emoi's heart skipped a beat, and he decisively gathered the power to destroy the dragon, and shot forward. Jaws of the Brontosaurus. Rastilos still had the expression of being in control, standing there and letting Emoi attack. The thunder fist fell quickly, and Lastero's body suddenly turned into a shadow and disappeared. Is it just a body of thoughts? Put away your fist. Rastilos' hollow voice came from the forest again, seemingly far and yet close. If you want to know more about your death, you are welcome to come to me on the cliff ahead. Of course, if you don't have the courage, you will be trapped here to death. Emoi was naturally not offended by his sharp words. Instead, he continued to peel off pieces of bark from the tree to quickly replenish energy. Qian didn't stop until the tree in front of him was almost bald. While chewing heavily, Emoi recalled the scene in the guild and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. From the very beginning, when the fake Granny Polyasica came to the guild alone, it was a complete trap, and it was specifically targeted at me. Rastilos, why do the people with the Devil's Heart appear here? But, the smell of the fake Granny Polyasica seems to be different from the missing body created by Lasteros. Could it be that the Devil's Heart sent someone else? Putting these mysteries together, Emoi really didn't think clearly for a while. In my impression, the first large-scale operation of Devil's Heart was during the Fairy Tale Guild's S-Class Wizard assessment. But there are still several months left before the assessment, which is far away. Could it be that they have to act in advance? If the Devil's Heart really has a plan, it will probably be detrimental to the guild. But what exactly are they going to do? It seems that we have to find the true form of Rastilos and beat him until he tells the truth. Chapter 66 The First Battle with the Devil's Heart. The 6 demon generals have been destroyed and transformed into witches. Previously, Emoi and Myra Jane destroyed the Evil Spirit Temple, a guild affiliated with Gate of Hades. Now someone with a Devil's Heart is targeting him again. Emoi couldn't help but smack his lips. I have only been in this world for less than a few months, and I have made a lot of enemies. Just the 3 dark guilds of Balam Alliance have already become involved with me. Keep moving forward along the path in the forest. Emoi also gradually felt that the magical atmosphere full of hostility to him was getting closer and closer. It seems that more than one person has come. Speaking of Devil's Heart, Emoi doesn't like most of the members, but only 2 of them can make him pay special attention. There are 7 powerful magicians under Demon Heart, called the 7 Families of Purgatory. One of the people Emoi is interested in is Urza, the leader of the 7 Families of Purgatory. Since birth, Urza has been mistakenly sent to the Magic Development Bureau by her mother Urza because her magic power was too strong and she had a high fever. As a result, the then director Brian used it for in vivo experiments. Although Urza escaped by chance, he misunderstood his mother Ura, and eventually went astray and became a member of the Dark Guild. It was for this reason that Emoi used thunderous means to kill Brian. If there is a chance, Emoi would like to chat with her, even. Emoi has made a plan in his mind to save Ulu. The other person is Hades, the president of the Devil's Heart. In other words, his real name is not Hades, but Presato. He was one of the founders of Fairy Tale and the 2nd president of the guild. However, due to his obsession with magic, he fell into the abyss of dark magic and was unable to extricate himself, and eventually founded the Dark Guild Demon's Heart. As long as you don't meet President Presato, it's more than enough to deal with the others. But the most important thing is to find out what the purpose of their appearance is. With the deepening of the Haze Forest, the cliff at the end is right in front of you. Emoi gently pushed aside the last clump of vegetation blocking his view. Not far away, 3 powerful magical auras suddenly erupted, and the pressure generated cut off the fragile grass stems under their feet. Among the 7 descendants of Purgatory, 3 of them came at once. They are enough to look up to me. A touch of solemnity appeared on Emoi's face, and he raised his eyes to look at the 3 people standing in front of the cliff. The person on the far left is Rastilos, who he met just now. Compared with just now, Rastilos' aura was a bit stronger at this time. It seems that this time it is me. The person on the right has messy blonde hair, which seems to have not been taken care of for a long time and looks very sloppy. Emoi is also no stranger to him. Zenr, the god-destroying mage of fire, is also a difficult guy. As for the old woman in the middle of Zenr and Lista, Emoi just met her in the guild not long ago, the fake Granny Porosa. So far she has not revealed her true identity. When he saw Emoi walking forward slowly with no fear on his face, Zenr could not help but show a hint of arrogance on his bloodthirsty face. I really don't know how to live or die. I just have a few more dragon-slaying crystals in my body, so I feel like I'm not afraid of anything. I will let you know when we fight each other later that the dragon-slaying magic you are so proud of is nothing but scum in front of me. Facing Zenr's ridicule, Emoi didn't want to talk nonsense with him. Both are slaying magic. Dragon Slayer and God Slayer can both consume the same elemental magic, but this does not mean that God Slayer magic is superior to others. In terms of rarity, those who master dragon-slaying magic are more or less related to dragons, and God-slaying magic can be learned by oneself from some relevant classics. If there was a real fight, the real competition would be the level of magic power, and god-destroying magic would not have much of an advantage. Lista on the side pushed up his glasses and spoke in an equally irritating tone. There is no need to kill a chicken with a big knife. He has been harassed all the way by the monster I created. It is estimated that he doesn't have much magic power left now. We don't even need to do it ourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, Lista clapped his hands, and suddenly the ground cracked and the mountains shook, making a huge sound that shook the mountains and forests. Roar. A ferocious crack was torn open on the cliff, and then the roar of wild beasts came from inside. Sensing the danger coming from below, Emoi immediately jumped to the top of a tall tree behind him to observe. The cracks keep growing. Under Rastalosa's constant summons, a dragon-shaped monster covered in steel armor actually flew out of the crack with wings that covered the sky. Since you are a dragon slayer mage, you might as well try facing my dragon-shaped guardian beast, Balukushas of Hate. Let's see if you can slay the dragon, or will you be slain by the dragon? This dragon-shaped monster is the largest monster Emoi has ever seen. The size is even larger than the house I live in. Facing the dragon-shaped monster's fierce roar and strong sense of oppression, Emoi narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this another monster created by using the Arc of Embodiment? Roar. The dragon-shaped monster flapped its wings and swooped down from midair. Head straight for Emoi. The roots of the wooden dragon are entangled. Ate the bark along the way. The large amount of wood energy in Emoi's body was released together before it could be converted into magic power everywhere in the body. Just under the crack where the dragon-shaped monster emerged from the ground, two thick green vines suddenly rose up and intertwined with each other at an extremely terrifying growth rate, standing upright in front of Emoi. But compared to the huge dragon-shaped monster, no matter how strong the vines are, they are only like two thin bean sprouts. Overestimating your own capabilities. Lista sneered. The heavy body of the dragon-shaped monster attacked at high speed, breaking through bamboos without even paying attention to the vines. But when he was about to attack Emoi, his body suddenly became unable to move and froze in place. Lista was stunned for a moment. What's going on? I saw that the beard of the wooden dragon, which was inconspicuous just now, had wrapped around the limbs of the dragon-shaped monster at some point. Not only that, the slender branches are spreading crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye, until the monster's sharp claws and huge body are all restrained. Lista finally came to his senses and waved his arms wildly to control the dragon-shaped monster, trying to break free from the vines. But instead of breaking at all, the vines shrank tighter and tighter. Thanks to the large amount of bark Emoi swallowed, the wood dragon's beard's toughness is particularly amazing at this time. No matter how incredible the Arc of Embodiment is, the strength of the creatures created is also linked to the caster's own magic power. If the caster is a novice, the monsters that manifest will be equally vulnerable. Emoi spoke in a deep voice, raised the palm of his right hand and made a fist lightly. The wooden dragon's beard suddenly shrank and tightened, locking the dragon-shaped monster imprisoned in it, and instantly turned into scattered and broken magic stars and dissipated. Rastalosa looked pale. The dragon-shaped guardian beast that he was so proud of had destroyed countless villages and towns. Even if they meet some famous magicians, they will be trampled under the feet of dragon beasts without exception. At this moment, Emoi was able to resolve it so easily, and the fake Polyasica, who had never spoken, was no longer as relaxed as she was at the beginning. Chapter 67 Instant Kill of Zenr, The Birth of an Actor? Based on the information held by the Devil's Heart, Emoi joined the Fairy Tale Guild not long ago. He has 8 dragon-slaying magic crystals with different properties in his body, and his strength is quite impressive. But through recent battles, they seem to have discovered that Emoi is not as powerful as rumored. Rumor has it that Emoi defeated Jelal and stopped the Tower of Paradise. But in fact, according to the Devil's Heart investigation, Emoi did not directly kill Jelal at that time. Jelal went berserk and out of control entirely because of his impulse to absorb the magic elf power. And in the battle with the 6 demon generals, Emoi seemed to be afraid of President Wu and deliberately withheld the prayers of other members, so he did not release President Wu. From this information, Devil's Heart deduced Emoi only has some special abilities and can see some combat secrets or weaknesses of his opponents, but his magic power is not very strong at all. As for the 8 attributes of the dragon-slaying magic crystal, it is probably just a guise to bluff people. Therefore, when the 3 Lasteros were sent to assassinate Emoi at the same time, they felt that it was something out of a molehill. Killing one Emoi would mean dispatching 3 of the 7 families of Purgatory at the same time? However, judging from the current situation, the situation seems to have undergone some subtle changes. Emoi's strength seems to be much stronger than they imagined. Don't use such low-level magic to embarrass yourself. The sound of sneers reached his ears, causing Rastylos to blush on the spot. After all, Emoi had the upper hand in the previous confrontation. If he wanted to ridicule himself, forget it. After all, his skills were inferior to others. But the taunter was not Emoi, but his teammate, Zenr. Lasteros turned his head stiffly. You. What's wrong with me? Zenr raised his eyebrows, his expression even more disdainful, but purple-black flames quietly floated out from his fingertips. Purple-black is the exclusive color of magic power for all god-destroying magicians. Next, let me tell you how to use magic. The Fist of the Fire God. Under the blessing of purple and black flames, Zenr's fist swung through the air like a burning meteor, hitting Emoi's vital points directly with every move. Steel skin. The moment he was about to make contact, Emoi quickly strengthened his body defense and put his elbows on his chest. Take Zenr's attack head-on. The fist of his left hand quietly retreated under his body, thunder rolling in his palm. Zenr indulged in his ferocious offensive, the flames on his body became more and more intense, and he easily suppressed Emoi. Seeing Emoi struggling to resist, the ground slowly cracked under his feet, and Zenr became even more wanton and rampant. What a useless dragon. No matter how many kinds of magic you master, you can't defeat the god-destroying power that is superior to the power of dragons. Zenr didn't finish his words. The voice gradually became smaller. It wasn't until Emoi was suppressed until he was almost defeated that he discovered the golden electro-optical ball the size of a sandbag on Emoi's left fist. Although small in size, it is filled with extremely refined thunder magic power. It has obviously been saved for a long time. The expression on Emoi's face showed a hint of relief. The steel skin receded, and a small amount of the purple-black flames burned into his skin, causing a slight sting. Emoi didn't care. At this time, he had already focused all his attention on the next attack. Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. The left fist wrapped around golden thunder and electric arc suddenly shot out. Zenr's face was suddenly swallowed up in horror, and he hastily mobilized the flames all over his body, frantically bombarding the front. But it was unable to cause any obstruction to the violent offensive of Thunder and Lightning Collapse Fist. Under the golden light, the god-destroying flame was eclipsed. In Zenr's horrified sight, Emoi's attack had the potential to break bamboos, and he punched his body with a punch. Bang! Dazzling lightning flashed past. When several people regained their sight again, Zenkeluo's body had already been blown away by the collapse fist and fell down the cliff. Don't know life or death. When the fake Polyasica and Lasteros who stayed aside saw this, their expressions became increasingly ugly. Zenr, one of the 7 families of Purgatory. Was he just killed like that? Emoi, on the other hand, stared at the fake Polyasica, carefully feeling the magical aura emanating from her body. Confirm again and again. This magical aura doesn't look like a dummy created by Lasteros using the Arc of Manifestation, but more like a wizard using transformation magic to change his appearance. Transformation magic? She won't be Sister Lei, right? Sister Lei was talking about Urutaya. As soon as Urusha was born, her mother Uru couldn't stop crying because of joy, so she named her Urusha. Emoi still calls her Sister Lei as a habit. In order to verify whether the other party was Urutaya, Emoi's brain was running rapidly and he was planning on it. At that moment, the magical aura that was about to burst out of his body was suppressed and all was taken back into his body. Storm Dragon Wings. White wings gradually appeared on the back. Compared with usual, the luster is much duller, even faintly illusory, and may disappear at any time. Emoi's face was pale, as if the blow to Zenr just now had consumed all the magic power in his body. Wings bloom. Emoi glanced at the 2 Lasteros not far away with a hint of fear and guilt, then turned around and staggered a few steps. Stumbled off the cliff and took off. Although he moved quickly and flapped his wings vigorously, his flying speed never increased to a high speed. Emoi secretly complained, "This is my first time acting, I don't know if I can get through it." And the other side. All Emoi's actions were seen by Lasteros and fake Polyasica. Lasteros said awkwardly, he was running in such a hurry. He seemed to be afraid that we would catch up. Polyasica noticed something was wrong. It was clear that Emoi was acting with ease just a second before he unleashed his attack and hit Zenr, but now he was panicking and about to run away. Have to be suspicious. But then I thought about it. Now that Zenr was knocked off the cliff and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead, what if Emoi was allowed to leave? For the Devil's Heart, this battle not only yields no gains but suffers heavy losses, it may even expose the plan. Thinking of this, Polyasica gritted her teeth and said loudly, "Make a pair of wings and come out immediately, we must catch up with him." Rastylos hesitated slightly, but he still ran the magic power across his eyes, and 2 pairs of wings appeared on their backs. "Let's go," Polyasica shouted from the air. But Lasteros remained where he was, hesitating and saying, "How about you go after Emoi yourself? He has no magic power now. You can definitely deal with it alone. I'll go find Zenr." When he said this, Lasteros himself didn't believe it. He and Zenr both have perverse personalities and are usually not very harmonious. What's more, before Zenr took action just now, he severely mocked his manifestation arc as a shameful thing. How could Rilos be so concerned about Zenr's life and death? He just saw Emmoi's terrifying explosive power and was worried that if something unexpected happened, he would end up falling off a cliff and die. Only then did I find an excuse. And after working together for so long, how could poor Lyusica not know his true inner thoughts? However, due to the emergency situation, poor Lyusica just glanced at him coldly, then turned around and flew into the air, quickly pursuing Emoi. Useless trash. Chapter 68 Urza. Blood sacrifice? Through the tentative fight just now, Emoi also had a rough estimate of the strength of the 7 families of Purgatory. Even if they don't underestimate the enemy, Zenr and Lista can't be their opponents if they attack together. While thinking, Emoi suddenly felt the magic power fluctuation coming from behind him, and looked back. With insight, poor Lyusica was manipulating a pair of crystal blue wings created by the Arc of Embodiment to chase towards her crazily. She's the only one chasing her. That would be much easier. Emoi controlled the flying speed. Speeding up a little not only delays the time for him to be caught up, but also prevents poor Lyusica from becoming suspicious. On the other side, they were looking for a landing place. The waterfall in front seems good. It should be far enough away. Even if Rilos notices it, he won't be able to get through it for a while. After making up your mind, Emoi gathered his strength, his wings glowed a little brighter, and he galloped towards the open space above the waterfall. Poor Lyusica is still in pursuit. In her opinion, Emoi was at the end of his rope. Even if he chose to land, at most he would just want to hide in the mountains and forests with complex terrain, so that it would be easier to escape. Accompanied by the sound of rushing water from the waterfall next to him, Emoi stood firmly on the grass with his feet. Different from the darkness of the hazy forest, the trees here are slightly sparse, just enough to see the bright sunshine. The scenery is not bad, but now is obviously not the time to appreciate it. About half a minute later, Polyasica also arrived, landing only a dozen steps away from Emoi. For a magician, this distance is enough to attack the opponent at any time. Poor Lyusica said calmly, if I guessed correctly, the last magic power in your body has been used up, right? Emoi smiled helplessly, neither denying nor confirming. Do we have to kill them all? In poor Lyusica's view. At this time, Emoi seemed to have recognized his inevitable death and seemed to have no intention of resisting anymore. Poor Lyusica shook her head lightly and activated the magic power in her body. Do you have any last words to say? Emoi sighed softly and said slowly, before you take action, I have one more question. Oh. Poor Lyusica raised her eyebrows slightly, with some caution in her eyes. Emoi had a wry smile on his face, saying that he must let me know the truth when he is about to die. I know you are not Granny poor Lyusica, so, can you let me see your true face? Is that all? The doubts in poor Lyusica's heart disappeared immediately. She chuckled, and a transformation magic circle flashed under her feet. Forget it, I'll let you die and understand. Under Emoi's gaze, the light covered Poryasica's body and then gradually dissipated. The old mother-in-law turned into a young woman in white plain clothes in the blink of an eye. The woman is tall, has particularly beautiful facial features, and has black silk stockings hanging down like a waterfall. Her temperament is not inferior to that of the beauties from the fairy tale guild. Looking at her beautiful face with a slight smile, Emoi felt at ease. As expected, it's you, Sister Lei. Same as previous guess. The other party is indeed Urza? Introduce yourself. The heart of the devil, one of the 7 descendants of Purgatory, Urza, uses the lost arc of time magic. But, since joining the devil's heart, I have countless dead souls under my command. Knowing this seems to be of no use to you, Urza lazily fiddled with the hair hanging down by his ears, and played with a light green crystal ball in his right hand. The way he looks at Emoi is like a hunter looking at his prey that is tightly trapped in a trap. Really? Emoi breathed a long sigh of relief. The long-suppressed magic power in his body was finally released and no longer had to be hidden. Urza's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with astonishment. You actually still have so much magic left. Emoi spread his hands. If you don't deliberately hold back, how could you follow me obediently? Although he had just used the most consuming thunder magic power, Zenr was too inexperienced and was killed in one blow. Naturally, there is still a lot of magic left in Emoi's body. It's just that they keep pretending to numb the other party. Urza paused for a moment, with a cloud on his face, and said in a low voice, you don't think you can defeat me even if you attract me here. I'm not like Zenr and Lista. I was personally promoted by President Hades, the head of the 7 familiars of Purgatory. The words fell. The terrifying magic power fluctuations were centered on Urza and shook all around. The birds in the forest were frightened and they flapped their wings and fled into the sky. Even Emoi feels a lot of pressure. Even if we look at the entire younger generation of magicians in the kingdom of Fiori, Urza's talent can also be regarded as one of the best. After all, when she was just born, she suffered from high fever due to excessive magic power. In terms of magical power alone, she is not even inferior to Jelal, who was once listed among the Holy 10 in the form of his missing body. Coupled with the assistance of the lost magic arc of time and the magical guidance Hades has given her over the years, Urza is definitely an opponent that cannot be underestimated. Emoi's eyes couldn't help but look a little more solemn, and he quickly analyzed the battle plan in his heart. Sister Lei's magic is the Arc of Time, which can make the shape of anything go back to the past or push it into the future. If you use wood magic, the vines will wither, iron magic will rust, and other types of magic will be more or less affected and weakened. However, I remember that this kind of time-changing magic cannot work on living organisms other than plants, right? Looking at Urza, who was still confronting him, Emoi simply hesitated. His right hand turned into an iron blade and was aimed at his waist and abdomen. The bright red blood immediately flowed out, dripping down his thighs and even dripping on the grass at his feet. Grandma is ABCH, she hit a bit hard, it still hurts. Although he felt miserable inside, Emoi still pretended to be fine and calmly stated his intentions. As long as I incorporate my own blood into the magic, your Arc of Time won't be able to neutralize my attack, right? Urza tilted his head, non-committal. The information is indeed correct. You have the ability to see through your opponent's weaknesses. This must have been the failure of the 6 demon generals before, right? But I also said that I am the leader of the 7 descendants of Purgatory, and I don't just know the Arc of Time magic. Ice-shape Rose Garden. Urza's fist seal was closed on one side of his body, the posture was exactly the same as Gray and Leo's, and the ice magic was ready to come out. Emoi couldn't help but sigh, as expected of Ulu's daughter, the magic power is so strong. Speaking of which, she can be regarded as Gray's little senior sister. In the blink of an eye, a huge and exquisite purple ice rose bloomed in front of Urza. It continued to thrive on branches also made of ice, and spread to Emoi in an instant. As one of Urza's most powerful ice modeling magics, it can create a large number of thorns and roses in an instant, both offensively and defensively. Emoi is trapped in it at this moment. Urza said coldly, because of a very disgusting woman, I rarely use ice modeling magic, today I will make an exception to kill you. Then I'm really honored. Despite the teasing, Emoi is very aware of the current situation. If you don't take any measures, you can wait for the roses and thorns to greet you, and you will be crushed to death at any time. Chapter 69 The Power of the 4 Dragons? A breakthrough in the secret of dragon slaying? Look around. Speaking of which, is there a waterfall next to it? It's just a good place to borrow the power of water. I just don't know if you can help me break through the power of Dragon Slayer mystery. After mastering magic for several months, Emoi has become familiar with the operation of dragon slaying power. Just as he realized in the consciousness space before, as long as the elemental magic power corresponding to the crystal appears around him, the secret of dragon slaying can be broken through at any time. Now, under the cliff behind is the rapid river. It just provides the 4th source of magic power, the water element. The opportunity has arisen. In the dark space of Mingxiao and Hui Dark, the 3 dragon-slaying crystals of fire, electricity, and wind were still shining brightly. And under the constant stimulation of Emoi's consciousness, in an inconspicuous corner, a piece of blue fusiform crystal finally came to life, exuding a magical atmosphere. The mind returns to reality. The magic circle suddenly appeared under Emoi's feet, and 4 magic beams of different colors surged out, crisscrossing from his feet until they wrapped around his whole body. The blood flowing out of the wound on his waist also began to flow back and condense, immediately dyeing the magic power surrounding him blood red. The dragon-killing power suddenly activated. The waterfall behind him surged wildly, creating huge waves in an instant, and within the wave, you can even vaguely see the shadow of a giant blue dragon, roaring in waves. Emoi's eyes were bright, and he slowly stretched out his arms, gradually bringing the huge power of the surging wave back into his control. The secret of dragon slaying. Dragon swims in the wilderness. Magic bursts. The blood-colored dragon-slaying power carried a devastating force, and together with the frenzy behind it, it swelled and bombarded the blossoming ice roses in front of Urza. Hold it. Urza clenches her silver teeth, and the magic power of modeling is constantly infused into her body, strengthening the thorn rose. But the dragon's roar that kept disturbing his ears made him unable to concentrate. And under the double erosion of the wave and the dragon-slaying power, in just a few seconds, a small crack suddenly appeared on the originally delicate rose. Urza's face suddenly turned pale. Under her horrified gaze, the cracks were instantly magnified and spread all over the rose and thorn branches, like fine spider webs. Suddenly shattered? How is it possible? At this moment, Urza no longer had any defense in front of him, and he watched helplessly as the illusory dragon pounced on him. Broken. When Emoi saw this, he hurriedly suppressed the originally majestic magic power and took the initiative to reduce its power. If I accidentally kill Sister Lei, I'm afraid I'll have to slap myself twice when I wake up in the middle of the night. Fortunately, at the moment when the terrifying power of the dragon-slaying secret was about to explode, Emoi stepped back from the brink in time to minimize the damage caused. But even so, Urza still suffered serious injuries in the bombardment just now, and now it is difficult to even stand up. The originally neat clothes became torn, revealing some tender skin. Emoi breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I stopped the car. But although this dragon-slaying secret is powerful, it consumes too much. I'm afraid I don't have much magic power left now. Gently putting away the magical aura on his body, Emoi walked slowly to the side of Urza, who fell to the ground, leaned over and asked, "Let's talk." Urza held on to the ground with one hand and tried to stand up, but was unable to do so. He could only glare at Emoi and respond coldly, "You win? If you want to kill me, just kill me. I have nothing to talk about with you." Ahem, I want to know something about what you went through before joining the Devil's Heart Guild. Emoi said. It's none of your business. If you want to kill, just kill. After Urza finished speaking, he stubbornly turned his head to one side and ignored Emoi's words. Emoi touched his nose in disgrace. Speaking of which, Urza at this time still believed in Ziraf, the ancestor of the Black Mage, and had a grudge against her mother Uro. It seemed that no matter what he said, she couldn't listen. This can't be blamed on Urza. When she was a child, she had a high fever due to excessive magic power. Her mother, Ulu, sent her to the Magic Development Bureau for treatment, but she unexpectedly met Brian. While Brian was conducting various inhuman experiments on Urza, he also lied to Urza that her daughter was dead. Then, the frustrated Uru accepted Leo and Grey as disciples to ease the pain of losing his daughter. As for Urza, he escaped from the Magic Development Bureau by chance and ran back home desperately. However, he discovered that his mother, Uru, seemed to be getting along very well with Grey Leo's 2 apprentices, and mistakenly believed that he had been abandoned by his mother. Since then, Urza voluntarily returned to the Magic Development Bureau out of resentment. After many twists and turns, he entered the heart of the devil and learned the lost arc of time magic from President Hades. Anyway, we have to find a way to eliminate her misunderstanding about her mother first, right? Emoi scratched his head and looked around subconsciously. Even though he had just activated Dragon Slayer Mystery to borrow the power of the water, the flow of the waterfall behind him had not diminished at all and was still rapid. Wait a minute. I thought I heard Macau say it when we were chatting before. There is the largest river in the Haze Forest that leads directly to the ocean. Isn't it right here at the waterfall? No matter what, let's treat a dead horse as a living horse doctor. Thinking of this, Emoi returned to Urza. His eyes were slightly apologetic, and he said softly, I'm offended? What are you going to do? An ominous premonition suddenly arose in Urza's heart, and she asked alertly. But Emoi couldn't help but lowered his body, stretched out his arms and directly picked up Urza's voluptuous thighs, and carried her entire body on his shoulders. Let me go? What are you going to do? Urza was startled by this sudden frivolous behavior. When she reacted, she was already lying on Emoi's shoulder. You madman? What on earth do you want to do? Urza struggled desperately to resist, beating Emoi on the back. Emoi was beaten so hard that it hurt. Relax, Sister Lei, I won't eat you. Emoi said helplessly, walking towards the waterfall in front of him step by step. Sister Lei. Hearing this incomprehensible name, Urza was a little dazed for a moment. But it only lasts a few seconds. The moment I was stunned was forced to end. Because she had been thrown directly from the top of the waterfall by Emoi. Chapter 70 Dusty Memories. How to save Uru. Now, Urza only felt that his body was sinking uncontrollably. Emoi's figure above his sight became smaller and smaller, and the sound of rushing water in his ears became more and more noisy. Sure enough, he still wants to kill me. Urza closed her eyes in despair, waiting for death to come. But his body did not fall into the water like this. Instead, he felt a pair of warm arms hugging him again, and his falling speed was immediately relieved. Urza opened his eyes and looked confused. What caught his eye was Emoi's smiling face. Emoi said cheerfully, Hey, I'm just kidding you. Seeing that Emoi's attitude kept erratic, Urza suddenly raised his eyebrows and asked angrily, What do you want to do, Gildarts? It's a pity that the words are not finished yet. She and Emoi sank into the water together. Emoi thought to himself, it all depends on luck. If this river really leads to the sea, maybe it can help Sister Lei retrieve the memory of her mother Ulu. Underwater, Urza tried his best and finally broke free from Emoi's arm. But just as she was preparing to swim upstream, a figure that had been away from her for many years gradually appeared in her mind. Damn it! Why do you think of her now? Urza hit the top of his head hard. But not only did the blurry figure not disappear, but it gradually became clearer, turning his head and smiling at himself. It seemed like it was so close. Urza. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Urza clearly heard the other party calling his name and reaching out to him. Go away, I don't want to see you. Seeing Urza's disgusted resistance, the shadow showed disappointment, turned its head and dissipated into a beam of light. I don't know why, even though he rejected the other party with his own hands, Urza felt twisted in his heart. It's strange why I suddenly thought of these things. I have to get out of here quickly. Just when Urza was about to leave the water again, another picture flashed before his eyes, which was clearer than before. In the screen, a young woman with short black hair was holding a baby in her arms, almost kneeling at the door, and kept saying in a pleading tone, Please save my daughter Urza. She was born with too much magic power and has a high fever. If she continues like this, she will die. Please save her. Urza was startled. The woman in the picture is none other than her mother Ulu, who has been dead for 10 years. Is this a story from my childhood? It turns out that she sent me to the Magic Development Bureau because of my high fever. I still feel that I was abandoned by her on purpose. Urza looked bitter. The scene changes. The same lens, the same location, standing in front of Ulu is still the group of masked people from the Magic Development Bureau. We have said many times that your daughter was dead when she was brought here, and now even her body has been disposed of. Get out of here quickly. No, no way, didn't you promise me that you could cure Urza? But she is indeed dead. There is no point in making trouble. The people from the Magic Development Bureau mercilessly sentenced Ulu to her daughter's death, and then drove her away. Urusha's heart felt like being stabbed by a sharp knife, bleeding continuously. I was obviously still alive at that time. Mom, she was deceived by those people. The images keep alternating. Urusha saw scenes from her mother's lifetime. Life must go on. Later, Uru successively accepted 2 disciples, Leo and Gray, and devoted almost all of his love for his daughter to these 2 disciples. But even so, whenever he saw Uridia's childhood clothes, Uru couldn't help but hide in the corner and whimper. As the picture freezes in the final scene, the dark night sky was illuminated by fire, and Uru faced the demon Deliara alone. In order to completely dispel the shadow in Gray's heart. In the end, he chose to use absolute ice to seal Deliara forever at the cost of his life. No. Urusha came back to his senses and frantically stretched out his arms to grab forward, trying to save Uru who had melted into ice. The picture stopped abruptly and disappeared suddenly. The side of the river was still under the water's surface, which stung my eyes. The desperate Urusha closed his eyes in pain and completely relaxed his body. How about, just die in this memory? Then, we can see my mother again in heaven. Just when Urusha's consciousness became blurred, a force suddenly came from behind, hugged his waist, and began to slowly float up. Call. Holding Urusha in his arms, he emerged from the water again. Emoi breathed a long sigh of relief, grabbed the edge of the grass on one side with his right hand, and pulled Urusha ashore together. After narrowly escaping from suicide, Urusha looked in a daze and asked blankly, "Why do you still need to save me?" Emoi rolled his eyes, took off his shirt and wrung out the water drops, then sighed, and said, "I know you have been greatly wronged. But don't blame yourself, it's not your fault. Besides, if your mother was still alive, she certainly wouldn't want to see you giving up on yourself." Seeing that Urusha didn't respond, Emoi coughed twice tactically and added, "By the way, I didn't mean anything by throwing you into the water just now. I just helped you see those pictures. Uru is a great magician. Deliara's seal has been broken, and the melted ice has flowed into the sea. As her flesh and blood, I think you should be able to see those important memories of her life." Wow. Emoi hasn't finished speaking yet. Next to him, Urusha squatted on the ground and immediately buried his head in his knees like a child and cried loudly. Emoi was startled at first, and originally wanted to coax him, but seeing Urusha's uncomfortable expression with nowhere to vent, he still couldn't speak. The cry spread throughout the forest. Emoi waited quietly. For a long time. Looking at Urusha, who was already crying and his mood had eased slightly, Emoi sighed and asked immediately, "Okay, now that you're done venting your emotions, can you talk to me?" Urusha's eyes were red and he looked at Emoi sadly. "What do you want to talk about?" "Let's talk about how to let you see Uru again." Looking at Emoi's determined and sincere eyes, Urusha's lips trembled slightly, and a hint of hope flashed in his eyes again. Chapter 71 Eclipse Gate? Emoi's promise? Actually, even though I keep saying I hate my mother, the person I want to see the most is her. Otherwise, I wouldn't learn the Arc of Time magic. But over the years, no matter how powerful the magic power I have mastered, I have discovered that the Arc of Time cannot resurrect the dead. President Hades told me that as long as I follow him to create the era of great magic, there may be a glimmer of life, so I have stayed in the heart of the devil all these years. After briefly recounting his experience, Urusha immediately asked Emoi impatiently, "So, do you really have a way to help me save my mother?" Emoi said seriously, "I don't dare to say it's 100%, but I can at least give it a try." Urusha's eyes couldn't help but be a little more suspicious. "I must warn you first. If you study the magic of resurrecting the dead, you will be cursed by God like Zenr." Emoi nodded. "Of course I know this. But since we can't resurrect the dead, we might as well change our thinking? What if we go back in time and solve the cause of Uru's death?" The more Urutaya listened, the more mysterious it became, and the look in his eyes at Emoi became more and more unreliable. "Go back in time? How is this possible? You must know that even your own arc of time is not enough to support traveling back to the past across time and space." But Emoi didn't seem too concerned and changed the topic. "Devil's Heart made sufficient preparations before assassinating me, which is enough to show that you have a fairly reliable intelligence network for gathering information. Am I right?" Urusha nodded angrily. Emoi continued, "But, even if we look at the entire kingdom, I'm afraid only a few people in the royal family know about this matter. 400 years ago, in order to defeat Aknowledge, the magicians at that time created a device that connected the past, present and future, called the Eclipse Gate. The magic of the Eclipse Gate is different from your arc of time. It is enough to support people to go back to the past or go to the future. I'm thinking that if we can make good use of the Eclipse Gate, we might be able to go back to the day when Uru fought with Deliara and prevent her from using absolute ice." This is also the plan that Emoi had been conceiving before meeting Urusha. He didn't want to be like Zenr, who was cursed for resurrecting the dead and suffered hundreds of years to remain immortal. Eclipse Gate is the safest way. After all, while watching anime, Emoi had seen Lucy from the future travel to the present and try to change history, and finally succeeded. Seeing Emoi's serious look, Urutaya asked the letter, "Where is the Eclipse Gate now?" "Royal Palace. But it's useless for you to know that the Gate of Eclipse will not open until enough magic power is absorbed." Emoi spread his hands and said calmly, "Then what's the use of all this?" Perhaps because he was too eager to see his mother, Urdia suddenly became a little annoyed. "But according to Emoi's character, naturally, I can't coddle her at this time. Hey, I've tolerated you for a long time from just now. If you don't choke when you talk, will you die? After saying the words fiercely, Emoi directly reached out and pinched one of Urusha's cheeks, and squeezed it hard. It wasn't until Urutaya struggled and cried out in pain that Emoi slowly stopped. I have to say, this is the first time he pinched a little girl's face. It feels delicate, smooth, and elastic, and I really want to poke it twice. Even though it was stained with some snot from crying just now, but it's harmless. Urusha rubbed his face that was red from being pinched, and whispered, just. I was too impatient just now, don't mind. Forget it, forget it. Emoi waved his hand and continued. The opening of the Eclipse Gate requires two conditions. The first is to absorb enough magic power, and the second is the Star Spirit Key of the Zodiac. Both are indispensable. Don't worry about the key to the Zodiac, I will take care of it. As for absorbing the magic power, you will have to wait for a while, even a few years. But I can make a guarantee with you. When the time comes, I will work with you across time and space to change the trajectory of Ulu's life. In addition, regarding everything about the Eclipse Gate, you can investigate it yourself in the future to see if what I said is true or false. Urutaya bit her red lips with her teeth. It wasn't until Emoi finished explaining a lot of things eloquently that she asked timidly, but, why do you want to help me? Well, just think of it as helping Gray realize his long-cherished wish. Emoi scratched his head and hesitated. In fact, Emoi's regrets about the Ulu mother and daughter are also deep in his heart, and naturally he will not stand idly by. Emoi immediately asked, then what are your plans next? Are you going to return to the Devil's Heart and become Hades's 7 descendants of Purgatory? Urusha hesitated. Although Emoi has proposed a way for her to see Ulu again, it is still unknown whether it is feasible. By following Hades, you can at least have a little more hope. But once she returns to the heart of the devil, it means that she will continue to slaughter lives as a dark guild, and her hands will continue to be stained with blood. If one day I really see my mother Ulu again, let her know her identity as a witch. Urusha could no longer imagine that situation. Emoi looked at the distant sky meaningfully, and then said, I can understand your dilemma. I have an idea now, do you want to hear it? What can I do? You must have heard about the collective escape of the 6 demon generals from prison some time ago, right? Urutaya frowned slightly, that was also done by you. Emoi smiled and said nothing. After I brought them out of prison, I established an independent guild called the Witch's Sin, and asked them to clean up the Dark Guild that was raging on this continent. I promised them that as long as they persist until the day when the Dark Guild is completely destroyed, they will receive an amnesty from the kingdom and their innocence will be restored. Urusha seemed to hear the implication of Emoi's words. You mean, let me join them to defeat the Dark Guild? Emoi said, I do mean this, but I don't want you to go find them now. Then, when should I go? Urusha asked confused. Let's talk about it after we meet next time. Next time, meet. Emoi smiled, if my guess is correct, your assassination operation is not just targeting me, right? Your target is actually the entire Fairy Tale Guild. Urusha was startled, a look of astonishment slowly emerged, and he couldn't help but look at Emoi with a bit more surprise and fear. After a long time, she finally said hoarsely, I finally know how the 6 demon generals fell into your hands. Apparently, everyone at Devil's Heart had previously made a fatal error in their judgment regarding Emoi's intelligence. Originally, in Urutaya's opinion, Emoi could only do some tricks at best. But it wasn't until now that she realized how much depth lurked in this seemingly elegant goblin. Chapter 72 So life, she is as bitter as a song. Urusha said slowly, President Hades has been eyeing your guild a long time ago, and as far as I know, he will personally lead the entire Devil's Heart attack soon. When Emoi heard this, his face also showed a little solemnity. Calculate the time. The Devil's Heart launches a massive attack, probably during Fairy Tale's S-Class Mage assessment in the near future. By then, I'm afraid we'll have to face a tough battle. What's even more terrifying is that once they fight, they may also attract the ultimate boss of this world, the Black Dragon Acknowledger. Urusha continued. In addition to our 7 descendants of Purgatory, Devil's Heart also has a vice president named Brunata. If the assassination attempt on you failed this time, President Hades will definitely not give up. It is very likely that the person who comes to kill you next time will be Brunata. After I go back, if I hear any bad news about Fairy Tale, I will try my best to inform you. Emoi nodded and cast a grateful look at Urusha. Thank you very much. Nothing. But apart from my mother's matter, I have a question to ask you. Ask anything. Emoi said he was all ears. Playing with the crystal ball in his hand, Urusha said, after you practice the Arc of Time to a certain extent, you can predict part of the future by instilling magic power. I have tried it many times before. But just a few months ago, something seemed to have malfunctioned in the Arc of Time, and all the illusions of the future that had been predicted suddenly disappeared. After investigation, I discovered that a small spacetime crack appeared in the sky over the kingdom, which changed the original time trajectory, and the magical aura emanating from the spacetime crack happened to be exactly the same as yours. Emoi was shocked. A few months ago? A rift in space and time? Wouldn't that just correspond to the scene he just traveled through? Emoi thought for a moment and asked in a deep voice, so will the emergence of that spacetime rift have any impact? Urusha shook his head. It's hard to say, but judging from the performance of the crystal ball, many things that were going to happen seem to have some subtle changes. Or, what impact will it have on the flow of time? But the space-time crack doesn't seem to be big. As long as we don't disturb it, it shouldn't have any catastrophic effects. Emoi rubbed his chin, thoughtfully. Is this so? Seeing that Emoi seemed to know nothing about it, Urza stopped asking too much and stood up to drag his limping body away. I'm leaving it to you regarding the Eclipse Gate. Of course. Under a bleak light. Watching Urza leave, Emoi sat on the edge of the waterfall in relief, admiring the scenery while praying silently. So life, she is as bitter as a song. I hope the Eclipse Gate plan can go smoothly. Fate has been too unfair to Urza and her mother, and they have suffered too much. Magnolia. Fairy Tale Guild. The hall was as noisy as ever. Crunch. As the door was pushed open, a short figure entered the hall, walking heavily towards the counter. President? Welcome back. Seeing Makarov, Myra Jane raised a smile and said. Makarov just nodded slightly, his expression still serious. Urza and Natsu are probably still in the guild, right? If you see them, tell them to go to the Haze Forest immediately. Emoi may be in danger. Emoi. Myra Jane suddenly became frightened and uneasy after hearing this. The dinner plate that was originally held in his hand was also dropped to the ground while shaking, making a crisp and shattering sound. No wonder I always feel uneasy today. Mina has been crying and can't be coaxed. President, what happened to Emoi? Makarov looked at the people in the guild who were still fighting without knowing it, lowered his head and said. Natsu said that Emoi was entrusted by Polyasica to go to the Haze Forest to collect some rare medicinal materials. But I just came back from Polyasica, and she said she didn't know anything about it, and she hadn't even been to Magnolia today. Myra Jane became more and more worried and turned around to run away to find Urza. Not even half a step away from the counter. There was a bang sound and the door was forced open in some rough way. I'm back. Everyone, including Makarov and Milej, turned their gazes, and what caught their eyes was Emoi who had not folded the wings of the storm dragon behind him. As soon as they saw Emoi, Macau and Wakaba immediately squeaked out from between their teeth and teased. Hey, isn't this someone? What's his name? It doesn't matter what his name is, you just need to know that he is the only man in the entire guild who enters the women's bathroom. Obviously, they are still brooding over what happened before Emoi set off. These two guys. Emoi laughed and cursed. He walked straight to the counter and greeted Makarov and Myra Jane. Myra Jane and Makarov looked at each other, and after a brief daze, ecstasy instantly filled their faces. It'll be fine if you come back, and everything will be fine. Makarov couldn't help but ask, I heard from Natsu that you seemed to have been called by Polyasica. Emoi shrugged nonchalantly. It's fake. It's probably a naughty kid in town who just learned the magic of transformation, and then deliberately pretended to be Granny Polyasica to play a prank. Regarding the Devil's Heart, Emoi plans to keep silent for the time being. After all, before parting ways in the Haze Forest, Urza promised himself that he would convey all unfavorable news to Fairy Tale to him in a timely manner. There is no need to talk about these things anymore and make Makarov worry. Looking at Marajana's excited expression, and then looking at the broken pieces of the plate at her feet that had not been cleaned up, Emoi could roughly guess what had just happened to them. Don't worry, Myra, I'm fine. Emoi comforted with a smile, leaning down and gently picking up the fragments piece by piece. Let me do it, be careful not to get scratched. Marajana's face was unconsciously filled with a hint of blush. Although he didn't show much on the surface, he started to think wildly in his heart. It would be great if I were Urza. I will definitely give him a big hug at this time. Wait until everything is taken care of. Makarov quietly pulled Emoi aside. Emoi wondered, what's wrong, President? What's going on with the guild? Makarov shook his head, it's not that important. It's about the snake girl you asked Gray to bring back earlier. Chapter 73 The Spicy Blue Man is back? Makarov continued. I went to see Polyasica today. The curse on the snake girl you asked Gray to bring back earlier has been lifted. She is a chubby girl with purple hair. But, it seems that she has lost some memories, and she can't even remember her name. Polyasica named her Kana for the time being. Emoi nodded, and the last stone in his heart fell to the ground. Kana. In the first wave, Granny Lasica was not harmed by the demon's heart. Secondly, Caio Barrios finally returned to his human form, and the agreement with Cobra was completed. Mobai suggested, President, after a while Kana recovers her health and brings her to the guild to work? Myra will be busy taking care of little Mina, so she can also come to help. Makarov readily agreed immediately, with a smile on his face, okay, the guild is going to have new female members. Hee. Another morning of staying in bed. Warm air blew into the bedroom through the screen window, gently caressing Emoi, who was still dating the young lady in a magical dream. He was completely unaware that the table, chairs, and the half-empty juice in the glass were quietly trembling at this moment. As the tremors continued to intensify, drops of juice kept dancing and splashing, resonating with the glass and causing slight displacements. Gradually he came closer to the table. Pa! The crisp sound of the glass breaking reached my ears. Emoi was awakened instantly, sat up, and looked at the messy floor and everything around him that was still trembling. WTF? Was there an earthquake? Maybe it's the instinct engraved in my bones. Emoi casually picked up a pair of shorts, activated the storm dragon wings and quickly broke through the window to escape. Jumping in midair outdoors, Only then did Emoi discover that not only the area near his home, but also the entire town of Magnolia seemed to be shaking violently, with increasing amplitude. A drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Is Magnolia located in some earthquake zone? Just when Emoi thought it was indeed an earthquake, suddenly, a blue messenger bird flew past my eyes. It was small and exquisite and looked quite familiar. Isn't this a mechanical bird that delivers orders? Milage's hometown, Garrick Village, was invaded by demons before. The half-finished order was sent by this bird, and Emoi still remembered it. It's just different from before. This time, the mechanical bird didn't carry any entrusted yellow paper. Instead, it held a trumpet in its mouth. Make a loud announcement every time you fly over a certain distance. Attention, attention, Gildarts is about to return. Magnolia is about to enter Gildarts mode. Please be prepared for all the townspeople. Attention, attention, Gildarts is about to return. Magnolia is about to enter Gildarts mode, so all townspeople should be prepared. Notice. Emoi was stunned immediately. Gildarts? The spicy blue man is back. In Fairy Tale, apart from the President Makarov, the 5 S-class mages are recognized as the most powerful. 3 of them, Emoi, have already been in contact, namely the demon Myra Jane, the fairy queen Urza, and Laxus, who was temporarily expelled from the guild. Although on the eve of the Civil War, when Laxus invited Emoi to join, he claimed to be the strongest member of the Fairy Tale Guild at present. But that's also based on the fact that Gildarts' return from the mission is far away. If Gildarts were present, not even Laxus would dare to claim to be the strongest. Slowly coming back to his senses from the memories, a look of ecstasy gradually appeared on Emoi's face. Finally got a chance to meet the top wizard of Fairy Tale. After a simple wash and tidy up, Emoi activated the wings of the Storm Dragon and flew directly to the Fairy Tale Guild. Taking a bird's-eye view of Magnolia below, its appearance has changed drastically due to the earthquake just now. From the entrance of the town to the Fairy Tale Guild, a long, narrow and straight road leads directly to the 2 places. The houses that were originally blocking the road were also pushed to the left and right due to the tectonic movement just now. Emoi couldn't help but smile bitterly. Is this the Gildarts model? Because Gildarts' magic power is too powerful, and he uses magic that can crush everything. Often because of being in a daze or being distracted while walking, he accidentally completely destroys the building next to him. Therefore, whenever he returns to the guild, Magnolia is always forced to activate Gildarts mode, which can be regarded as a kind of protection for the town. Fairy Tale Guild. In the hall. Bang. Emoi was so excited that he kicked the door open. In the lively guild, the attention of everyone who was originally lined up to welcome him suddenly focused on this. Right in front of Emoi's field of vision, a middle-aged man in black robe whom he had never met before slowly turned back. This tall and burly middle-aged man looks to be in his 40s, with orange slicked back hair and some small stubble. Looks a little sloppy. It seemed that he was looking at Emoi's face. The uncle's eyes were wide and small, and his expression was a little confused. 0.0? Before Emoi could speak, Makarov jumped down from the counter where he usually sat and walked directly between the 2 of them. Let me introduce you. Emoi, this is Gildarts, the strongest fighter in Fairy Tale, whom I mentioned to you before. Gildas, this is Emoi who has joined the guild less than half a year ago. He is a very strong newcomer. Upon hearing Makarov's introduction, Gildarts nodded thoughtfully and extended his right hand in a friendly manner. Emoi also suppressed his inner excitement. Uncle G. Emoi was about to stretch out his hand and shake it with Gildas, but there was a familiar strange scream coming from the door, which immediately attracted his attention. Wow, I heard Gildarts is back? Come and have a good fight with me right away. Before the guild members in the hall could react, they saw a fiery red figure rushing past. Natsu. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu started his hand at 0 frame, bursting out with a blast of hot flames, and struck Gildarts' body with his fire fist. Clear goals and completely ignore other people. Since he and Urza's team have been performing various tasks one after another, Natsu's strength has also grown by leaps and bounds. According to Emoi's observation, most of the people present in the guild would not be able to easily receive the iron fist of the fire dragon from the front, but if the opponent becomes Gildarts, Emoi can only pray that Naz will not be slapped to death. When Gildarts came back to his senses and saw Natsu, he immediately waved his arms happily. Crack. Then he slapped Natsu away. Your way of greeting is very special, Natsu. Yes, is it? In the blink of an eye, Natsu, who was full of energy 1 second, had no fighting spirit and was foaming at the mouth the next. Because Gildarts used too much force, Natsu's body was still embedded in the ceiling at this moment, and he squeezed out a few words from his mouth. Hey, can any kind-hearted person passing by help me to pick it off? Chapter 74. What's in Uncle G's backpack? The members of the guild have long been accustomed to this scene. Natsu is still the same as when he was a child. Every time he meets Gildarts, he goes up to challenge him regardless of his own abilities. Yeah, but the result is the same every time. Either I'm pushed to the ground with a blaster, or I'm knocked to the roof. Ha 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 ha. Gildarts is still as strong as expected. By the way, it has been 3 years since he took on the century-old mission this time, right? I wonder how the completion progress is. Gildas was still greeting everyone enthusiastically. When he heard this, he scratched his head in embarrassment. It's a bit embarrassing to say it, the mission failed. Sure enough, I'm not strong enough to carry it out. Macau, who was watching the excitement on the sidelines, couldn't help but asked in surprise, is that century-old mission so difficult? Gildas nodded silently, with a bitter smile. President Makarov disagreed. It doesn't matter. The Centennial mission is a task that no one has been able to complete since the establishment of the guild. It's good to be able to come back safely. Is this so? After listening to Makarov's explanation, everyone realized how dangerous Gildarts' trip was. Gildarts shook his head as if nothing had happened, and then asked, calculating the time, this year's S-Class Magician assessment will be less than 2 months, right? Yeah, it's another year. Wait a minute, you won't be able to take this exam. Gildas suddenly smiled heartily. This is also one of the purposes of my coming back. 2 months later, I will also appear in the assessment as an instructor. I am looking forward to which lucky child will meet me then. Oh. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone started to discuss again. It seems that this year's S-Class Magician assessment will be more exciting than before. I wonder if I will be qualified for the assessment. Save it, Wakaba, and just be your smoker. At least it's certain that no matter who is the unlucky guy who draws Gildarts, he can declare failure in advance, right? Not necessarily. I think Emoi is pretty good. Among the crowd, someone suddenly said this. After a brief silence, a more heated discussion broke out. It's just that this time, in addition to Gildas and assessment, Emoi was also involved in this topic. Huh? That's right. Hasn't Emoi already had strength comparable to that of the Holy Ten? I'm afraid even the president may not be able to defeat him. I can't wait to see him fight Gildarts. Now, even Gildas's own attention was drawn to it. Oh, Emoi? What a familiar name. Did you hear about it somewhere just now? Why can't you remember? Gildarts tilted his head and thought for a while. For a long time. Then he looked at Emoi, whose face was full of black lines. Uncle G, is my sense of existence that low? Gildarts suddenly realized it, patted Emoi on the shoulder cheerfully and said with a smile, oh, so that Emoi is you. Emoi rolled his eyes speechlessly. How careless is this uncle? Bang. At the same time, Natsu finally fell from the ceiling and fell heavily in front of the two of them, but Natsu couldn't see any frustration on his face. He didn't even have time to pat the dust on his body before he said happily, hey, Gildarts, how about you and Emoi have a fight now? I just want to know who is stronger between the two of you. This. Gildas raised his eyebrows lightly and looked at Emoi next to him, as if asking for advice. To be honest, Emoi has already had the idea of playing against Gildas. Since coming to this world, it seems that I have never encountered an opponent who truly felt helpless. I wonder if Gildas will be the first? I have no objection, Uncle G. Emoi replied with a slight smile. As soon as they heard that there was going to be a fight, everyone in the guild who always liked to watch the fun also echoed. It seems you made the right decision not to go to work today. There is such a good show to watch. Kana? I want to place a bet. I'm betting on Gildarts to win. Wait, where's Kana? I don't know, she is indispensable at times like this in the past. Where did she go today? I guess I'm on a mission, right? No matter, I'll go outside to get the best position first so I can see it clearly later. Looking at the noisy crowd, a trace of bitterness appeared on Gildarts' weather-beaten face, and he spoke slowly and apologetically. To be honest, I'm a little tired after completing the mission. I don't want to participate in any more battles for the time being. I'm sorry everyone. Is this, what a pity. Hearing the sighs from the crowd, Gildas immediately changed the topic and said to Emoi, how about this? As long as you can guess what's in my backpack, we can go out and compete now. If you can't guess it, then you can only wait for the S-Class Magician assessment before looking for a chance. As Gildas spoke, he put down the heavy backpack on his back and stood in the center of the hall. The black outer skin of the backpack is like an indestructible barrier, wrapping the items inside tightly and making them elusive. Everyone couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Lucy quietly poked Gray's elbow next to her and asked in a low voice, Gray, what kind of pig do you have? I guess they are more powerful magic items, right? After all, if Gildarts is going on a 100-year mission, no matter how powerful he is, he will buy some items for emergencies, right? But didn't the president say before that Emoi has a minor magic that can see other people's past? It shouldn't be difficult to guess the items through the backpack, right? Please be quiet first and let Emoi think carefully. Seeing that everyone has high hopes. Emoi Yalai Mountain is big. How can I guess? How do I know what he will have in his bag? It would be great if senior brother was here. I could turn into a little flying insect and get in there to have a look. Emoi frowned, scratched his ears and hit his head. Thinking of the reminders and suggestions given to him by everyone in the guild, there was still no pig. In silence, Natsu could no longer hold back in the back row and yelled at the top of his lungs. Hey, don't guess wrong, Emoi. I can't see the result of your victory or defeat, so I don't know who to surpass first. Natsu. Emoi glanced at Naz distressedly. A vague memory suddenly appeared in my mind. Wait a minute, I remember that Uncle G and Natsu got the wrong backpack one time, right? Natsu accidentally shook all of Uncle G's things out. Let me think about it. There seemed to be something inside the backpack at that time. Looking at Emoi, who is gradually becoming more confident, Gildas smiled slightly, stepped forward, and asked, how's it going? Do you have an answer? Chapter 75 Trial Battle against Gildarts? Hexagon Warrior Emoi. I guess the backpack contains all the photos of the cover girls of Magic Weekly. Emoi was decisive. Clam. Everyone in the guild widened their eyes almost at the same time, with shock on their faces. Never expected. Emoi thought about it for a long time and finally came to such a nonsense conclusion. No, Emoi, we can understand if you don't want to fight Gildarts, just say so. But if you insist on saying that he has those things in his backpack, isn't it bad? Yeah, how could Gildarts have that kind of hobby? I always thought I was the only one who was passionate about collecting those covers. Put Gildarts' matter aside for now. Foster father, please lend me a piece of music to speak. Emoi ignored the reactions of others and looked up at Gildarts slightly, waiting quietly for his response. They looked at each other for a long time. Ha 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 ha. An intriguing smile finally appeared on Gildarts' face, and he turned and walked towards the guild gate. I'll wait for you outside. If you're ready, come out and spar at any time. The rich voice echoed in the hall. Everyone looked at each other in shock, and their jaws dropped to the ground in shock. The worldview collapsed. Accept invitation to discuss. Doesn't this mean that Emoi's guess was right, that the stuffed backpack actually contained a photo album of the female wizard? Underneath Gildarts' tough guy appearance, he is actually quite romantic. After a while, the open space outside the guild was already crowded with magicians who were watching the fun, and the two people facing each other in the center of the field. One is the undisputed strongest mage in the current fairy tale guild, who has just returned from a century-old mission with his life saved. The other is a newcomer who has become famous in just a few months after joining the guild. He has fought against powerful enemies several times without ever being defeated. There is no doubt that this will be the most exciting internal battle so far. Gildarts' vicissitudes of life showed some appreciation for Emoi, and he said in a deep voice, since it's just a simple competition, each of us will only use 7% of our strength and reserve the strongest killing move. What do you think? No problem. Emoi licked his lips to show his fighting spirit and readily agreed. But he began to think carefully in his heart, the secret of Dragonslayer has been banned. If you want to defeat Uncle G, it seems you have to try some other methods. Gildarts gently loosened his black robe. Magic power suddenly broke out and he got into a fighting stance. Emoi was also not to be outdone. The blazing flame aura emitted from his whole body and condensed in his right fist, accumulating continuously. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Emoi shot out suddenly, using his fire fist to attack from the side. A trace of astonishment appeared on Gildarts' face. Oh, the same fire attribute dragon-slaying magic as Natsu? It's really not that simple. Breakdown. A fine network of magic emitted from Gildarts' palm. Although it did not contain much magic, Emoi hurriedly turned sideways to avoid it. This decomposition magic may seem weak, but it can actually decompose the opponent's already condensed attack magic power. If he didn't avoid it, when the fist actually hit Gildarts, it would probably not be much different from a slap on the back. Storm Dragon Wings. Seeing the giant white net closing in, Emoi no longer hesitated, his wings spread out, and he quickly jumped into the air. The giant net completely covered the original location. If he didn't get airborne in time and was caught in the net, he would probably have to consume a lot of magic power just to get out. When Gildarts saw this, his face became more serious. It seems that Emoi has mastered many types of magic, and he can even fly. This one was harder to deal with than he thought. Crush. When Gildarts' body showed a more domineering magical aura, everyone onlookers also realized that he was going to take action for real. Crush is a magic with more destructive power based on decomposition. Most magic will be completely destroyed and lose its original power the moment it is released. In addition, crushing is extremely harmful to the human body itself. If you are not careful, your internal organs may be shattered. The Cave Dragon's Shield. Seeing the majestic crushing magic power under his body coming towards him, Emoi immediately mobilized the power of the rock to resist. Under everyone's gaze, the moment the two magic powers came into contact, the originally hard brown high shield was cut open in countless gaps, and then the shattered magic power penetrated directly through it and hit Emoi's body. Boom. Broken rock dust filled the air, whipping up a gust of wind and sand, covering Emoi's figure. Everyone was stunned. Is it over? Gildarts is still Gildarts after all. He directly penetrated that level of defense. Actually, if Gildarts can use crush, Emoi's strength is quite good. Speaking of which, Gildarts should have made a measured move, right? Emoi shouldn't suffer too much damage. The so-called authorities are confused and bystanders are clear. The situation on the court at this moment seems to be exactly the opposite. No one knew what was happening to Emoi in the smoke. Only Gildarts still looked up and stared with caution. During these few seconds of silence, the rock dust that filled the sky gradually began to dissipate. When everyone's interest was waning, the area covered by the rock dust became smaller and smaller, and when it seemed that no one's body could be hidden, one of the figures quickly moved out of it and swooped down. Look, Emoi is out. Walk. He actually blocked Gildarts' full blow. Not only did he block it, but he also continued to attack in reverse. 666. This person is Gui. I saw Emoi covered in darkness, as if he was wearing a close-fitting steel armor. The thunder arcs around him are constantly tossing and jumping, and the violent aura is stirring, and it is as powerful as breaking bamboo. Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. Gildarts couldn't help but grin. Emoi was indeed an opponent he could face head-on. Whether it's offense and defense, or the willpower he shows in the face of battle, this little guy is really good. Do you still want to use various magic moves to find my weaknesses and wait for opportunities to attack? Gildas finally stretched out his left arm that had been hidden under his black robe. It was actually an iron prosthetic leg. However, Gildas didn't care. Together with his intact right arm, he regrouped the crushing magic power to attack Emoi. But this time, Emoi did not choose to avoid its sharp edge, and his body carrying the power of thunder and lightning suddenly fell. He wants to confront Gildarts head-on? The magic power collided head-on, and a magic wave that was even more terrifying than before suddenly erupted. Those spectators who originally claimed to have a good seat to watch the fight could not help but retreat crazily at this moment. If I get involved by these two great gods, I'm afraid I'll either be missing an arm or a leg. Gildarts couldn't help but smile bitterly as he looked at Emoi, who was standing close to him with an expressionless expression on his face as he resisted the crushing magic. Forget it, as long as his magic power is slightly reduced, I will stop immediately. Such a good seedling can't be hurt. But as the magic power of the two parties continued to tear apart, Emoi didn't show any signs of shrinking, until a few cracks appeared on his body, and a faint amount of magic power leaked out. Gildas finally noticed something was wrong. Wait, this isn't him at all? This is just an afterimage imbued with a lot of lightning magic. Chapter 76 Mistgang's Request? The next moment, under the constant erosion of the crushing power, Emoi finally couldn't resist it, and his body turned into a golden thunder and lightning, dissipating in the air. Gildas did not show any relief, because at this time, he suddenly noticed a chill coming from behind him. Look back subconsciously. In front of him was Emoi, who was wearing a steel skin. At this moment, his right arm had turned into a dark iron sword, the tip of which was pointed directly at him. Emoi smiled lightly. Uncle G, I accept it. The screen freezes for a few seconds. It wasn't until he saw Gildarts smiling and nodding to himself that Emoi put away the iron sword with peace of mind. Just when he used the cave dragon shield to resist the smash, this risky strategy flashed through Emoi's mind. By infusing a large amount of magic power to strengthen the resistance of the lightning shadow, pretending to attack from the front. In fact, his own body took the opportunity to make a surprise attack from the other side. This gives you a chance to win. Gildas walked forward slowly and extended his right hand to pat Emoi on the shoulder affectionately. To be able to create lightning afterimages in such a short period of time to attract my attention is to be feared. If you hadn't spared that blow just now, even I would have been seriously injured. I'm really looking forward to meeting you in the S-Class Wizard exam in 2 months' time. Then, let's each use our highest level. Emoi also smiled back. What I wish for. The audience not far away looked at the two people chatting and laughing, and couldn't help but look at each other, still immersed in the battle just now. In just 1 minute. Gildas, who originally had the upper hand, was directly defeated now? Macau and others scratched their heads and asked around. At this moment, they didn't even understand how Emoi won. So, Emoi really won. Indeed, but I feel like Gildarts is still letting his guard down. If both parties try their best to use their trump cards, the outcome is unknown. It seems that if we want to see the two of them fight with all their strength, we can only wait until the S-Class Magician assessment. Among all the people in the discussion, there was only one Natsu, and his focus was always different. I understand, as long as I knock Gildarts away someday, I will be able to beat Emoi again? Then I will know the whereabouts of Igunir. Ha 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 ha. The battle is over. Everyone returned to the guild hall one after another, but the enthusiasm for the discussion did not diminish at all. Emoi followed the team at the end. Half a foot has just stepped through the door. Suddenly, I felt an unusual cold wind in my buttocks, which was also mixed with a bit of magical energy. Emoi's face, which was originally full of smiles, suddenly looked dignified, and he immediately made the worst plan in his mind. The people in Devil's Heart are going to take action so soon. But when Emoi looked back, this thought disappeared. Not far from the street directly opposite the guild, there was a masked man hidden under a blue and black cloak standing. The breath just now came from him. Only the eyes of the masked man were exposed, and the arms, legs and feet that could not be covered by the cloak were also covered with a thick layer of bandages. It's like being seriously injured. Although it was his first time meeting him, Emoi was no stranger to this masked man. Mistgang. There are a total of 5 fairy tale S-Class magicians. Counting Gildarts, whom he just met today, 4 of them have already dealt with him. The remaining one is the mysterious cloaked man who rarely appears in the guild, Mistgang. Emoi couldn't help but think. Gildarts has returned, and there is still quite some time before the S-Class Magician assessment. The appearance of Mistgang at this time, there must be some problem in his world, and it is probably something that will affect the entire guild. At the same time, across the street, Mistgang also noticed that Emoi's attention was attracted to him. He simply turned around and left, turning into a deep alley. The figure disappeared. This guy deliberately leaked a little magical energy in front of me and then escaped. Emoi shook his head helplessly. I have already guessed that Mistgang is looking for me for something. My personality is more boring than mine. You obviously wanted to ask me for help, but you ran away first. Alas. No way. Emoi's body turned into a golden thunder and lightning, and he chased directly in the direction where Mistgang disappeared. In a dark alley. Following the scent, Emoi soon found the cloaked man named Mistgang who was waiting for him at the deepest point. A hoarse voice came from under the dark blue mask. Hello, Emoi. Emoi waved his hand, no need to say polite words. You come to me at this time, it must be related to the Edelis matter, right? Mistgang couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. A long while passed. Only then did Mistgang come back to his senses and said slowly, I've heard before that you have a special ability to see through the past. I didn't expect it to be true. Emoi shrugged non-committally. The world Emoi is in at this moment, whether it is the Fairy Tale Guild, the entire town of Magnolia, or even the kingdom of Fiori and the entire continent of Ishgar, they all belong to this world called Aslant. In another dimension, there is another world similar to the parallel universe called Edelis. Including most people in Fairy Tale, Natsu, Grey, Lucy, and Edelis all have another version of themselves in the world. The appearance is almost identical, but the personality is different. But what is different from the Aslant world that Emoi and the others are in now is that the magic energy in the world of Edelis is limited, and you cannot use magic as much as you can here. Due to this situation, the magicians of Edelis can only cast magic with the help of magic tools, instead of having magic power in their bodies like Emoi and others. To solve the energy crisis, King Edelis built the Seer robot and the space exploration spacecraft Seer to find the endless energy guarded by the legendary mysterious elves. Sorry for interfering. In order to solve the problem of dwindling magic power, King Edelis led his men to develop a super subspace magic called Anima that could absorb magic power from Aslant and transport it to Edelis. For 6 years, Anima has continuously opened tunnels to the two worlds and transported the source of magic. As for Mistgang, he was originally a prince from the world of Edelis. He came to Aslant alone because he opposed the king's actions and kept closing Anima. This has been his mission for many years. Therefore, when Emoi met him for the first time, he concluded that he was seeking help from him because of Edelis and Anima. Emoi said in a deep voice, there are only two of us here, so there's no need to pretend, right? Be more honest. This. Mistgang put his right hand on the mask and was about to take it off when he suddenly hesitated. My appearance might scare you. Emoi said calmly, I know everything about Edelis. You are the Jalal of that world, right? Mistgang suddenly smiled bitterly and took off the mask on his head. Sure enough, I can't hide anything from you. What appeared in front of Emoi's eyes was a face with gold eyes and blue hair that was exactly the same as Jalal's who caused the Tower of Paradise incident, although I am mentally prepared. But when Emoi saw this face again, his heart inevitably fluctuated. Emoi breathed a sigh of relief and finally got to the point. Let's talk. Are you here because of what happened to Edelis? P.S. It's time to enter the Edelis chapter. Once again, I emphasize adding some settings for the Edelis chapter. The world where the protagonist group is located is called Aslant, and Edelis is a continent that evolved from a certain parallel time and space. The magic power in Edelis' world is limited and will be used up one day, so it is very precious. The magicians of Edelis cannot use magic freely like Aslant. Magic must rely on magic tools to release, and people cannot actively practice magic. Since it is a parallel time and space, most people who appear in Aslant can find another version of themselves in Edelis. They look almost identical, but have many differences in personality and identity, such as Jalal and Mistgang. Chapter 77 Time Travel? Enter Edelis? Speaking of which, Emoi offered to go to Edelis, in addition to helping Mistgang. There are two more important things to go to the Fairy Tale Guild here. Go back in time many years ago. The three Myra Jane siblings were carrying out a commission, and at that time the younger sister Lista was seriously injured by Elfman who had received the beast's soul and went on a rampage. When Myra Jane rushed to her side, she found that Listena's body had gradually turned into nothingness. Myra Jane still doesn't know why that happened. Everyone thought Lista was dead for a while. As everyone knows, Lista was transported to the world of Edelis by the embryonic Anima by chance for several years. This trip was just in time to meet her again. Another thing is related to his own dragon-slaying power. If you remember correctly, the boss of Edelis seems to be an iron dragon. If you can eat that thing, maybe you can improve the secret of dragon slaying. I wonder what the secret that contains the power of the iron dragon would be like. It should be able to rival a dozen Gajils, right? Emoi raised his head expectantly. Although Emoi usually sneaks into the guild's kitchen occasionally to steal an iron pot, a kitchen knife or something. But after all, we are not in a combat situation, so it is difficult to bring out the potential in the body. If you want to further improve the power of Dragon Slayer mystery, you have to go through actual combat. Mistgang glanced at Emoi quickly and heard the willingness to help in his tone, and immediately introduced him seriously. Recently, I feel more and more the terrifying power emitted by Anima hovering over Magnolia. I suspect that Edelis is probably planning to send all the magicians from the Fairy Tale Guild at once. Having said this, Mistgang couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Even he himself couldn't believe that the Edelis gang had such a big appetite. I have turned off many Anima devices before, but this time its power is particularly powerful, and I can't do anything about it, so I found you. After listening to what Mistgang said, Emoi couldn't help frowning. When will the Anima activate this time? The fastest, it might be tomorrow, Mistgang said worriedly. Emoi breathed a sigh of relief. There's still time. What do you need me to do? Mistgang re-observed his surroundings and once again made sure that no one was around, then revealed his plan in full. I want to use teleportation magic to send you to the world of Edelis, defeat the royal army, and completely crush the Anima plan from its roots. Mr. Gong's staff can teleport up to 2 magicians at a time, including himself, and consumes a huge amount of energy. After witnessing the battle between Emoi and Kildas, he hesitated and finally chose Emoi as his teammate. The words fell. Mistgang glanced at Emoi anxiously, waiting for his response. Emoi thought for a long time and then asked, "If I remember correctly, you should be the prince of the Edelis world, right?" Mistgang nodded. "So, all we need to do is beat your father away, right?" Mistgang was speechless and choked. Although this is true in theory, it sounds like a filial piety. But at least, Emoi agreed to go with him in a sense. As Mistgang put on his mask again, he poked the 5 strange-shaped magic wands on his back at a nearby corner and chanted in a low voice. After a short stay, a huge magic circle immediately appeared under the 2 people's feet, and purple light enveloped their entire bodies. Emoi began to feel that his body became light, and his vision became blurred. Only the hearing was still clear, and the loud reminder from Mistgang reached my ears. "Be careful." Under the influence of Anima, the teleportation magic has become extremely unstable now, and it is very likely that we will be sent to a dangerous corner of Edelis. After a while, when Emoi and Mistgang regained sight, they were no longer in the deep alley just now. The surrounding area also turned into an endless desert plain. As far as the eye can see, everything is a desolate brown color. Emoi raised his eyes and looked straight ahead. In front of us are factory buildings, which look particularly majestic in the desert. It's just that the towering chimneys are constantly spewing black smoke, which is not environmentally friendly at first glance. On the periphery of the field, from time to time there would be coolies pushing carts to transport some strangely shaped colorful ores passing by. Emoi couldn't help but look at it carefully. "Is this a mining area?" Mistgang nodded thoughtfully. "The magic energy in Edelis is insufficient. On weekdays, the country will also use some means to mine magic ore. It seems that the scale of the mining area here is not small." Before Emoi could respond again, the sudden appearance of the 2 of them had already attracted the attention of the mine guards, who went on alert on the spot. A shrill siren sounded across the sky, in just a few seconds. Then a large group of heavily armed soldiers rushed out and surrounded Emoi and Mistgang. The leader held a steel knife, the tip of which was pointed directly at Emoi, and asked sternly, "Who dare to trespass into the important mining areas of the kingdom?" But Emoi didn't take his warning into consideration at all. He turned around and joked to Mistgang beside him as if nothing had happened. "So enthusiastic, the folk customs in your world are quite simple." Faced with the siege, Mistgang naturally had no intention of joking anymore. He took out a transparent vial from under his cloak, poured out a vermilion pill the size of a longan, and handed it to Emoi. "Eat this first." "Okay." Emoi understood immediately and swallowed the pill without hesitation. I suddenly felt full of power, suffering from the decline of Edelis magic. The magicians who came from Aslant, even if they were powerful, could not use magic normally. But fortunately, Mistgang had already prepared for it. As long as he took this special pill, he would be able to use magic to fight as much as he did in the original world. Seeing that Emoi and Mistgang did not explain themselves, the guards further confirmed their suspicious identities. Immediately, he waved the steel knife through the air, signaling for his men to capture and kill him. Looking at the soldiers approaching from all sides, Emoi's eyes became more intense. There must be no council in this world. It seems that we can make a big fuss without any scruples. Superior. As soon as the guard gave the order, the weapons in the hands of the soldiers all emitted magic aura and rushed straight towards Emoi. Mistgang's right arm quietly reached for the staff behind his back, but Emoi raised his hand and gently stopped him. "Leave it to me." Mistgang's lips moved, but he didn't make a sound yet. Then he saw Emoi's figure turned into a golden thunder and lightning, disappeared instantly. Almost at the same time, continuous screams were heard. Mistgang looked around. The 20-odd soldiers who were fully armed a second ago were all lying on the ground wailing and groaning. No one could stand up again. The paralysis effect of thunder has caused their bodies to lose their intuition for a short period of time. As for the weapons and equipment in their hands that were originally equipped with magical power, they were completely destroyed in Emoi's rapid attack just now. Although he already had a preliminary understanding of Emoi's strength, Mistgang couldn't help but smack his lips after seeing this scene up close. Is this a terrifying strength comparable to Gildarts? Look around. At this moment, the only people left standing on the field were Emoi and Mistgang, as well as the mine guardian who was giving orders just now. The guard's face was livid, and his eyes that stared at Emoi were filled not only with fear but also with fear. Just when the arc in Emoi's palm appeared again, he was about to take action to kill him too. Inside the gate of the mining area, a sinister old man's laughter suddenly came out. "Isn't this our traitorous prince? I haven't seen you for so long." I didn't expect that he went to other places to recruit reinforcements. The guard turned his head and looked at the gate. The moment he saw the old man, he was overjoyed. "Lord Bayero." Looking back at Mr. Hill, he was a little more cautious and dignified than before, reminding Emoi, "Be careful, that old man is Bayero, the chief of staff of the Edelis Kingdom Army." Chapter 78. Are you ready to become Octopus Mariko-chan? Emoi glanced briefly at Bayluo. This old man is slightly taller than Makarov, but he is far less kind than Makarov. Judging from his appearance, he looks more like some alchemist with strange habits in medieval stories. But after all, he is the chief of staff of the royal army and holds a high position of authority. The magic props he enjoys are naturally among the best in the entire kingdom. Therefore, Mistgang had to face up to this opponent. Bei Luo looked directly at Emoi, with a strange smile on his face and wrinkles on his face. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a powerful dragon slayer wizard, right? His Royal Highness has a good vision and knows that our country lacks this kind of magic source. By implication, it seems that bringing Emoi to this world was already part of their plan. Naked sowing discord. Emoi still trusts Mistgang's character, so he will naturally not listen to Bei Luo's nonsense. Seeing that Emoi was not fooled, Bei Luo no longer concealed his fangs at this moment, and slowly took the magic prop jar worn on his waist and opened it. I've long heard that magicians from other worlds have their own magical powers. You might as well open my eyes today. Liquid bomb. A few drops of orange viscous liquid were poured out from the tank and rolled quickly from midair towards Emoi. Emoi activated the fiery red dragon-slaying crystal in his body and gradually gathered the magic power in his chest. When the liquid bomb rolled down in front of him, and the unstable magic power in it was about to explode, the flames in Emoi's mouth finally burst out. The roar of the fire dragon. The rolling thick flames immediately swallowed up the liquid beads, making a crackling sound. Emoi didn't forget to wipe his mouth. Not far away, Bei Luo saw that his attack cup was easily resolved. Instead of being frightened, there was a playful and greedy smile on his face. Very good, very good. Have you seen the magic mine behind me? The magic or these coolies mine for a year cannot compare to the magic power you have alone. I must capture you and keep you in the kingdom of Edelis forever to continuously provide the country with magic power. The more Emoi listened, the more awkward he became, and the corners of his mouth began to twitch. To put it bluntly, this old guy is greedy for his own body, and almost to the point of becoming obsessed with it. If he is really caught, he will probably be imprisoned and drained of magic power every day until the day he can no longer lift it up. After Bei Luo finished speaking, he took out some elixir from the jar and threw it into his mouth. Under the watchful eyes of Emoi and Mistgang, Bei Luo's originally rickety body began to expand and grow, and his skin gradually turned bright red. The entire lower body changed drastically, and several fat tentacles stretched out. Looking up again, Bei Luo had transformed into a giant red octopus monster, almost as tall as the field behind him. Bei Luo opened his mouth wide and said with a serious smile, "Kid, are you ready to become a source of living magic?" But seeing this ferocious octopus beast, Emoi didn't feel scared, he just felt disgusted. Hearing Bei Luo's arrogant provocation, Emoi resisted the urge to feel sick and retaliated with the same words. "Laodang, are you ready to become Octopus Mariko-chan?" Stubborn. Bei Luo snorted coldly, raised two fat tentacles and slapped Emoi's position hard. There are also black suckers distributed on the tentacles, which invisibly adds a little more pressure. Boom. The tentacles fell down, instantly setting off waves of sand and mist on the desert. Emoi's figure was firmly pressed down, unable to move any further. Ha 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 ha. When Bei Luo saw Emoi's predicament, he just wanted to laugh a few more words. But suddenly he realized that there seemed to be a violent wave of magic power coming from under the tentacles that were resisting Emoi. What? A look of horror suddenly appeared on Bei Luo's face. In his eyes, a golden light suddenly flashed in his sight, cutting off the two heavy tentacles. Before the severed limb hit the ground, Emoi's body shot out from below. The wings appeared on his back, soared straight towards his face, and his pupils continued to enlarge. Jaws of the Thunder Dragon. The violent thunder and lightning magic power suddenly hit Bei Luo's head like a bolt from the blue. Bei Luo was severely injured, and then let out a scream. His body began to shrink, and returned to the appearance of a human little old man. Fainted on the ground. As for the original mine guard, he was paralyzed on the side with a look of death. I originally thought that Bei Luo, the chief of staff of the royal army, would be saved when he came here. I didn't expect Emoi to be so fierce, and he killed Bei Luo instantly. Watcher, how about I just pretend to be dead and hope they don't find me? After Emoi finished the battle, he breathed a sigh of relief and set his sights on Mistridge again. Mistgang also realized at this time that his reminder to Emoi just now seemed completely redundant. To be fair, if he faced Bei Luo, it would be difficult to guarantee a thunderous victory in such a short period of time. You are really strong, Emoi. Naturally, Emoi didn't want to listen to his polite words, so he waved his hand to bring the topic back on track. What are you going to do next? Go directly to the palace. Mistgang shook his head cautiously and suggested. The royal army has a large number and its strength should not be underestimated. To be on the safe side, how about, you go to Fairy Tale in this world to bring in reinforcements first? At least the number of people can bring the situation back a little bit. This is a good idea. Just like Jelal and Mistgang correspond to each other. As two parallel worlds, under the continuous evolution of time, the Fairy Tale Guild also exists in Edelis. Most of them correspond to members of Aslant's Fairy Tale Guild. In addition to moving reinforcements there, you can also find Lista who has been missing for several years. Emoi nodded slightly and then asked, then where are you going now? Chapter 79 Meeting Lista for the first time? Mistgang forced a smile from the corner of his mouth. After all, I am the prince of this country. If possible, I still want to solve the problem in a non-violent way. I plan to first find a way to sneak into Anima's control base and find a way to completely shut down Anima, and then go to negotiate with my father. By then, he should have no other options. When I finish all this, I will meet you at the Fairy Tale Guild immediately. Emoi couldn't help but hear a clue. You are now an enemy of the country. If the negotiations break down, are you sure you can escape unscathed? Mistgang shook his head slightly, although I am not as strong as Urza and Laxus. But at least, I am still an S-class mage. Escape from the royal city should not be a problem. Okay, be careful with everything. Emoi saw this and stopped insisting. He took the handed Edelis map with both hands, opened the wings of the storm dragon, and flew forward. Mistgang had considered it quite carefully and had specially outlined all the important locations on the map. It's clear where the Fairy Tale Guild is. Based on the mine he was in just now, Emoi quickly determined his position. After flying for a long time, we are about to pass the edge of the desert. Speaking of which, no one in Edelis can use magic directly. They must use magic tools. In addition to Bayero, I remember that there are 4 captains of the kingdom's army's magic warfare unit. They are also masters of using magic items. The edge of the desert is finally no longer filled with dust. Finally, I could see some scattered green vegetation and houses in the distance. Emoi looked down at the map again and crossed the grassland in front, not far from the Fairy Tale Guild. But at the junction of the desert and the grassland, there was some faint fluctuation, as if someone was fighting there. Emoi calmed down the magic aura on his body and slowly approached. Only then could he see the appearance of the combatants clearly. Emoi slapped his forehead fiercely and was overjoyed. Is she? She came at the right time. Grass edge. A girl with short white hair and blue eyes was trying her best to escape while dragging her injured body. Behind him, there were more than a dozen well-equipped soldiers of the royal army chasing after him. The girl's facial features were exquisite and pretty, but at this moment she was completely occupied by exhaustion, and her escape speed became slower and slower. He looked back at the pursuers in front of him, but he didn't pay attention to his feet and stumbled to the ground. The girl climbed up with difficulty and looked around, her beautiful eyes suddenly showing a look of despair. It seems I can't run away. If you look carefully, it is not difficult to find that the Fairy Tale Guild emblem is engraved on her thigh. The girl was none other than the sister Myra Jane, and Elfman thought about day and night. Listena? However, facing the siege of the royal army at this moment, the unarmed Listena was obviously in a great dilemma. Give up, all the magic items you carry have exhausted their magic power. There is no point in resisting. A sinister male voice came from behind Wang Qiaozhan. When the soldier heard this, he immediately and respectfully made way for the man who spoke. Shogboy. Listena suddenly took a breath of cold air, and the sadness between her brows became even more intense. Shagy wears a pink armor, his yellow airplane hair is combed very neatly, and the lines on his face are also very obvious. Although he looks like a stinky pervert at first glance, Shagy is the captain of the 4th Magic War Force of the Kingdom of Edelis, and he is quite powerful. Many members of Fairy Tale fell into his hands. Listena relaxed slightly and straightened her body resolutely. Although there was uneasiness in his eyes, he was still determined to put up a defensive posture and prepare to resist to the end. Yo, the little goblin still plans to resist. A playful smile appeared on Shagy's lips. However, he did not order his soldiers to attack, but slowly stepped forward alone with his sword in hand. His eyes were staring straight at Listena's body, making her feel terrified. With every step forward, Listena became more alert and nervous, seeing that there was only 3 or 4 meters left. Get ready to be judged by the royal army, Shagy shouted as he was about to raise his sword. But suddenly I felt a terrifying magical force coming from midair not far away and approaching at a very fast speed. Shagy's expression immediately changed drastically, and his figure subconsciously took a few steps back. Boom! With a loud crash to the ground, lightning flashed in front of everyone's eyes, flashing briefly and then quickly materializing. Looking closely, I realized it was a Taoist figure. A calm voice came from the figure. How can you say that you are a regular soldier of the kingdom, and you are bullying a little girl like this? The speaker was naturally Emoi. It was an unexpected surprise to meet Listena before arriving at the Fairy Tale Guild in Edelis and help her out. Listena behind her looked at Emoi's back blocking her in front of her, and asked in confusion. Who are you? Emoi said casually, we'll discuss who I am later. Let's get rid of this plain head first. Listena hesitated, then nodded silently. At least, there is a little more hope of escape for the time being. Not far away. Faced with the sudden change, Shagy's face turned livid. He brushed off the dirt on his armor and said gloomily, Friend, since you know the identity of our royal army, you should also know that we will only use coercive measures against those who have committed the most heinous crimes. Afraid of the magical pressure emanating from Emoi, Shagy tried his best to control his tone. Emoi raised his eyebrows slightly. A person who has done the most evil. Shagy said grandly. Of course, the king has already ordered the dissolution of guilds across the country. Only Fairy Tale and the others have been disobeying the order. I don't know how much trouble they have caused in the past few years. After he finished speaking, Shagy glared at Listena behind Emoi. Finished. Emoi said expressionlessly. That's it. Shagy was still confident. That's all. Then I'll take her away. Emoi grabbed the confused Listena's wrist, turned around and left. About 2 seconds later, Looking at the backs of the two of them who had not taken a few steps, Shagy recovered from his daze and suddenly became angry from embarrassment. You BD? You dare to snatch the prisoner in front of the royal army? Stop them. Under Shagy's order, the surrounding soldiers heard the sound and moved. The soldiers in the front line even overtook Emoi and Lista, setting up weapons to block the direction of travel. Emoi and Lista turned their heads again. Shagy said sinisterly, although I don't know who you are, but for saving a wanted criminal so blatantly, you should also be guilty of it. Lista looked embarrassed, stretched Emoi's clothes, and whispered. The man in the middle is the captain of the royal army's 4th demonic war troop, Shagy. The sword in his hand can soften everything it touches. If you want to fight him, it's best to do it quickly. I can only help you temporarily block other soldiers. When Emoi heard this, he shook his head lightly. Don't force it. Just stay where you are later and leave it to me. This. Lista frowned slightly and scanned the surrounding enemies again. Although the magic power Emoi showed just now is very strong. But after all, his opponent Shagy is one of the top combat forces in Edelis, and the soldiers under his command all possess top-notch magic equipment. It is inevitable to worry about Emoi. Can you really beat it? Chapter 80 The Jailer. Perhaps because he was still unclear about Emoi's strength, Shagy was much more cautious at the moment and did not step forward alone again. Instead, he stood where he was and thrust his sword into the ground. Sword of Rose softening. As the crystal green gems on the sword shone brightly, streamlined ripples were produced along the sword body, flowing into the earth and flowing towards the feet of Emoi and Lista. Careful! Lista shouted loudly, but still took a step slower. As soon as the magic ripples reached the two of them, they spread, and the originally hard ground under their feet became twisted and soft. Like a quagmire that gets deeper and deeper the more they struggle, the madness draws their bodies inwards. In the blink of an eye, the entire ankle was swallowed up by the soil. Oops! Lista glanced at Emoi guiltily. Seeing Emoi deflated, Shagy also showed a proud look on his face. It seemed like it was just his bluff. Shagy raised his chin and said in an arrogant tone, "In the name of the royal army, I give you one last chance to surrender. Otherwise, the earth dragons crack." Shagy's words were immediately interrupted by Emoi. Looking around in horror, he discovered that the ground beneath the two people's feet had already had fine cracks in the shape of spider webs at some point. It seems that as long as you touch it lightly, it will immediately fall apart. Bang! The next moment, the strong magic power in Emoi's body broke out again, even stronger than when he first arrived here, and his feet suddenly exerted force. The dry and cracked soil suddenly exploded, revealing several ugly scars of black holes in all directions. Before the soldiers had time to activate the magic power of the weapons in their hands, they fell into it one by one along with their sophisticated equipment. Shagy's body was in a semi-crouching position, holding the hilt of the rose sword tightly with both hands, trying to resist the impact, and he couldn't help being shocked. He actually used such powerful magic without any magic items? Could it be that he is from Aslant? Only then did Shagy suddenly wake up. He looked up at Emoi again, but Emoi still looked calm and composed. As a ray of light flashed in his pupils, the magic power of the earth dragon suddenly became more powerful, and the cracks in the earth spread crazily again. Shagy watched helplessly as the surrounding ground continued to shatter, and his body was riddled with holes. He hurriedly wanted to pull out the sword blade and escape from this place. But it was only then that he discovered with horror. The rose sword that I was proud of had already been shattered by Emoi's magic power in the impact just now. Only scattered fragments were left on the ground. How is that possible? For the magicians of Edelis, magic items must be used as carriers to release magic. The destruction of weapons means that they have lost their combat effectiveness and become muggles. A look of endless horror suddenly appeared on Shagy's face. Completely losing his fighting spirit, his body collapsed weakly and fell into the crack in the earth beside him. Seeing this, Emoi slowly gathered the magical energy in his body and took a long breath. Everything returned to calm. Looking at Lista who was still in shock next to him, Emoi stepped forward and asked softly, "Is the injury serious?" Lista was startled when she heard this, then shook her head and said, No, it's just some simple trauma, it has no impact. Thank you for saving me." Emoi glanced down from the corner of his eye and realized that she had been barefoot. Affected by the muddy land just now, Lista's originally smooth and tender feet were also stained with a lot of wet brown soil, making them white and pink. "By the way, I just happened to be a little hungry. Besides, I am an earth attribute dragon slayer, so it makes sense to eat some earth to replenish my magic power, right?" Ahem. Emoi coughed twice and joked casually, "Why did you lose your shoes?" Lista looked down and immediately blushed, subconsciously avoiding Emoi's gaze to avoid looking at each other. Emoi stuck out his tongue and changed the subject. "Well, I'll take you back to the guild. It just so happens that I have something to go to Fairy Tale. This." Lista hesitated. The kingdom of Edelis has already ordered the forcible dissolution of all magician guilds. Although after several years, everyone in Fairy Tale struggled to support it and remained the only surviving guild in the kingdom. However, he was also frantically wanted and hunted by the royal army. Guild addresses are also moving more and more frequently. For every Fairy Tale member, the specific location of the guild is absolutely confidential. Once leaked, it will easily bring disaster to all members. Thinking of this, Lista shook her head firmly. I'm sorry, even though you saved me, but I still can't take you to the guild. Listena's big watery eyes are particularly cute when she becomes stubborn. As expected of Marajana's sister, both sisters have their own beauty. Xiaonazai has a strong sense of prevention. Emoi smiled brightly and immediately guessed her difficulty, but he didn't feel too embarrassed. He just casually opened the corner of his upper body and exposed his chest. Lisina instantly blushed from her neck to her ears, and subconsciously moved her gaze to the side. What do you want to do? Emoi looked innocent. Don't be so sensitive, right? I'm not a gangster. Why don't you turn around and take a look? Hearing this, Lisina turned her head slowly and hesitantly, and saw the familiar pattern on Emoi's chest at a glance. Under the warm sunshine, the fairy tale coat of arms shines brightly. Lisina immediately covered her pink lips with her hands, her eyes showing surprise, and looked at Emoi again. You are. My name is Emoi, and I am the new member of Fairy Tale. After a while, Lisina recovered from the shock. Brother Emoi, although you have a coat of arms, why don't I remember seeing you in the guild? Well. Emoi couldn't help but smile bitterly. By the way, Lisina had been transported to the world of Edelis by Anima for several years since the day she traveled through time. It's normal to have never seen myself. Emoi replied in a deep voice, the guild I joined is Aslant's Fairy Tale. Aslant's Fairy Tale. Lisina silently recited the name, her brows showing a bit of sadness. It seems to be reminiscent of some long-lost past events. It wasn't until Emoi's call came to her ears that she was brought back to reality. Lisina. What's wrong? Can we go back to the guild together now? Of course. Emoi smiled faintly. Gently holding Lisina's slender wrist, the wings of the storm dragon gradually appeared behind her, leaping quickly and stopping in midair. I looked at the markings on the map. If you go through this grassland, you'll find the guild, right? Lisina shook her head. That was the previous address. The guild has now moved to the southern desert, in the opposite direction. Emoi said helplessly, okay, you guys are hiding pretty well. There is nothing we can do. The royal army has been looking for him. Everyone is very distressed as he keeps moving here and there. Chapter 81 Fairy Tale Guild of Edelis. Return from the desert. Go through the previous mine. Not far away, Emoi saw a huge tree house standing in the distance, which was incompatible with the surrounding desolation. The sense of security in Lisina's heart instantly became stronger, and she whispered, it's right in front. Good. As the height continued to decrease, the two of them stood firmly on the ground, and Emoi folded his wings and stood in front of the tree house. So it's so close? It's such a polar opposite. Before Lisina could step forward and push the door open, Emoi faintly heard crying and scolding coming from inside. I suddenly had a bad feeling. Crunch. As the door was pushed open, what you see is chaos. The 7-foot-tall man sitting in the center of the hall is none other than Elfman, but he is no longer as rugged and bold as he was in the impression. He keeps shouting Man Triple X all day long. Instead, he kept wiping his tears and nose with his arms and cried non-stop. It's all my fault. Lisina shouldn't have been allowed to go out alone. I'm sorry, you. Although Emoi was mentally prepared, but when I saw this scene with my own eyes, I was still a little dumbfounded. It's so noisy. Lucy, the strange orangutan girl, can you be quiet? Go and repair your machine, and don't worry about things you shouldn't. You're a skinny mechanical geek. Lucy and Levy, who were originally good friends in Aslant, were now like Nazgray in the past. They started arguing non-stop when they met and almost got into a fight. Especially for Lucy, the character change has been extremely dramatic. In Aslant, she was still a kind and lovely rich daughter. But in Edelis, she turned into a bad and violent woman who always speaks with her fists. Suddenly, a sweet male voice came from in front of the bulletin board. Emoi looked closely and realized it was Gray. Juvia-chan, do you want me to accompany you to find Lisina Duck? However, Gray from Edelis is not the stripping pervert. Quite the opposite. At this time, Gray was wrapped in countless pieces of cotton clothes. His whole body was like a huge meatball, and he also had a bright red scarf tied around his neck. But what shocked Emoi Bangbu the most was the next scene. Gray slowly squirmed to Juvia's side, with a flattering look on his eyebrows. Juvia-chan, just let me go with you. Juvia, however, looked disgusted and said, go away. You wear so many clothes and you feel so cold when I see you. Stay away from me. I'll go find Lisina myself. Gray smiled innocently. Hihi, it would be more comfortable if you wear more clothes. Emoi sighed softly and couldn't help but sigh. It's really Gangtian's turn. Even if you know the plot in advance. But after all, seeing is worth hearing 100 times. Emoi watched it with gusto. Although many characters are misplaced, the noisy atmosphere has not changed at all. Still the familiar fairy tale. Lisina. In the chaos, someone suddenly shouted. Immediately afterwards, almost everyone in the hall stopped what they were doing and turned their attention to the door, focusing on Emoi and Lisina. Elfman's eyes were filled with excitement and disbelief, and his words became hesitant. Lisina, you're back. Lisina walked forward with a wry smile, casually pulled out a tissue on the table and handed it over. Don't cry, brother. Although I was chased by the royal army, luckily I met brother Emoi and I was able to escape. Seeing that Lisina had indeed returned safely, the guild members temporarily stopped arguing and gathered together with smiles on their faces. It'll be good to come back. It'll be good to come back. Speaking of which, this little brother is a bit unfamiliar. Was he the one who saved you? He's quite handsome, isn't he? Much better than that grey who has been pestering me all day long. You, Juvia-chan, if you say that, I will be sad, _you. More and more pairs of curious eyes looked over. Facing this group of familiar and yet unfamiliar companions, Emoi didn't show any concern. He simply lifted up his clothes, displayed his guild crest openly, and said, "To put it simply, I am a person from another parallel world, Aslant. In my world, there is also a magician's guild called Fairy Tale. I know this sounds ridiculous, but it's true." There was suddenly no sound in the crowd. All members looked at Emoi blankly. After a few seconds of silence, Kana suddenly stretched out his arm from the back row and asked loudly, "Since there is Fairy Tale in your world, is there another me?" Emoi immediately affirmed, "Yes. You are Kana. In Aslant, you are a female drunkard who often makes troubles to drink me." Kana couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Really, that's quite interesting." Emoi looked up and down at Kana in front of him again. A white dress wraps her body tightly, and her behavior is full of elegance, just like a well-behaved girl next door. It can be said that he is completely different from the female alcoholic I knew before. After hearing Emoi's answer, others immediately became interested. And me. Hey, I must be happily together with Juvia-chan in Aslant, right? Actually, I also want to know what I look like in parallel time and space. Facing the enthusiastic crowd, Emoi was overwhelmed and had to reply one by one while recalling. Elfman, when you were in Aslant, you were a man who fought with others every day. If you didn't fight for a day, you would feel uncomfortable. Gray, you are a pervert over there who takes off his clothes when he gets excited. No matter how hard you try to persuade him, you can't persuade him. Don't laugh at Juvia. I remember that you were crazy about this stripper in Aslant. Why are Lucy and Levi quarreling again? In my mind, you two are best friends. Jed and Troy are simply epic enhancements. They used to be walk-ons, but now they are version T0. Alzik and Bisksa are pretty much the same as over there. They are still a passionate couple. There's no change in Myra's words, the same gentleness and the same good figure. And just when Emoi answered one by one, Listena's figure quietly left and walked into the back hall. Although the movement was very light, it was still noticed by Emoi. What is this girl thinking? Chapter 82. As long as the mind does not slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties. It didn't take long. Emoi found an excuse to get away, walked through the noisy crowd, and walked towards the back hall. Since it is just a tree house, the back hall is not very big, and there are only a few rooms left through the corridor. It is much smaller than Aslant's Fairy Tale headquarters. Emoi called softly, "Lisina, are you here?" After a few seconds, Lisina's panicked response came from the room on the right. Wait for me a moment." A long while. As the door creaked open, Lisina leaned out of the room and forced a smile towards Emoi. "Brother Emoi, what's the matter?" Emoi did not answer directly. He found that Lisina's eyes were red and even stained with tears. Sensing Emoi's strange gaze, Lisina immediately pretended to be sleepy, yawned and said, "I'm so tired from running all the way. I just wanted to rest." "Really? I originally wanted to go in and sit for a while." Emoi smiled and turned around, pretending to leave. Lisina bit her red lips lightly, hesitated for a moment, and then took Emoi's arm that was about to leave. "Come in and stay for a while." Lisina's room is very simple, not even many of the little girl's favorite decorations. It can be seen that due to the constant pursuit by the royal army, the members of Fairy Tale usually live in a tight life. Sitting on a low wooden chair, holding the hot tea that Lisina had just poured for him in his hand, Emoi suddenly said, "Are you homesick?" Panic flashed through Lisina's beautiful eyes, and she subconsciously took a half step back, pretending to be calm and said, "I don't understand what you mean. This place, Fairy Tale, is my home." "No, I mean Aslant's Fairy Tale. That's your original home." There was unquestionable firmness in Emoi's tone. The words immediately caused Lisina to freeze in place, with tears welling up in her eyes. Seeing Lisina's aggrieved look, Emoi sighed briefly, stepped forward, and gently put his hand on her shoulder, whispering, "Lisina, you are not from this world, but from Aslant like me, right?" Going back a few years, Lisina of Edelis died during a mission. At that time, the three Myra Jane sisters in Aslant went out to carry out a commission. Elfman forcibly accepted the soul of the beast, lost his mind, and attacked his sister Lisina in a rage. When Lisina was seriously injured, she just happened to catch up with the operation of the Anima device, so she was taken to Edelis. The Fairy Tale Guild entered this world by accident, replacing the deceased Edelis Lisina. Myra Jane and Elfman of Edelis were naturally overjoyed by their sister's resurrection from the dead. But far away in Aslant, everyone was immersed in the pain of losing Lisina. Now, Lisina finally couldn't restrain her inner emotions, tears burst out of her eyes, her delicate body trembled, and she cried loudly on Emoi's shoulder. Over the years, she has also suffered from missing her homeland of Aslant all the time. The grievances that had been accumulated for a long time finally broke out. "Sister Myra, Brother Elfman, Natsu, everyone in the guild, are you all okay?" Emoi raised his fingers, gently wiped away the tears on Lisina's cheek, and comforted her softly like he was treating his own sister. "Everything is fine in the guild. It's just that it's missing a little girl named Lisina. Myra often mentioned her to me and said she was very cute." Sister Myra. Seeing that Lisina was getting emotional again, Emoi quickly revealed his intention. Ahem, actually, one of the purposes of my trip to Edelis this time is to take you away with me. Don't be too sad, I'll be able to go back soon. After Lista heard this, she slowly calmed down, paused for a moment, and then said hesitantly, I can't go back yet. And her answer was within Emoi's expectation. Emoi immediately asked, are you reluctant to leave the guild here? After half a minute of mental struggle, Lista suddenly seemed to have made some kind of determination, wiped away her tears, and said firmly, well, everyone in Edelis is also very kind to me, especially Sister Myra and Brother Elfman. I can't make them sad anymore. Apparently, Lista also considers the Fairy Tale Guild in Edelis her home. Once following Emoi return to Aslant, this means that Myra Jane and Elfman here will have to endure the pain of permanent separation. Emoi couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, oh, silly girl, who told you that as long as you go back, you will never be able to come here again? Lista suddenly raised her head, her crystal eyes showing unexpected joy. You mean, even if I return to Aslant, I can occasionally go back to Edelis to visit Sister Myra? Emoi nodded slightly and said with a smile, of course. It's just about the method of traveling between the two worlds. It involves some knowledge about teleportation magic. I still need to study it further. Recalling the scene when I first arrived in Edelis, I borrowed the teleportation magic from Mistgang. Emoi thought, since he agreed to come here to help Mistgang solve the Anima problem. In return, he taught himself teleportation magic. Isn't that too much? To put it bluntly, the magic item industry is quite developed now. Some TP scrolls are still for sale, right? It doesn't mean that if you leave Edelis, you will never be able to come back. Thinking of this, Emoi said half-jokingly, what is the saying? As long as the mind does not slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Lista let out a thump and finally broke through her tears into a smile. Thank you, Brother Emoi. This time my brother shouted. This made Emoi feel a little shaken. Just when Lista agreed to return to Aslant with her, before Emoi could breathe a sigh of relief, he immediately smelled a hint of danger. Wait, there seems to be movement outside the guild. Lista was stunned. What's going on? Is it someone from the royal army again? I'm afraid there's more than one person here. Emoi stood up slowly, opened the door and walked towards the hall. Lista quickly followed. Chapter 83 Dilemma. Wanted by the royal army. Fairy Tale Front Room. The anxious people have already become a mess, full of quarrels and anxiety. Just a minute ago, Natsu from Edelis had just returned to the guild after completing his investigation. He looked extremely nervous and brought bad news to everyone. Quick, move the tree house quickly. The king's elite guards are already on the way. There are more than 100 people, and they will surround this place soon. All the magicians in the hall were shocked. You were discovered again so soon? Didn't you just move yesterday? It seems that the king is determined to drive out our guild and kill them all. Why don't you forget about the tree house, pack your things and run away? Where can you run? Can you outrun the elite guards? Well, for several years, the Fairy Tale Guild had to live a homeless life due to being fully wanted by the kingdom. The Mechanical Geek Levy also improved the structure of the guild treehouse at that time. In the event of an emergency, the entire treehouse can be uprooted and quickly bounced far away, allowing everyone to escape quickly. It was through this method that Fairy Tale managed to escape the pursuit that lasted for several years. Listening to everyone's uneasiness, Lucy asked more and more irritably, Levy, has the machine been repaired? The royal guards have arrived at the entrance of the guild and will come in at any time. Levy was equally worried and said impatiently, what are you urging? After moving so many times, the magic source is no longer enough? Even if the machine is repaired, it can't be started again. So we can't run away this time. Levy nodded reluctantly and said regretfully, I've tried my best, all the magic items in the guild have been taken out and charged, but it's still not enough to activate the ejection device. The guild suddenly became silent. There was dead silence. Many people began to look around, looking at the dilapidated but warm hall with nostalgia, the guild treehouse that had sheltered them countless times. The look on his face was full of frustration and reluctance, as if he was saying his final farewell. Once they are all captured by the royal army, they may never have the chance to meet their partners again in the future. As for this treehouse, it can only be burned to the ground and reduced to ashes. There was silence for a long time. Natsu slowly put away the sad look on his face, changed from his usual cowardice, walked towards the middle of the hall, and said seriously, Everyone, although we no longer have any magic to use, at least we can't just sit back and wait for death, right? Even if we are destined to be executed by the royal army in the end. After the words fell, everyone in the hall looked at each other. Lucy walked forward, glanced at Natsu meaningfully, and said with approval, Well said, Natsu. I won't beat you today. Forward. Natsu was ashamed. At this moment, everyone in the guild also came to their senses, echoing what Natsu just said. Fight them? After being hunted for so many years, I have had enough of this kind of life. I agree too. I don't steal or rob. I get paid by completing the tasks assigned by the client. Why should I be wanted? That's right. I will fight for the guild with Juvia-chan until the end. Gray, get out. Just when everyone was enthusiastic, a weak voice suddenly came from the entrance of the back hall corridor. Can I say something? Everyone looked around. It was Emoi and Lista behind him. Lucy frowned slightly and said doubtfully, Emoi, it's very dangerous here now. The royal army will come soon. You should leave quickly. We can delay your time for a while if we stay. Emoi chuckled, shook his head, and walked straight to Natsu. Natsu, what's the name of the leader of that elite guard you mentioned? Recalling what he saw at that time, Natsu said, that man has chased us many times. I have seen him. I think his name is Jace. Jace. Emoi searched his memory and couldn't find any pictures of this name appearing in Fairy Tail. It seems like he's just a walk-on. Looking around at the familiar yet unfamiliar partners in the guild again, Emoi slightly increased his volume and said calmly, I can understand how you want to protect the guild. But after all, they have powerful magic equipment, and we are almost defenseless. If you just rush out like this, apart from building momentum, it will be no different from giving away someone's life. Before Emoi could finish speaking, Lucy interrupted impatiently. Then what can you do? You can't go out and kneel down and beg the royal army to let us go, right? Emoi smiled and then expressed his thoughts. I forgot to introduce to you the world I originally lived in, Aslant. It was a country full of magic. In Aslant, magicians don't need to use props. They can cast all kinds of practical magic by relying on their own strength alone. Levi seemed to understand what Emoi meant. You mean, you don't need props to use magic? Emoi nodded slightly, and as he opened his right palm, a bright flame flickered from it. Everyone immediately felt the essence of magic in it and looked at Emoi in shock. He really didn't use magic items? The magic power was generated from his body, and this magic power seems not to be weaker than the various attack equipment we used before. But Emoi alone can't deal with the hundreds of guard soldiers outside. Why don't you use this magic power to power the tree house? It's better to take the best option at this time. After much discussion, only then did everyone realize that Emoi had already begun to walk steadily towards the outside of the guild, but Yoon Danfan quietly said a word. There may be a lot of noise later. Be careful to protect yourself and don't get hurt. The treehouse door was slowly pushed open, until Emoi's figure left the hall. The shocked guild members then realized that Emoi was going to fight the hundreds of elite royal guards alone. Is he really okay? This is too risky. Don't worry, I forgot to tell you that when brother Emoi rescued me, he also defeated Shagy. From the corner, a smart girl's voice suddenly came. Everyone followed the sound. It was Lista who spoke. Unlike others, Lista looked at Emoi's back with eyes full of expectation and appreciation. Obviously he has absolute confidence in his strength. Outside the treehouse, the endless desert was filled with a mighty royal guard at some point. Hundreds of strong soldiers were fully armed from head to toe, with swords, spears, halberds, muskets and cannon barrels. They represent the strongest war-ready force in the entire kingdom of Edelis. At the front of the team, leader Jace's eyes were cold and hard, vowing to remove the thorn in his side. Fairy Tail. As long as I catch you all today, I will be able to serve as the captain of the soon-to-be-formed 5th Demonic War Force as a matter of course. Jace was wearing an armor as dark as ink, and his eyes were full of desire for war and killing. In terms of strength, he is no worse than the other 4 captains of the demonic war troops, but he just lacks some achievements. If you can destroy Fairy Tail now, it will obviously be a stepping stone for your promotion. As the door of the treehouse in front slowly opened, Jace immediately carefully held his sword and gestured to the surrounding guards to be alert. The situation of Fairy Tail is still unclear. If the other party wants to fight with you, it may cause some losses, so it is better to be careful. Their eyes met in front of the bookstore door. Jace and his royal guards were shocked to find that only one person walked out of the guild. It was Emoi. Emoi looked at each other calmly. The leader should be the Jace that Natsu mentioned. It's a pity that the strength of the magic items on him is not as strong as that of Bayero and Shugboy, but he seems to be a few years older than me. To be able to become the commander of the royal army of Edelis at this age is probably a group of young people with very good qualifications. Jace frowned. He picked up the wanted book on his waist and checked it. He raised his head several times and compared it with Emoi one by one. Can be read over and over again. But he has never found a wanted criminal whose information matches the Emoi in front of him. Jace's interest was waning, and he shouted forward, "Your information is not on the wanted list. If you know what's going on, leave immediately and don't affect the royal guard's performance of official duties." Emoi had no intention of leaving. Under the gaze of the soldiers, he walked towards Jess step by step and whispered, "Your list is too old. I'm also a member of Fairy Tail, maybe you can add me to it." Jace was stunned. What kind of strange request is this? Someone actually wants to add himself to the wanted list? Chapter 84 The Fire Dragon's Double Flame Blades? At the same time, the originally closed door of the treehouse opened again, and familiar fugitive fairies walked out, standing firmly behind Emoi. Jace seemed to understand the situation at hand and sneered. "It turns out that you are the foreign aid invited by those goblins. No wonder they neither ran away nor resisted. However, it is not so easy to be the first person." He looked Emoi up and down with interest again. Jace suddenly laughed sinisterly, pointed at the royal soldier beside him, and said playfully, "Let's do this. I'll have a fight with you later. If you lose, I'll take you back to the palace to face trial. They stay here to level Fairy Tail. If I lose, haha, I certainly won't give up. They will still bulldoze this guild that should have died long ago." The elements of the threat are self-evident. In Jace's view, Fairy Tail at this time was just a piece of fat fish meat on a chopping board, a second-class meritorious service that was about to befall him. How could you let them go so easily? When Emoi heard this, his face also changed slightly. Since these so-called royal guards are going to bulldoze Fairy Tail no matter what, then we can only kill everyone. As the fiery red dragon-slaying crystal in the body is activated, the magic flame gradually jumps from Emoi's fingertips. Just as he was preparing to attack, he heard Natsu's voice from behind. Emoi, take this weapon. A long stick flew past. Emoi raised his right arm and caught it steadily. Thanks. Taking the weapon in his hand, Emoi discovered that it was not a stick, but a long knife with both upper and lower blades. The structure was very special. If you are not careful when using it, you may stab yourself to death with the other end before you even touch the enemy. A magic item? It's a pity that the magic power inside has been exhausted. If it could be recharged. Think of this. Emoi was not in a hurry to explode the newly brewed fire magic power, but instead transferred all of it into the long knife in his hand. With the continuous injection of energy, the long knife also changes at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally dull pattern suddenly glowed with a more dazzling fiery red light. The blade was burning with blazing red flames, like a flaming blade from hell. Success. And on the opposite side, seeing the movement from Emoi, Jess immediately made up his mind. Change will happen later. We must capture him quickly. The Fairy Tail group has been running away for so long, and it is estimated that the entire guild will not be able to produce much magic power. As long as we deal with this kid, the entire guild will be able to capture it. Jace was about to order a collective siege. In an instant, the figure of Emoi, who was originally standing there, disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. The royal guards who were ready to go looked at each other, not knowing each other's situation. An ominous premonition suddenly arose in Jace's heart. The next second, suddenly the screams of the guards came from beside him. Jace hurriedly followed the sound and saw 3 soldiers who were fully armed and wearing fine armor. At this moment, a raging fire ignited on the body, rolling and wailing crazily on the ground, but the fire demon seemed to be unable to extinguish it, biting the soldier's body. What's going on? Captain, we didn't see clearly either. There was a golden light that flashed across our eyes just now, and then the 3 of them suddenly caught fire for no apparent reason. Jesse was shocked. When he turned his head, he saw a scene that made him even more unbelievable. Within sight, brilliant wings of light sprouted from Emoi's back, and his figure quickly entered and exited the battlefield like lightning. Wherever he passed, a scorching wind was immediately stirred up, mixed with terrifying magic power, and the fire blade in his hand kept waving during this period. The sword, fire, and shadow can always stab the soldier's body accurately, igniting the armor as tough as iron until it is burned to ashes. In just half a minute, the royal guards, known as the strongest combat-ready force in the kingdom of Edelis, had fallen to more than a dozen people. Everyone at Fairy Tail, who was providing moral support to Emoi in the distance, saw this scene. The speed of Emoi's attacks, the strength of his magic power, and the cleanness of his methods, had already dazzled them. Everyone was dumbfounded except Lista. Elfman turned his head stiffly and stammered. Lista, I just realized it. The Shug boy you are talking about is not the captain of the 4th Demonic War Force, is it? Of course. Lista replied with a proud face. Emoi can defeat Shuggy boy. No wonder you are so confident. It turns out he really has that strength. Lucy walked forward with a wry smile, patted Lista on the shoulder and said, it seems that you really brought a savior to the guild this time. Lista shook her head. No. Brother Emoi said that although he is not in the same world, he is originally a member of Fairy Tail and one of his own. His eyes returned to the battlefield. Emoi waved the fire blade again, flying away the last soldier in front of him. After a brief pause, Jace finally looked at him again. At this time, Emoi's eyes were burning like torches, and the exposed skin all over his body was glowing red with high temperature. The terrifying majestic magic power was spilling out everywhere, like a hellish Shura. Queen Jess took a few steps back and shouted to the defeated general beside her, quick! Activate the backup energy and form a formation of destruction. As long as the destructive energy cannon is assembled, even if he is made of steel and iron, he can be blasted to pieces. When the soldiers under his command heard this, their hearts suddenly rekindled a glimmer of morale to defeat Emoi. They all took off their armor, groped around with their hands for a while, and took out a spherical emerald the size of a dragon's eye. This is a top-grade ore that only the royal guards can enjoy, and under Jess's order, the emeralds were gathered together and slowly filled into the backpack behind the artillery soldier, making a low and disturbing rumble. Looking at the series of actions of the royal guards, Emoi thought to himself, they seem to be stepping up their tactics. Regarding combat, Emoi has always adhered to the attitude of saving trouble when it can be done. Even if you crush the enemy with strength, you don't like to leave the opponent a chance to release his trump card. At the moment, naturally, Jace will not get what he wants. Emoi's whole body once again burst into magical flames, and he quickly rotated and impacted the fire blade between his fingers, setting off a billowing heat wave. It's time to try out what kind of power the dragon-slaying magic will be after borrowing the power of the weapon. Under Jess's constant urging, the royal guards hurriedly filled the cannon and pointed the black hole's muzzle at Emoi. But the moment he saw Emoi, his body froze in place, trembling uncontrollably. Jess sensed the danger and looked up, but his face turned pale. At this moment, Emoi has already wielded the fire blade and charged all the way with huge firepower. and behind him, there is actually a projection of a dark red fire dragon, its body covering the sky and the sun, looming. This is a dragon. The words in Jace's throat have not yet completely come out. The giant dragon's gaze suddenly dropped, and then it flapped its huge red wings, raised its head and let out a low dragon roar. Emoi rushed over with the roar of the dragon, raised the fire knife in his hand, and chopped down with all his strength. The twin flame blades of the fire dragon. Chapter 85 Aesthetics of Violence. The flaming blade slashed down. Flames rose out of thin air on the barren desert, surrounding the remaining soldiers of the royal guard. As for the artillery that was ready to go, it had been completely roasted and turned into a pile of scrap metal. The hiss of burning flames and the screams of soldiers reached his ears. Jace's heart beat faster and faster, and he finally realized that he was in a desperate situation. Where did these goblins find these monsters? Jace cursed and looked around, trying to find a breakthrough location. But in the midst of the raging fire, Jace suddenly saw the figure slowly walking towards him in front of him. It was Emoi holding a fire blade. I was instantly frightened. Behind him was wrapped in flames again, and there was no way to retreat. Jace had no choice but to bite the bullet and shout hysterically. We are the royal guard of Edelis. If you dare to touch us, King Faust will definitely hunt you and fairy tale to the ends of the earth. When Emoi heard this, the corner of his mouth suddenly turned into a funny smile. Still pressing forward step by step, until he was only a few steps away from Jace, he said softly, "Don't worry, that old Faust won't be able to sit on the throne for a few more days." Jace wanted to say something more. However, Emoi inserted the fire blade in his hand straight into the ground, activating the final flame wind, sweeping all the royal guards including Jace into it. The fire in the desert suddenly became more powerful, like a flower blooming with flames and a phoenix rising from nirvana. After a short period of brilliance, it slowly dimmed, until the flames completely dissipated. The people at Fairy Tale looked from a distance, and saw that the desert they had just fought was covered in ashes, and the royal guards of hundreds of people all fell without exception. At this moment, only one person was still standing calmly on the field. It's Emoi. After realizing it, everyone finally couldn't hide their ecstasy and laughed wildly. We won. What a powerful fire magic, it's simply a violent aesthetic. Brother Emoi really did it? He protected our entire guild. Why are you still cheering? Hurry and freeze. Lift Emoi up. As for Emoi, after completing the final blow, the fire blade in his hand finally couldn't bear his huge magic power and instantly fell into pieces. After regaining control of the magic power in his body, Emoi couldn't help but smacked his lips. It's a pity that the quality of this magic weapon is a bit poor. I originally thought that the fire dragon's double flame blades are very powerful, and I can use them more times in the future. At this time, Emoi also felt the movement coming from the front. Looking up, he saw Fairy Tale's friends running towards him happily. Emoi subconsciously raised his arms to say hello, but was grabbed by Makao and Wakaba who were running towards him. Realizing something was wrong, Emoi immediately shouted, Wait. There is no need to be so grand. But apparently no one listened to him. Surrounded by a group of Fairy Tale members, Emoi was lying in the middle and was thrown high into the air by several people, and was immediately caught firmly. I have been chased by this group of royal troops for so long, and I finally feel relieved today. Yes, Emoi, you saved all of us this time. How should I thank you? Otherwise, you can just take away any of the beauties from the guild that you like, and we will never stop you. I agree. Of course, you can't take away my Juvia-chan hee. It was not easy to break away from the warm embrace of everyone. Emoi's side view suddenly glanced at Naz, who was following the team. Natsu was acting strange. Almost everyone feels happy when they are out of bad temper. Only Natsu was bending down and following behind, unable to hide the sadness on his face. It seems like I'm going to cry the next second. Even though the Natsu in this world is a bit cowardly, why is he still dejected at this time? Emoi couldn't help but stepped forward and patted Naz on the shoulder in surprise. What's wrong? The moment he saw Emoi, the tears rolling in Naz's eyes finally couldn't help but burst out, and he said aggrievedly, "Then, that knife is called Crimson Tide. I bought it with the reward from my first commission. After following me for so many years, you broke it just once." Only then did Emoi realize, the inferior weapons that he had just casually damaged, and placed in the Fairy Tale Guild, were probably the magic items that they had worked hard to buy for a long time. Emoi scratched his head in embarrassment and comforted him like a child. Ahem, a hug. I'll buy a new one to compensate you next time. Return to the Fairy Tale lobby. Everyone was still happily talking about the battle just now. After learning that Emoi did not drink, Lista poured him a glass of orange juice diligently, sat next to him obediently, cupped her cheeks with her delicate hands, and said with a smile, "Brother Emoi is quite in the limelight today. You girl, you know how to tease me." Emoi rolled his eyes helplessly and drank up the drink in the cup. Suddenly something came to his mind and he lowered his voice and said, "I took a special pill to be able to use magic freely in Edelis. Unfortunately, I forgot to bring you one at the time." Lista didn't take it to heart, waved her hands and pursed her lips, smiling. "It doesn't matter. After so many years in Edelis, I have become accustomed to the life here. I almost forgot that I could use magic before." When Lista was a child, she followed her brothers and sisters to leave Grake Village and go to Fairy Tale. Not long after joining the guild, the three children began to practice receiving magic together with Makarov's help. Different from Marajana's demon soul and Elfman's beast soul, the animal soul that Lista masters can add the power of various birds and animals to herself, and use the characteristics of the animals to achieve the effects of flying, acceleration, and strength enhancement. Recalling her past scenes in Aslant, Lista couldn't help but feel a little lost. It wasn't until a beautiful figure in blue flashed before her eyes that she was brought back to reality. It was Juvia. Juvia smiled at Emoi and Lista, sat down gently next to them, and said tactfully, "Emoi, do you have time?" Emoi was startled. Why is Juvia looking for me now? He couldn't just impress her because he was too charming in that battle just now, and then confess his feelings to her, right? Of course, this thought only passed by for a moment, and I am not narcissistic to that extent yet. Chapter 86 Universal Power Bank? Before Emoi could ask, a distressed male voice came from the hall. Juvia-chan went to chat with another man. She doesn't love me anymore. Emoi had a black streak on his head, and even without looking, he knew it was Grey crying. Emoi secretly cursed in his heart, Grey in this Edelis world is really a liquor. In comparison, the original Aslant's stripping and perversion is better, even though he always walks around in front of me. Putting his eyes back on Juvia's beautiful face, Emoi asked slightly seriously, "What's the matter?" "That's right." Upon hearing this, Juvia took off the blue-black water gun that had been attached to her waist, handed it to Emoi, and introduced. "This is a high-pressure water gun powered by magic power. It is the weapon I have been using to fulfill my previous commissions. It's just that, it was no longer usable due to the exhaustion of magic power a week ago. I was thinking that since you can freely release magic power yourself, maybe you can also charge magic items." Looking at Juvia's big, watery eyes full of expectation, Emoi realized. This blue-haired beauty thinks of herself as a power bank. But having said that, the first time Mistgang asked me to come to Fairy Tale was to ask them to bring in reinforcements. Think back to when you first arrived at Edelis. When talking about the battle plan, Mistgang's expression was particularly serious, and he seemed to be quite afraid of the royal army. Although the number of Fairy Tale members is a drop in the bucket compared to the royal army, it is still better than nothing. After several battles, although Emoi also had a rough judgment on the strength level of Wang Qiaojun, for the sake of safety, he still asked the guild for help. After thinking about it, Emoi took the water gun with both hands and said softly, "Although I'm not completely sure, I can at least give it a try." A look of joy immediately appeared on Juvia's face, and she bent down to thank her. Thank you. Emoi's eyes swept across the entire gun body, and his palm rubbed the magic texture attached to it. Judging from the first impression, the quality of this weapon seems to be not much different from Natsu's knife, and they are both relatively rough magic items. Emoi secretly smiled bitterly in his heart. Don't use too much magic power and explode Juvia's weapons. In the dark space of consciousness, bits of blue light flickered, and the water attribute dragon-slaying magic crystal rotated accordingly. Magic power came from Emoi's fingertips and was slowly poured into Juvia's high-pressure water gun. This time, Emoi was extremely cautious in controlling the strength of the magic, lest the magic power increase slightly and the magic items would not be able to support the explosion. Under Juvia's eager eyes, after about half a minute, the magic lines on the gun came to life again. Emoi smiled lightly and handed the high-pressure water gun to Juvia again and said, "The magic power is filled. Let's try it." This, so fast. Juvia was a little disbelieving at first, but the moment she lifted the barrel of the cannon again with both hands, she immediately felt a stream of pure water magic flowing through it. The magic is even more powerful than when I first purchased it. Juvia could no longer contain her inner ecstasy, and was about to thank Emoi again, when a round guy suddenly rolled over and stood in front of her. The smile on Emoi's face suddenly solidified. "Grey, why are you wearing so many clothes again? I feel hot just looking at you." Grey smiled innocently. "Hey, you just need to wear more clothes to stay warm. It's so comfortable rolling around on the ground like this." After Grey finished speaking, he turned his body another 180 degrees on the ground and looked at Juvia with a flattering face. "Juvia-chan, I heard that you want to try out magic items, right? Please treat me as a living target and ravage me to your heart's content." Juvia's face was full of disgust. "Go away. I feel so hot when I see you. Take off your clothes and come to me again." No. Seeing Grey's appearance, Emoi had an increasing urge to kick him out of the guild. And right now, Emoi suddenly felt someone tapping him on the shoulder and looked back without thinking. Natsu. Natsu scratched his head and smiled shyly at himself. After Emoi's repeated questioning, Natsu took out a red and black cannon barrel that was about the same size as Juvia's high-pressure water gun, and said coyly, "This is my other magic tool, the flamethrower. Can you help me put some magic power into it?" "No problem." Emoi readily agreed. After he finished speaking, he placed his palms on the cannon barrel. Under the illumination of the red magic light, the surrounding air seemed to have increased in temperature. After less than 10 seconds, Emoi handed the flamethrower back with confidence. Natsu couldn't help but asked in confusion, Is this good?" Emoi smiled. "You'll know if you try it." Compared to the power of Water Dragon, Emoi is obviously more proficient in using his fire attribute magic, and 10 seconds is enough. Natsu was dubious, stood up, opened the side window on the wall next to him, and pressed his finger tightly on the trigger of the flamethrower. The index finger joint is slightly retracted and the trigger is pulled. Boom! The majestic and scorching flame energy suddenly gushes out from the muzzle, and the violent heat flow is like the roar of a fire dragon, blasting forward at extremely fast speeds. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the end of the line of sight and exploded in the desert, rising up into a fiery red cloud of fire. Corresponding to this powerful power is the huge recoil of the flamethrower. Natsu obviously didn't realize this in time. The moment the magic power was released, his body uncontrollably took a few steps back and sat down on the ground. Natsu stared blankly through the window, looking at the fire clouds rising in the distance, his face filled with disbelief. Just now, I did this. Chapter 87, the trajectory of this gun is left. Naturally, Natsu knew very well how powerful his weapon was. It is usually used to scare people when they are being chased by the royal army, and its firepower is not worth mentioning at all. But once it passed through Emobai's hands, the flamethrower seemed to directly transform into a civilian nuclear bomb. It was called an artifact? Natsu was still stunned. Emobai had already walked up to him, smiled slightly and stretched out his arm, saying, "There is no doubt that the attack was caused by you. This weapon is of good quality, and it can store a lot of fire magic power. It's just that its original magic power reserve is too small to exert its power." The shock in Natsu's eyes slowly diminished. He stretched out his trembling right hand, held Emobai and stood up. Out of excitement, Natsu's lips moved, but not a single word came out. Emobai couldn't help but joked, "Why can't you even speak?" Natsu blushed. "It took a long time to squeeze out a few words from my throat. Thank you, thank you." The magic items that helped Juvia and Natsu were charged one after another, coupled with the movement just caused. Everyone in Fairy Tale, who always likes to eat melons and join in the fun, once again gathered around Emobai. "Hey, brother Emobai, why don't you help me take a look? The magic power of my weapon has been used up for a long time. And me. Gray, can you step aside and let one person take the position of two people? No, step aside and get out of here." Emobai also sighed softly when he saw the crowd rushing forward to hand over their magic tools frantically. This is the rhythm to squeeze yourself dry. But, first of all, as partners in the same guild, they have taken good care of Lista over the past few years. Secondly, the war with the royal army will require everyone's strength. Emobai didn't refuse too much. Activate the dragon-slaying crystals with different properties in the body, and magic pours from the body into the palms, and is slowly instilled into various magic items. After all, he is a dragon slayer, and his energy comes back after just eating a table or a chair. And under the nourishment of the magical aura, the magical textures in front of the eyes burst out with light again, reflecting into everyone's sight. But it couldn't cover up the ecstasy in everyone's eyes. Isn't this the magical power they have longed for? And after being infused with Emobai's magic power, many people were surprised to find that the magic power of the weapon was even much stronger than when they first bought it. If you're tired, take a rest first, brother Emobai. Charging so many magic items at once will take a lot of energy from you, right? Just as Emobai was concentrating on continuing to activate the Dragon Slayer crystal, Listena's gentle voice suddenly came to his ears. Immediately afterwards, a pink wet towel was placed on his face. Immediately brought some coolness. Emobai smiled and was not polite to Lista. He even joked, "As considerate as your sister. I wonder which brat I will cheapen in the future." Listena's face suddenly turned red, and she quickly withdrew her hand that was wiping Emobai's sweat in embarrassment, and said angrily, "Emobai, brother, what are you talking about?" Watching Lista pretend to be angry and leave, Emobai shook his head helplessly and turned to look at Alzak, the last wizard in the guild who was waiting for recharging. Alzak smiled and handed over his gun, bowed deeply to Emobai and thanked, "Sorry for the trouble." Emobai is no stranger to Artsakh either. Whether in Aslant or Edelis, not much seems to have changed in Artsakh. They all use guns as weapons, and at the same time, they all have a girlfriend who is in love, Bisksa, who is also a sharpshooter. In Emobai's impression, the two seemed to be the first among this group of young wizards to get married and have children. With the injection of various mixed energies, the gun quickly regained its magic power and shined brightly. Emobai gently touched the gun in his hand, but did not immediately hand it back to Arzak, and immediately asked, "This gun, can I try it?" "Certainly." Arzak readily agreed, took out 2 bullets from his pocket and handed them over. Long before time travel, Emobai liked to play some FPS games and was also interested in guns. "I just haven't been able to try it myself. Now is a perfect opportunity." Under Arzak's guidance, Emobai quickly loaded the ammunition, gently placed his head on the scope, and squinted one eye. "Lock the target and slam the trigger with your finger." Bang! The bullet suddenly penetrated from the barrel and flew straight through the air at an extremely fast speed. Then it hit the window next to the flower pot with perfect precision. Clang! The crisp cracking sound immediately attracted the attention of the entire guild again, and broken glass shards were scattered on the ground. Silence fell. For a long time. Among the crowd, Natsu crept out and silently cleaned up the broken glass. Seeing everyone's eyes turning towards him, Emobai hurriedly put the gun back into Altsak's hand, trying to shift the blame. But just in this case, Macau walked up cheerfully and patted Emobai on the shoulder, saying with a smile, "Awesome, little brother Emobai. Alzak always points where to hit, but you are different, you point where to hit. Emoi was ashamed. Well, if you don't know how to praise me, don't praise me, ahem. Tactics coughed twice, and then Emoi asked Arzak again. I remember that the position I aimed at was correct. My hand didn't have cramps or anything, so why did I miss so much? Arzak smiled and replied happily, yes, my gun's trajectory is left. Seeing everyone's doubts, Alzak looked solemn and said plausibly, as a mage who uses a gun, I face the risk of being chased by the royal army every day, so I don't want the gun to be picked up by the enemy and used directly after I die. Emoi suddenly felt hot in his chest and had the urge to vomit blood. He looked at Alzak faintly. Emoi asked in a hoarse voice, do you think there is a possibility that the cause of your death is that the ballistic path deflected to the left? After a while, seeing that everyone had gotten their favorite magic items, Emoi walked back to the center of the hall, cleared his throat and said, everyone, now that the magic items in your hands are full of energy, Fairy Tail is no longer a soft persimmon that anyone can pinch. You are powerful magicians. Good. Thunderous cheers and applause came from all around. Emoi looked around again and finally revealed the original purpose of the trip. Actually, this time I came to the guild mainly because I wanted to ask everyone for help. Before he finished speaking, the surrounding people immediately responded enthusiastically. Just say it. You gave us our magic power, and we will live through fire and water without hesitation. Don't say just one piece, I'll agree to 10 pieces. Everyone was enthusiastic. When Emoi saw this, he became more serious and said, this matter starts with Mistgang. This name may be unfamiliar to you, but in your world, he has another identity, Prince Jelal. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Emoi told everything about Edelis and Anima's plan from beginning to end. Including this trip, Mistgang asked him to come to Fairy Tail to find helpers. A long while, everyone who had recovered from their illness looked at each other in shock, and finally learned the truth about their world. Natsu smacked his lips and said, no wonder the country wants to ban all magician guilds. It turns out that Edelis' magic is so lacking that it has already set its sights on other worlds. Emoi nodded and affirmed, this is also the purpose of my coming here. If it were just a few days later, the town and guild where I was originally might have been attracted by the magic or converted by the Anima device. But these things are state secrets, so it's normal for you not to know. And indeed it is. In order to stabilize the people's hearts, King Faust of Edelis has always claimed that magic is generated and converted by Anima devices, never mentioning that it was snatched from other worlds, or even the lives of magicians from other worlds, and converted into magic power. Juvia frowned slightly and asked in confusion, Emoi, you seemed to have mentioned Prince Jelal just now. Emoi spread his hands and said, Mistgang. He is an opponent of the Anima plan. He is now negotiating with the king and wants to stop Anima in a peaceful way. But Emoi immediately changed the topic and continued. Mistgang has also prepared himself and asked me to come to you for help. Once the negotiation breaks down, it can only be solved by force. In addition, since the enemy we are facing is the entire kingdom army of Edelis, their numbers may be far greater than ours. I won't force you to do this. If you are willing to fight with me, we will set off immediately after the failure of Mistgang. If you are not willing, you can just stay in the guild. Chapter 88 Crazy King? Emoi just finished speaking. Call. Suddenly, a strange gust of wind blew up outside the guild, and the door suddenly blew open. Everyone immediately looked warily. Emoi smelled a familiar scent in the wind, and raised his hand slightly to signal that everyone should not panic. Looking in the direction, a masked man wearing a blue and black cloak stood in the light, slowly raising his head and staring ahead. Gently take off the mask on your head, revealing your handsome and youthful face. And there is a scarlet tattoo engraved on his right eye. It was the Mistgang who brought Emoi to Edelis earlier. Lucy looked at him carefully for a while and asked tentatively, are you, Prince Jelal? Mistgang nodded lightly, walked slowly among the crowd, and faced Emoi. Emoi raised his eyebrows and asked, the negotiation ended so soon? What was the result? Mistgang smiled mockingly to himself and said bitterly, you are right. It is impossible for the king and his staff to give up the Anima plan. In the end, they will inevitably have to fight with them. Even I was almost left in the royal city. When Mistgang said this, he deliberately emphasized the identity of the king. It seems that he wants to break off the relationship with him. Tell me more about it. Emoi casually moved the 3 half-legged broken wooden chair next to him and motioned for Mistgang to sit down and chat. Mirage also thoughtfully brought hot tea. Thanks. Mistgang squeezed out a smile from the corner of his mouth, then quickly put it away, telling Emoi and the surrounding Fairy Tail members about his experience in going to the royal city. Previously, I did sneak into Anima's control base and found a way to successfully cut off all its energy devices. In a short time, they should not be able to restart it. I thought they would give up and at least be restrained, but Emoi took over the conversation and said, but you still underestimated their ambition. That's right. Mistgang sighed, and continued, perhaps, they can already be called crazy. When I entered the palace to negotiate, the king thought he could catch me easily, and inadvertently revealed their next plan to the people around him. Everyone at Fairy Tail immediately moved forward and asked, what's the plan? Mistgang turned his attention to Emoi again and said, the news in the royal city is quite well informed. The king and others already know about your successive defeats of Bayero and Shagy. Emoi shrugged non-committally. They have to know sooner or later anyway. What's more, 2 national-level cotters were missing out of thin air. No matter where they were placed, it would be considered a major safety incident. Mistgang said, according to some records, the king and others already know your identity as a dragon-slaying mage, and they have set their sights on the powerful source of dragon-slaying magic in your body. Emoi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Why do these people have this problem? Do they just like to stare at me? Mistgang bowed slightly towards Emoi apologetically. It wasn't until he saw the latter waving his hands as if nothing had happened that he continued to explain. There is a treasure called the Dragon Lock Cannon hidden in the basement of the palace. As long as the Dragon Slayer mage is used as a source, it can gather and fire cannon fire with powerful energy. Although Anima has been closed, but because of your appearance, the king and others temporarily changed their plan to capture you and use it to launch the Dragon Lock Cannon. Lucy was confused and interrupted. Since the king wants magic power, why didn't he capture Emoi and extract his magic power directly, instead of going to the trouble of activating the Dragon Lock Cannon? Mistgang paused and asked, you should have heard of the island suspended above Edelis, Extania. Everyone nodded. Extania is an island in the sky, and its citizens are flying cats like Happy and Carla. They are called Transcendents, because the Transcendents have innate magic power in their bodies, the same as Aslant. The Queen of the Transcendents is even suspected of possessing the ability to control the life and death of all things. Therefore, for a long time, Transcendents have generally believed that they are better than humans. He is an angel, and humans are an inferior species. Humans should obey the orders of the Transcendent, even if they sacrifice their lives. The Queen of the Beyonders has supreme power over King Edelis. For a long time, there have been few disobedient and transcendent beings in human beings. Seeing Emoi, he nodded to express understanding. Now, Mistgang finally revealed King Faust's crazy plan. The king, he wants to use the terrifying magic power in Emoi's body to launch the Dragon Lock Cannon and bomb the entire Extania. Once the plan succeeds, all Transcendents will be killed or injured or converted into magic ore, which will be converted into magic power and continuously fall from the sky. At that time, Edelis will no longer have the problem of lack of magic power, but like Aslant, there will be magic power even in the air. Everyone in Fairy Tale took a breath of cold air almost at the same time and looked at Mistgang blankly. They never imagined that the king's ambition would be so great. Not only is it targeting Emoi, but it even wants to destroy the kingdom of Extania, which has always been superior to humans. Emoi narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured in a low voice, you want to capture me and use it as a source of living magic? I have such a big appetite, and I'm not afraid of dying. Chapter 89 Go straight to Huanglong? Anima's reversal plan? Mistgang continued. When I go to the royal city this time, I have secretly contacted Pansa Lily, the captain of the royal army's first magic warfare unit. He was also a member of Extania. The royal army is too powerful to compete head-on. So, we have already discussed. What has been discussed? Everyone asked. Mistgang took a deep breath and said decisively. Completely reverse the Anima. Return all the magic power of Edelis to the world of Aslant where Emoi lives. The sound fell to the crowd like thunder, giving every magician present a blow to the head. Return all the magic power? Doesn't this mean that the already limited magic resources will completely disappear in the world of Edelis? In other words, even if this battle is successful, are we destined to no longer be able to use magic in the future? Facing the question, Mistgang nodded firmly. When he made this decision with Pansa Lily, he had already guessed how everyone would react. After all, magic has been with everyone for so many years. It is always difficult to accept that it is necessary to give up completely for a while. For a long time. Let's listen to Emoi. Everyone's eyes slowly focused on Emoi. For such a major matter related to life and death, I couldn't make a decision for a while, so I had to find someone reliable to make the decision. Emoi stood up slowly, looked into Mistgang's eyes, and said calmly, what are you going to do specifically? A flash of excitement suddenly flashed in Mistgang's eyes, and he said bluntly, the king doesn't know my thoughts yet. And according to his plan, he only needs to catch you in a short time to launch the Dragon Lock Cannon. I guess Anima's stronghold will not be sent to guard heavily for the time being. We can completely capture it directly. If you want to completely operate the reversal magic, you need to operate there for at least half a day. In the meantime, please help us resist the royal army. After the words fell, Mistgang stared at Emoi expectantly, waiting for his response. But Emoi thought for a moment and shook his head. Just when everyone thought Emoi was refusing to reverse Anima's plan, Emoi said, I have a better way. What? I will rush into the royal city right now and kill your father. Realizing that there might be something wrong with his statement, Emoi adjusted his words and said again, ahem. As the saying goes, offense is the best defense. If I attract the attention of the king and all his troops, wouldn't the pressure on your side be much less? No. Mistgang immediately objected categorically. As far as I know, the king is still planning to use the forbidden magic armor Dragon Knight. If you enter the royal city now, you will die. Dragon Knight. Many magicians who had heard of this name were immediately shocked. You mean, the sealed forbidden armor that nearly destroyed the entire kingdom during the research process? Mistgang nodded, that's right. This time the king is determined to capture Emoi alive. When the time comes, he will definitely launch the Dragon Knight at all costs. Everyone fell silent. Although Emoi had already shown amazing power before, easily defeating Shagy and Jace one after another. But the legendary Dragon Knight is obviously not on the same level as these two people. His power has reached a terrifying level. Many years ago, when the Fairy Tale Guild in Edelis was first established, many people had witnessed the Royal Academy of Magic displaying the Dragon Knight. That day, due to the loss of control of magic, the entire town was almost razed to the ground by the destructive energy of the rampaging Dragon Knight. To this day, they can still recall the fear brought by that violent magical power. Mistgang looked at Emoi and added, since they want to break the boat, they will definitely instill all the magic power accumulated by Anima over the years into the Dragon Knight. Do you want to throw yourself into a trap? Emoi heard this, but still smiled disapprovingly, and gently spread his right palm in front of everyone. Within the palm of your hand, 8 types of magic beams with different attributes slowly emerged, each emitting unique light and power and complementing each other. It gradually condensed and bloomed into a beautiful flower composed of 8 colors. The essence of magic spreads from the stamens. This breath is like a breeze blowing lightly on everyone's faces, but it also carries a sense of majesty and oppression that cannot be ignored. For a moment, everyone was caught in this magical dragon-killing power, and they were a little lost. It wasn't until Emoi gently closed his palms and the flowers quietly disappeared, that he smiled lightly and said, don't forget, I am a dragon slayer. How can I be afraid of a fake dragon? Everyone, just follow my plan. If you want, you can go to Anima's control center with Mistgang at any time. Mistgang was about to retort, wait, did you listen to me? But it was immediately overshadowed by the voices of Fairy Tale members who echoed loudly. No problem, since you can't use magic after the plan is successful, let's use it today. Even if there is no magic, wouldn't it be fine as long as the guild is still there? Not to mention that we can give those guys from the royal army a final beating. Brother Emoi has to face the Dragon Knight after all, which is much more dangerous than us, but we must come back alive. Emoi's eyes passed over the enthusiastic magicians one by one, and finally fell on Lista. Lista bit her red lips lightly, a trace of worry flashed in her beautiful eyes, she blushed, and leaned into Emoi's ear and warned, be safe. Yes, otherwise why would I go back to Aslant with you? Emoi smiled heartily, activated the dragon-slaying magic crystal in his body, and the wings of the storm dragon suddenly appeared. Wait, hey. Mistgang sensed something was wrong and hurriedly stretched out his arms, trying to catch Emoi, but it went straight to nothing. As the light and shadow flickered in front of his eyes, Emoi quickly rushed out of the guild gate and walked away. This guy, Mistgang was angry and anxious. He punched the 3-legged wooden table in front of him, cracking it from the middle and breaking into 2 halves. Lucy pushed Mistgang dissatisfied and said slightly angrily, hey, even though you are a prince, if you damage our guild's things casually, you will have to pay compensation according to the price. Also, when are we going to the Anima you mentioned? Mistgang had no choice but to stand up. After packing up his luggage and carrying the 5 staffs behind his back, he looked out from the open doorway. Now, get ready to go. Emoi still carries with him the map originally given to him by Mistgang. The royal city is located in the center of the entire country, with the largest area and the most eye-catching location. At this speed, it won't take long to arrive. At this time, besides the Dragon Knight, Emoi was also thinking about another thing. Once the war with the royal army begins, we will inevitably meet the other Urza of Edelis. A crimson shadow slowly emerged from his mind. Emoi didn't have any sense of expectation. Because in Edelis, Urza is not a partner of the Fairy Tale Guild, but an enemy. Well, even though they look exactly the same, they are still enemies after all. If we meet, we still have to fight. Edelis and Aslant belong to parallel time and space, and most people can find another themselves in another world. But the members of Aslant's fairy tale may not necessarily be the magicians of the Edelis Fairy Tale Guild. It is even said that some people were friends in the original world, but became enemies on the other side. This is the case with Urza. In Aslant, she is Emoi's little girlfriend and the guild's fairy queen Urza Shakaredo. Available at Edelis. At this time, Urza had a completely different identity. Captain of the 2nd Demonic War Troop of the Royal Army, the initiator of repeated operations to exterminate the Fairy Tale Guild, the Fairy Hunter, Urza Netwaka, Chapter 90. Another Urza. Emoi soared in the sky with the wings of the storm dragon, and finally found traces of the town on the distant horizon. As the distance continues to shrink, the bustling streets and houses also continue to enlarge. Look down at the map again to confirm. Ahead is the Edelis royal city. Emoi is preparing to lower his altitude slightly to observe the situation on the ground more clearly. But at this moment, he suddenly smelled a hint of murderous intent. The guards are indeed tight enough. Were they discovered so quickly? The wings of the storm dragon slightly increased the flapping frequency, and Emoi's body moved sideways. The next second, a white magic light beam passed through the original position, obviously directed at him. Emoi frowned slightly and turned his head to look in the direction of the light beam. A fat blue flying beast is in the center of the field of vision, flying towards him continuously. There seemed to be a red-haired woman standing on the back of the beast, holding a spear. The attack just now was made by her. Emoi has good eyesight and can distinguish people at a glance, but the corners of his mouth can't help but twitch. I'm such a foul-mouthed person, what the hell are you talking about? Roar. The sound of roaring beasts in the distance reached my ears. Emoi stopped dodging and simply changed the direction of flight and headed straight for the opponent. In his sight, the figure of the red-haired woman gradually enlarged and became clearer. She has a devilish figure that is the envy of all women, and her clothes are quite hot and bold. The grey-black spear in her hand makes people a little more afraid of her. Like a wild female leopard in the desert, she exudes dangerous and charming charm. Looking closely at her appearance, it is not difficult to find that she looks exactly like the Urza that Emoi is familiar with. It's just that there is a bit more coldness and murderous intent between his eyebrows. This person is none other than the captain of the Edelis' second demonic war force, the goblin hunter, Urza Netwaka. The distance kept getting closer, until it stayed in the air above the beast's body. Emoi put away the wings of the storm dragon and jumped down. He stood firmly on the back of the beast and looked at the opposite Netwaka with cold eyes. Netwaka looked at Emoi, not hiding the coldness in his eyes, and spoke solemnly. You are the dragon slayer of Aslant, right? I didn't expect that before we started hunting on a large scale, you came to our door yourself. Even though I was mentally prepared in advance, I knew that this was not the same person. But Netwaka threatened him coldly in the face of the person closest to him, which made Emoi feel awkward. However, Netwaka has always enjoyed killing. With his prey close in front of him, he naturally doesn't talk too much and directly activates the weapon in his hand. The first shot of the Ten Commandments spear, the Iron Spear. The fighting spirit surged. The spear in Netwaka's hand moved in response, and magic burst out. The spear suddenly gained a layer of pitch-black shell. The cold air was overwhelming, and the tip of the spear was pointed directly at Emoi's throat. When Emoi heard the word iron, out of the dragon slayer's instinctive reaction, he almost opened his mouth and chewed it. However, Emoi endured it after feeling that the magical aura emitted by this spear was quite strong. Xiaojuju was beating in my heart. I remember that in the original plot, the two Urzas seemed to have a tie in the end, right? Netwaka relied on this heaven-defying weapon to fight Urza without losing any ground. So, that thing seems to be of good quality? If possible, take it back and give it to Urza. The cave dragon's shield. The moment the iron spear was about to touch him, Emoi immediately condensed his magic power with his hands and opened a giant shield in front of him, steadily blocking Netwaka's attack. Clang! The gun and shield overlapped, and a war-loving smile appeared on Netwaka's face, and he was about to use his strength to pierce the shield. Unexpectedly, Emoi took the first step and pushed forward with both hands. The invisible magic pressure directly ejected Netwaka and his gun forward. Netwaka staggered a few steps, quickly adjusted and stabilized her figure, and her cold and pretty face finally showed a bit of solemnity. Some strength. Emoi had a look of helplessness on his face. I've already taken down several of the royal army cadres at the same level as you. Are you sure you still want to fight me? The words have not yet finished. Netwaka interrupted directly, Ice Flame Spear. Turning his wrist, the Ten Commandments spear mobilized its magic power. Two beams of energy, one red and one blue, surged alternately on the tip of the gun, gradually wrapping around the entire body of the weapon. Then she grasped the gun steady with both hands. The Ten Rings gun seemed to appear as a phantom in an instant, splitting into two identical guns out of thin air, each wrapped with one of the red and blue magic powers, and its aura instantly increased several times compared to before. Netwaka shot out, stabbing Emoi in front of him, threatening to turn him into a hornet's nest. Steel skin. The magic power of the iron dragon crystal burst out, and Emoi's hands were instantly covered with a layer of black scales. His arms were crossed, and he forcefully grabbed the tips of the two spears with his palms. Court death. Netwaka snorted coldly, and then activated the two different magic powers already attached to the gun. In an instant, red and blue beams flew straight out of the gun body, flowing rapidly along the tip of the gun towards Emoi's palms. This move is the fifth form of the Ten Rings spear. Netwaka once successfully stood out from the Edelis Kingdom's army by relying on the majestic magic offensive of ice and fire, and became the captain of the second magic war force. But as the confrontation continues to deepen, the surging ice-fire magic power continuously eroded Emoi's arms, but Emoi did not see any adverse reactions. Even, the two hands that grasped the tip of his gun became tighter and tighter. Look up. With a hint of curvature appearing at the corner of Emoi's mouth. Only then did Netwaka realize with horror. His attack didn't cause any damage to Emoi at all, and the opponent even tried to snatch his weapon away. Chapter 91 My Urza is much better behaved than you. After realizing this, Netwaka gritted his teeth and directly reversed the two energy flows that were still attacking Emoi on the ice and flame guns, and then flowed directly back into his body along the gun body. Although you will also be harmed by magical energy by doing so, you can also strengthen your control over the Ten Rings gun in a short period of time. The ice and fire energy suddenly stopped running. Under Netwaka's hard pull, the tips of the two spears finally broke away from Emoi's control and returned to his own hands. Netwaka staggered back a few steps and barely managed to stabilize his body. After receiving the impact just now, his face became even paler. Fortunately, the weapon was saved. For the magicians of Edelis, if they lose the magic tools as a medium, they will not be able to use powerful magic power at all. The Ten Commandments spear is still in his hand, at least, it hasn't failed yet. Emoi, who was opposite him, naturally took all this in his eyes and couldn't help but secretly thought, this woman is so cruel to me. Netwaka licked the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, staring at Emoi with his eyes, his expression becoming more ferocious. As expected, he is the dragon slayer named by the king as the source of magical energy. However, countless fairies have fallen into my hands, and you will not be an exception. Holy Spear and Holy Stone World. Netwaka used his arms to exert force and slowly reunited the 10-ring spear that had split into 2 halves. A bright light suddenly burst out from the tip of the spear, and a magical aura that was several times more terrifying than before slowly filled the air. Ouch! Feeling the coercion emanating from the 10 Commandments gun, even the flying beast beneath the 2 men let out a little wail from their throats. The strength shown by Netwaka at this moment is completely higher than that of Shagy and others he encountered before. It's really rare for a woman to be able to be on par with Urza. Within Emoi's sight, Netwaka has already accumulated the magic power of the 10 rings gun to its peak and is ready to attack at any time. Storm Dragon Wings. The wind blew under Emoi's feet. He stepped on the back of the beast and jumped into the air, spreading his wings with all his strength and flying into the sky again. When Netwaka saw this, he sneered, "Are you thinking of running away now? Can you escape the speed of the Holy Stone World?" As Netwaka shouted loudly, the bright light suddenly materialized into a silver-white wave column, aiming at Emoi's body, and shot upward at a very fast speed to kill. Emoi leaned over to take a bird's-eye view, and also felt the dangerous atmosphere under his feet. But he did not choose to dodge by linking the power of wind and thunder. As his wings flapped, a few wisps of breeze faintly surged around his body, stirring up some sand on the desert. Just before the energy beam of the Holy Stone World was about to hit, Emoi quickly adjusted his posture so that his whole body was downward, clenching his fists tightly. Gather enough Earth attribute magic power to fight against it. Earth Dragon's Earth Hammer. In Edelis for so long, the most common terrain is the desert. In order to maintain sufficient magic power at all times, Emoi bit the bullet and ate a lot of sand. No way. Although not very elegant, but at least the recovery of magic power is still visible to the naked eye. Emoi also accumulates some earth energy in his body that has not had time to be converted into magic power. It happened to be used in this attack. Emoi was condescending and used his fists to break through the bamboo to defeat Netwaka's final move. Netwaka gritted her teeth. She had already concentrated all her strength on this round of confrontation. Stay in, Edelis. On the other hand, Emoi, with the blessing of the thick and tough earth dragon power, and the floating sand all over his body as a medium to attract magic power, is like a fish in water. Both fists were like a ferocious beast that was out of control and rushed forward recklessly. The light emitted by the Holy Stone World was scattered bit by bit. Almost. Realizing that the time to attack had arrived, Emoi gently opened his mouth and inhaled, sucking in all the sand particles that were originally wrapped around his side. Immediately, he concentrated it between his fists, and the magic power exploded again. At the beginning of the counterattack, the light of the 10-ring spear was instantly extinguished, and everything was covered by the powerful magical aura of the Earth Dragon. A look of endless horror suddenly poured into Netwaka's face. Boom. As her fists fell, Netwaka was heavily shot down together with the flying beast she was originally riding on, falling suddenly and uncontrollably. Wild sand was once again stirred up in the desert. Until the dust clears. The field of vision gradually became clearer, and I could clearly see the situation under my feet. Emoi then gradually restrained his original magic power and controlled the wings of the storm dragon to run downward. The blue beast had lost any breath of life, and its huge corpse lay like a low hill on the desert. As for Netwaka, although he was dying, he still held the weapon tightly in his hand. Emoi strolled forward, bent down, and with gentle force, grabbed the 10 Commandments spear into his hand. In order to prevent the impact from being too great, this weapon was damaged. In the attack just now, Emoi also deliberately avoided Netwaka's original position, and most of the attack power was hit on the beast. Putting the 10 Commandments spear in his hand and weighing it, Emoi smiled lightly and said, "Consider this weapon my trophy." Emoi turned around and was about to leave. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of Netwaka's face. Even though the sand on the ground was stained by the battle, it was still difficult to conceal the resentment in her eyes. Netwaka still stared at Emoi and said in a hoarse voice, "If I had known this, I would rather destroy the 10 rings gun than let you take it away." Emoi shrugged, picked up the 10 rings gun and waved it in front of Netwaka's eyes, and said helplessly, "Can you be gentler? Hey, my Urza is much better behaved than you." At the same time, to the west of the royal city, Anima Control Center. In the command room, Captain Hughes, a big treehouse suddenly parachuted out of nowhere outside the city, and a bunch of fairy tale wizards came out of it, clamoring to capture our place. They're just a bunch of unfashionable fish. You can handle this kind of thing on your own. You don't have to report it to me. But, that group of goblins got a bunch of high-end magic items from nowhere. Each one has frighteningly powerful magic. The main entrance is about to be lost. What? Hughes immediately stood up in panic. Just half a day ago, as the captain of the 3rd Magic Warfare Unit of the Royal Army, he was ordered by the king to be transferred to the Anima Control Center together with Pansa Lily, the captain of the 1st Magic Warfare Unit, to guard it. Originally, Hughes thought this would be a leisurely job. After all, according to the king's original plan, the next focus was to capture Emoi and activate the Dragon Lock Cannon. But he didn't realize something was wrong until a group of fairy tale magicians led by Mistgang came knocking on his door. "It's impossible. I clearly heard Jay say that Fairy Tail's magic power should have been exhausted, didn't he fail to win that guild? Hughes frowned. However, the other party's troops are approaching the city, and there is no time for him to think about these things now. After calming down, Hughes asked the guard who came to report the news, "How is Captain Lily doing? Is there any news about asking him for help?" Bang! Before the guard could respond, the door to the command center was forced open with a punch. Hughes looked in horror. Standing at the gate were Mistgang and Pantsa Lily, one person and one cat. The members of Fairy Tail followed closely behind the two, their faces filled with the excitement of fighting. Apparently, the previous attack on the royal army here made them take a bad breath. Hughes finally reacted. Lily, you actually betrayed the king." Lily responded coldly, "The king is greedy and blindly plunders the magic power of other worlds. I have already decided to follow Prince Jalal." What else did Hughes want to say? Nabu, who was behind Mistgang, suddenly stepped forward and punched Hughes in the chest, knocking him away. "What nonsense are you talking to him? Didn't Brother Emoi say that our mission is to reverse Anima as soon as possible? Let's start now." Mistgang nodded slightly, also no longer hesitated, and led everyone towards the Anima main device behind the command room. Chapter 92 Big Black Rat? The royal city of Edelis is full of cars and horses. The bustling streets and the endless crowds of people seemed to be the same as usual. In order to prevent the target from being too big to attract attention, Emoi had already landed from the air, slipped into a deep alley, and moved forward in secret. The breeze blows. At the end of the alley ahead, a subtle whisper reached Emoi's ears, making him stop and listen. "Sigh. I really don't know what the king is thinking. He has confiscated all the magic items from all of us and still wants to come here to guard us 24 hours a day. SHHH, keep your voice down. It is said that the Aslant man named Emoi has extremely keen senses, but you can't be heard by him." I know. Isn't he not here? What's all the fuss about? Besides, our current weapons are just devices without magic power. Even if he comes, there is no way to catch him. It's better to be cautious anyway. Although the palace has not made a clear announcement, I feel that something big is going to happen today. What's the big deal? After a brief pause and hesitation, another person said in a lower voice, "When I patrolled the palace last time, I accidentally saw Prince Jalal. He seemed to be here for negotiation, and he also told the king something about Anima. Tell me more details." "I just remember that they were having a very unpleasant time. The king seemed to threaten Prince Jalal, and even wanted to use the forbidden art armored dragon knight that was sealed a few years ago." "What the hell? Real or fake? Idiot? Keep your voice down." The sound stopped suddenly. Emoi hid his body in a dark corner, rubbed his chin and thought to himself, "These two idiots seem to have mentioned something very important." Emoi remembers it clearly. Mistgang said that the royal army was large in number and well equipped. "But now that it's so easy to sneak in, I originally thought it would be a trap, waiting for me to fall into a trap." Unexpectedly, the king was more ruthless. "Just recycle all the magic items of those soldiers, use the magic power as the energy source to activate the Dragon Knight's armor, and then use the power of the Dragon Knight to capture himself." During the activation of the Dragon Knight, soldiers were asked to stand guard continuously and monitor the movements in the city at all times. This plan is indeed quite thoughtful. It seems that we have to find where the king is as soon as possible, and try to kill him before the Dragon Knight launches his attack. For fighting, Emoi always adheres to the safest style of play. Just like when he first fought against the 6 demon generals, even though he had the power to fight against guild leader Wu. But since there is a way to directly avoid a vicious battle and achieve victory, why not do it? Think of this. Emoi mobilized his magic power, instantly increased his body speed to the maximum, and rushed forward out of the deep alley. At the entrance of the alley, the 2 guards who were fishing just now were preparing to pretend to be on guard. But he only felt a strange wind suddenly blowing in front of him, which seemed to be mixed with some magical energy. Something seemed to flash before my eyes, and it was fleeting. The 2 of them looked at each other, confused about each other's situation, and their faces were confused. "It seemed like something rushed past just now. Didn't you see clearly? Maybe it's a big black mouse." "Really?" To the west of the royal city, Anima Control Center. Under the leadership of Mistgang and Lily, everyone went deeper step by step until they reached the room at the end. Push the door open and enter. There are several huge humanoid stone statues standing around Lyokuo. The stone statues focus their attention on the center of the room, which is the main control device of Anima. "This is it." Mistgang took a deep breath and couldn't help but speed up his pace. The magicians also gathered around the light group in the room and carefully examined the Anima core light group. Natsu asked curiously, "So, this thing has been sucking the magic power of Emoi's world?" Mistgang nodded. "Then what are you waiting for? Let's find a way to reverse this thing now. Let us take care of the outside and make sure not to let in any of the royal army," Lucy urged. After hearing this, Mistgang slowly placed his palm on the light group at the core of Anima. As a dazzling beam of light shot out, everyone felt the huge magic power from it. It is indeed a super device that has been used to convert magic power for several years. Even if it has been forcibly closed once before, the remaining energy within it cannot be underestimated. Just as everyone was about to turn around and guard the door, Mistgang suddenly stopped what he was doing and shouted softly to everyone on the spot. "Everyone, please wait a moment." "What's wrong?" Once Anima is successfully reversed, there will be no more magic in the Edelis world. You still have to be mentally prepared. Why, mother-in-law? Didn't you say it before? We all agree. Mistgang turned his head again, looked at Lily next to him, and spoke calmly. Lily, thank you for your help. If the plan succeeds, I hope you can take my body out of here. Also, the citizens of Edelis are also handed over to you. What? Lily didn't understand for a moment. Even the magicians from the Fairy Tale Guild also had question marks on their faces. Mistgang let out a long sigh and explained in a deep voice. Allowing Edelis to completely lose its magic will definitely cause immeasurable losses to this country, and I am the initiator of this plan and a sinner. I can no longer face the people in this capacity. So, I hope you can kill me. Lily was stunned for a moment. How could I do this to you? Mistgang shook his head decisively. Things have come to this point. If everything goes well, Emoi can smash King Faust's Dragon Knight armor. After that, you can take my body directly to explain to the people, and naturally become the new king of this country. Chapter 93 Decisive Battle with Dragon Knight? Absolutely not. Lily flatly refused. Although Mistgang has long been regarded as a rebel prince, and Lily is the captain of the first magic warfare unit of the royal army, but one person and one cat had formed an indissoluble bond many years ago, and they were considered life or death friends. There was no way Lily could do this. Mistgang sternly emphasized, we have no other choice. Everything we do is for our country. Just when there was a dispute, Lista suddenly leaned out from the fairy tale crowd and walked up to them. Can I ask a question? What's the problem? Lista frowned slightly, and after thinking briefly, she said softly, if Anima is successfully reversed, it will take away all the magic power in the world of Edelis. As a transcendent born with magic power, won't Lily also be forcibly sent to Aslant? Mistgang was immediately stunned. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that is indeed the case. Lily originally came from the flying cat kingdom of Extania, and was born with magic power in her body. It was only because of some reasons that he was expelled from Sky Island as a fallen angel, and then he served in the Edelis Kingdom army and became a cotter here. Lily also gradually understood, with an elusive light shining in her eyes. He also realized at this moment that with the reversal of Anima, he and all his compatriots would be forced to leave here. Mistgang glanced at Lista bitterly, and then glanced at the fairy tale people behind her. After a long while, he asked hoarsely, then what should we do now? The hesitation in Lista's beautiful eyes flashed, and she immediately said, I think Brother Emoi should also consider this, but it's a pity that he is not here now. Just proceed as planned. Continue to reverse the Anima, and Brother Emoi should be able to tell us what to do next. Lista's tone contained unconditional trust in Emoi. After hearing this, Mistgang finally placed his palm on the Anima Center light group again and slowly activated it. I hope. Other side. Emoi rushed to the center of the royal city, but as the distance continued to approach, I felt more and more that a terrifying magical power was being gradually released. The source is right in front of the square in the center of the royal city. Emoi narrowed his eyes slightly and realized that the king had activated the Dragon Knight armor before him. A fierce battle is inevitable. There is no way to steal the chicken like President Wu did. What is supposed to come has come. The wings of the storm dragon appeared from behind, and Emoi was no longer hiding. He rushed across the block in one stride and sailed into the air. The streets are getting noisier. As we continued to move forward, we found that more and more people seemed to be hurriedly heading in the same direction as ourselves. Emoi also vaguely discerned a few clear and complete sentences. Have you heard? King Faust seems to be reactivating the Dragon Knight armor. It's over there in the square. What the hell? Hasn't that been classified as a forbidden technique a long time ago? I still remember the terrifying and destructive power of the Dragon Knight when he first appeared. I also remember that it was clearly stated at that time that it was strictly prohibited to use it again, except under special circumstances. What special situation? Has the country encountered any difficulties that must be solved by using Dragon Knights? I don't know. Let's go over there first and watch the excitement. But you have to stay away. I don't want to be trampled to death. Go over the last street. Emoi's eyes were as bright as a torch, looking straight ahead. The originally spacious square was now densely packed with people, surrounding the center of the square. And the center of all people, a silver-gray dragon-shaped armored monster that covers the sky and the sun has stood up, exuding huge magical pressure. As the red light appeared on the Dragon Knight's face, and the huge solace of his feet supported his whole body, the Dragon Knight swayed slightly, and an old voice came from inside. Citizens of Edelis, I am King Faust. I am currently in the body of the Dragon Knight. Please listen carefully to my next words. The people watching the melon were immediately interested and shouted in agreement around him. It is indeed the king, actually activated the Dragon Knight again. It seems that something big is about to happen. King Faust's voice, amplified by the Dragon Knight, was deafening. Even Emoi, who was suspended in the air in the distance, could hear it clearly. The old voice came out from the Dragon Knight's body again. Citizens, Edelis has now slipped into Edelis, a bandit from another world. This bandit valued the Anima device used by our country to collect magic. After negotiating with me to no avail, he actually wanted to forcefully destroy the Anima and monopolize all the magic power we have cultivated through all these years of hard work. Everyone said, should we expel him from this land? The sound echoed in the square like a bell. The public's emotions were instantly ignited and they loudly supported. I agree with both hands and feet. Is there such a thing? AFK him. That's right, our magic power is already very scarce. If Anima hadn't been creating magic power, it would have been exhausted long ago. The corner of Emoi's mouth couldn't help but twitch. No wonder Faust can become the king, he really has two skills. Not only did he never say that the magic power of the Anima device was stolen from Aslant, he also distorted the facts in a few words and defined himself as a robber. He even used his status as king to directly incite people's emotions. What an old fox. Seeing the support of the blockbusters, Faust continued. Citizens, the robber is too powerful. I had no choice but to reopen the Dragon Knight's seal. But please don't worry, this robber is different from us. He is born with a source of magic in his body. As long as we can capture him, it will be enough to cover all the magic consumed by activating the Dragon Knight, and there will even be some left over for everyone. As soon as this statement came out, the crowd became even more excited. But no one noticed. The so-called robbers they called had already quietly landed from midair and sneaked into their side. Chapter 94. Have you ever seen a 40-meter-long sword? Emoi forcibly suppressed all the magical energy in his body back into his body. Disguising himself as a muggle who doesn't understand magic, he squeezed out of the crowd step by step and found his way to the front row. Anyway, the king has never seen him. And when Emoi finally arrived at the feet of the Dragon Knight, and took a closer look, he realized how big this guy was. At best, my height could only barely reach its ankles. But the good news is that this thing seems to be made of iron from top to bottom. Citizens, in order to ensure your life safety, once the robbers appear in the square, please evacuate here immediately. Faust's voice still hovered overhead. The people in the square were also blushing and roared in agreement, vowing to bring the robbers he called to justice. Wait, that little flame in front? What are you doing? Among the crowd, an old man watching the show in the front row suddenly shouted. People around him looked in the direction of his finger. In sight, someone indeed crossed the Dragon Knight's warning range and walked forward step by step. Hey, don't go there. The Dragon Knight is very dangerous, and its magical pressure will directly cause your heart to stop. Danger, danger, come back quickly, don't cause trouble to the king. But no matter how hard the people around you try to dissuade you, the man in front seemed to be deaf, but he still walked forward with determination. Forget it, stop shouting, he's probably deaf. Respect natural selection. After all, no one onlookers was willing to take the risk of pulling him back. Faust, who was in the Dragon Knight's body, obviously noticed the young man who had crossed the line, but he did not immediately stop the expulsion. He seemed to feel that this boundary crosser had an unusual aura about him, not like an ordinary citizen. The person who came was none other than Emoi, who had been observing for a long time. You? Faust was about to ask. Emoi suddenly raised his eyes, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and then he decisively opened the wings of the storm dragon and flew to the sky on the wind. The people who were watching the show were dumbfounded as they stared at Emoi flying in the wind in front of them. He can fly? Could it be that he is a transcendent? Are you stupid? The transcendent is a cat, but this person is obviously a human. But he can indeed fly. How to explain this? This involves a blind spot in my knowledge. Maybe it's the king of fighters? Dochi turns into wings. 6. In the sky at this moment, Emoi no longer needs to suppress the magical energy in his body, and the dragon-slaying pressure is released, no less than the Dragon Knight in front of him. Until the height was even with his waist, almost at the same moment, the iron dragon-slaying crystal in his body suddenly activated. Iron Dragon Sword. As Emoi's arms transformed into two dark swords, Faust finally woke up, and a sinister voice came from the armor. Are you Emoi, the dragon slayer wizard brought by the traitor? I didn't expect that before I had time to find you, you fell into the trap yourself first. Forget it, don't waste the magic power of the Dragon Knight action anymore. Let you, an outsider, see the most powerful war weapon in the entire Edelis. Emoi naturally wouldn't argue with him at this time. The storm dragon wings on his back moved vigorously, driving the whole body to fly forward, and the iron dragon sword waved in the air. It instantly cut from the side of the Dragon Knight's body. The iron sword and the iron armor intertwined, making a harsh collision sound unique to metal. Emoi unknowingly stepped up his attack again. A long, eye-catching scar was cut out of the Dragon Knight's body. The cockpit inside the Dragon Knight's body suddenly started to spin. Faust felt the same, his eyes gradually became gloomy, and he pushed the joystick in front of him forward. Roar. The traumatized Dragon Knight let out a deafening roar, and the iron tail immediately twisted from behind and smashed down in the direction of Emoi with the force of a mountain. Emoi's vision suddenly became dim due to the shadow of the huge dragon's tail. Immediately it exploded at an even more astonishing speed, and its body was like a golden thunderbolt, leaping directly upward from its original position and jumping to the roof of a residential building not far away. Boom! The dragon's tail hit the ground hard. Not only did it not hit Emoi, but it immediately opened a deep crack in the wide square, and the impact even affected many melon-eating people who had not had time to leave. Yaoxiao, the Dragon Knight is going crazy again. Oh my god, run for your life. The Dragon Knight slowly turned his body around. The cold face reflected a scarlet light, indicating King Faust's anger and resentment towards Emoi. On the other hand, Emoi, at this moment, he seems to be chewing something in his mouth. In the previous attack on the Dragon Knight, Emoi scraped off a lot of iron material from its armor. In line with the principle of not wasting, it's natural to eat it. This feels different from ordinary iron. It seems that there is a lot of magic mixed in it. Maybe it was injected when making this big thing. Swallow the iron material. Emoi suddenly felt refreshed, his strength increased a bit, and the iron dragon sword transformed into his arms also exuded a stronger murderous aura. Besides, this big guy's speed seems to be quite average. While thinking, Faust had already pulled down the control lever again, and the Dragon Knight's claws ignited the blue magic power, and at the same time, it dropped back and forth with a weight of thousands of tons. Directly smashed the tall building where Emoi is located to pieces. Only this time, Emoi escaped in time again at the last moment, and also grabbed another handful of magical iron material from its armpit. I swallowed it hastily without having time to taste the taste. Magic power surged up again, and Emoi nodded with satisfaction as he watched his iron dragon swords grow a little. If we continue fighting at this pace, even if we don't eat up this fake iron dragon, after a while, when the magic power increases to a certain level, you can directly kill the opponent with a 40-meter long sword. The same thing happened over and over again. Whenever Faust takes the initiative to attack, Emoi can always dodge flexibly by relying on the speed advantage of the wind and thunder linkage. By the way, you can scrape some iron from him to replenish your magic power. The scars on the Dragon Knight's body became more and more dense, but the energy accumulated in Emoi's body was even more than before the battle began. He has used all the devoured magic power to strengthen the Iron Dragon Sword. At this moment, the Iron Dragon Sword's cold light suddenly appeared, and its blade was as sharp as lightning, as if it could cut through everything. The low roar of the Dragon Knight surrounded my ears, mixed with the angry voice of King Faust. Boy, you succeeded in irritating me. Faust punched the bright red button in front of him. A strange light suddenly flashed in the Dragon Knight's eyes, and he immediately opened his huge mouth of the abyss. Purple magic power surged in his mouth, and a mysterious and terrifying power began to gather. As time goes by, a huge ball of destructive light gradually takes shape. The light ball exudes heart-stopping energy fluctuations, and the surrounding air is distorted, as if it will be torn apart by this powerful force at any time. Faust had already turned red. His eyes full of anger once again revealed his desire and greed for magic, and he shouted loudly, "As long as you stay in Edelis, all the magic consumed in this war will be regained." Emoi took a deep breath. He looked down at the Iron Dragon Sword in both arms that had already been strengthened to its peak, and smiled meaningfully. "Do you want my dragon-slaying power? It's best to weigh your own weight first." Chapter 95. The war is over. Dragon Broken Steel Blade. Close your eyes gently. As the four-color dragon-slaying magic crystals in the consciousness space were activated at the same time, they glowed brightly. A magic circle suddenly appeared under Emoi's feet, and 4 kinds of magic beams, iron, fire, thunder, and wind, poured out from it and continuously wrapped around the armed body. The edge of the Iron Dragon Sword is revealed, and the majestic dragon-slaying magic power is attached to it, ready to go. The secret of Dragon Slayer, Dragon Broken Steel Blade. At the moment when the destructive light ball accumulated by the Dragon Knight was shot out, Emoi's figure also shot out violently, wielding 2 40-meter-long swords and dancing wildly in the air, slashing wildly. At this moment, although the magical mysteries he activated were mainly based on the power of the Iron Dragon, with the assistance of the magic power of wind and thunder, the speed was also astonishing. 4 kinds of magic powers are attached to the weapon. Despite the huge size of the light ball, Emoi can still handle it with ease and keep repeating the slashing action. I don't know how many times I waved it. The Dragon Knight was still spitting out magic power to maintain the movement of the light ball, but now it is gradually weakening. Faust suddenly felt bad. Oops. Anima was shut down by that traitor before, and he didn't have time to supply all the remaining magic power stored before. However, Emoi at this moment will not give him a chance to regret. Boom. The last sword fell. The destructive light ball, which was originally extremely energetic, was now cut into nothingness under the attack of multiple attribute magic powers. Emoi did not stop the attack. As his figure flew through the air, he opened his arms, supported by the wings of the Storm Dragon, and quickly stabbed the Dragon Knight in the heart. Dragon. The Dragon Knight was forged with all the wisdom and magic power of our country. How could it be easily broken by you? Faust stretched out his trembling arms, trying to control the Dragon Knight to use his broad body to block further. But Emoi's galloping speed didn't slow down at all, and he collided in a straight line with a devastating force, and directly penetrated the Dragon Knight's chest with a single blow. The cockpit was shaken again. Faust clicked a bunch of buttons in a panic, but to no avail. The Dragon Knight had lost control and balance under the heavy injuries and fell straight down. Boom. The sky was filled with dust. The Dragon Knight was like a huge lump of iron, paralyzed on the ground, with scattered iron parts falling everywhere. Completely scrapped. Emoi looked up. Kneeling at the feet of the Dragon Knight was an old man with a white beard and hair, and his clothes were quite luxurious. It was King Faust who tried every possible means to capture him alive. However, at this time, King Faust was no longer as greedy and crazy as before, and his body was still shaking uncontrollably, and he was still in shock. The tide is over. Emoi took a breath and murmured to himself, "It's finally over." Seeing a lot of iron parts scattered under my feet, I immediately bent down gently, picked up a piece of iron, and gnawed it like an apple. Chat to replenish your energy. And when Emoi lowered his head again, in his sight, a stone the size of a sandbag suddenly rolled over and landed at his feet. Emoi raised his eyebrows slightly and turned around. On the originally empty field, a little boy of about 7 or 8 years old stood standing. The child had a look of disgust on his face, and he was constantly collecting gravel and iron pieces on the ground, throwing them at Emoi with all his strength, and muttering in his mouth, "You dare to bully our king? I'll beat you to death, hum." Emoi's face was covered with black lines. Whose naughty kid is this? The naughty boy saw Emoi discovering himself. Instead of running, he bent down on the spot and struggled to lift a bigger stone with both hands. He used all his strength and threw it towards Emoi's face. Emoi raised his left hand gently and immediately stretched out his palm to stop him. With the slight movement of magic power in the body, the hard stone was instantly shaken into powder and scattered in the wind. The naughty boy was dumbfounded, and then he realized he was afraid. He turned around and ran back staggeringly. Emoi didn't tolerate him at all. The wind attribute dragon-slaying power is mobilized and gently accumulated into a ball of invisible magic power. Emoi waved his arm in the air, and used this power to slap the naughty kid hard on the butt. Whoa dash. The naughty child was so painful that he cried out for his father and mother. Tears fell down his face and he ran away from the square to find his parents. Maybe it was because the naughty child was crying too loudly, or maybe the situation had become peaceful. The people who had originally gathered around the square to eat melon and watch a show slowly returned to the area at this moment, looking at the scene in front of them in shock. Dragon Knight was defeated. Even Edelis' strongest power can't defeat him. In other words, our magic power is destined to be taken away by him. What a robber. The surrounding curses reached my ears. Emoi was not polite, pointed at the pile of scrap metal turned into dragon knights behind him, and said angrily, yes, it's me. What's wrong? Are you going to bite me? But he was afraid of Emoi's terrifying strength. The melon eaters could only dare to get angry but dare not speak out, and they retreated back unconsciously. It's getting late. Emoi raised his head and looked at the starry sky on the vast plateau, and faintly found a few rays of light flickering in it, constantly amplifying. It seems that it is still inhaling some of the magical atmosphere from the earth. Emoi immediately realized that this was the result of Mistgang. It seems that the reversal of Anima is about to be completed. Chapter 96. Are you really taking her away? Far above the sky, under Emoi's gaze, a huge thing suddenly appeared and fell rapidly like a meteorite from space. Its size also continued to expand in Emoi's sight. It crashed to the ground with a loud noise and landed on the back of the Dragon Knight's body. It turned out to be a huge and thick tree. Emoi has already identified based on the outline that this is the headquarters of the Edelis Fairy Tale Guild. As the door of the tree house opened, the people inside rushed out like a swarm and swarmed in front of Emoi. The leaders are none other than Mistgang and Pansa Lily. Looking at the scrapped Dragon Knight armor next to him, Mistgang looked shocked and spoke awkwardly. You really did it. Emoi extended his right hand in a friendly manner and said softly, thank you for your honor. Since you can also come here, it will go smoothly to reverse Anima's plan, right? Mistgang nodded slightly. Thanks to everyone in the guild. They used the weapons you can use to defeat many, and they took down the control center with almost no effort. Natsa followed behind him and echoed, yes, little brother Emoi, this battle was so enjoyable. Yes. Emoi smiled and said nothing. At the same time, the giant Dragon Knight armor next to him suddenly flashed with a ray of light, shooting straight into the sky. And in the light, everyone could clearly feel the passing magic. Emoi rubbed his chin and analyzed in a deep voice. Anima should be at work. It won't be long before everyone and everything related to magic, including us, will be forcibly sent to Aslant. When Lily heard this, she suddenly thought of something and said hurriedly, now I need to go to Extania to inform the compatriots there about the news. I'm sorry, everyone. The citizens of Extania are transcendents, and unlike Edelis, they are all flying cats born with magical powers within their bodies. Once Anima is reversed, as Listener reminded her before, all transcendents will be forcibly sent away. Watching Lily leave, Emoi quickly glanced at Mistgang in front of him, patted his shoulder affectionately, and said with a smile, I should leave in a while, but I believe you will be a good king. An unexpected light flashed in Mistgang's eyes, and he said, wait, you mean? Emoi smiled and added, Lily is gone, the old king has failed, aren't you the only one left? Don't forget, you are the prince of this country. The magic of Edelis is gone. So many citizens will definitely have to endure a very painful time. Only you can stand up and turn the tide. Seeing Emoi's half-joking, half-serious expression, Mistgang couldn't help but smile bitterly. Okay, I have to take on this responsibility. You are welcome to come to Edelis again in the future. Emoi rolled his eyes when he heard this. Reminds me of the scene where I was stoned by a naughty kid. However, recalling that he had promised Listener that he would occasionally bring her to visit relatives in Edelis, Emoi still asked, by the way, what is the principle of your teleportation magic? How to learn it? Mistgang explained, teleportation magic has been recorded in many classics. It is easy to use, but it is too time-consuming and laborious to build a teleportation base. To put it in a layman's terms, Emoi suddenly felt like a scumbag and wanted to sleep. If you only travel between Edelis and Aslant, it's actually very simple. I have already set up the teleportation base points of the two worlds. You can go back and buy a magic book. You can learn it by simply reading it. Oh, time is limited. Seeing that the light of Anima's reversal was about to come to him, Emoi did not discuss it further with Mistgang. As long as Lista can be brought back to visit relatives, the goal will be achieved, but the principles should be left to those who specialize in magic. By the way, I have something else to tell you. Emoi suddenly turned around and said. Mistgang was puzzled. What's the matter? Emoi smiled faintly. In the future, you will be the king here. I'm afraid you will never have the chance to return to Aslant. However, in our guild, you will never be Prince Jalal, but Mistgang. So, I hope you can always remember the 3 rules for quitting the guild. First, information that is detrimental to fairy tale must not be discussed with others for the rest of your life. Second, it is prohibited to contact past clients without authorization and then obtain personal benefits from them. Speaking of this, Emoi's voice suddenly became choked. As I get older, crocodile is always easy to get in my eyes. However, he paused for a moment and continued speaking. Third, even if the path is different, you must live strong. You must not despise your own life, and never forget your cherished companions in the past. Maybe it's because of my mission since childhood. Mistgang has always been a serious person. But when Emoi finished his last sentence, the corners of his mouth gradually curved, and he punched Emoi in the chest. You guy. Except for Emoi. The light of the Anima also fell on Lista. Everyone at Fairy Tale was almost shocked. Lista, you. Lista bowed apologetically and said politely, I'm sorry for hiding it from everyone for so long. Actually, like brother Emoi, I'm from Aslant. After the words fell, Lista immediately turned to Jane and Elfman. They are the ones who are about to leave, and they are the ones who are most reluctant to leave. Sister Myra, brother Elfman. I'm sorry. Jane had tears in her eyes and hugged Lista tightly. Actually, I have known for a long time that you are not that child. She left us forever during that commission. But, you are so similar. Jane finished speaking. He took out a square sachet bag engraved with the fairy tale coat of arms from his arms, stuffed it into Lista's hand and held it tightly. This is a very precious amulet, a relic left by Lista of Edelis. If you encounter danger, just inject magic into it, and the nearest guild members will sense it and go to help you. It's just a pity that my sister didn't have the chance to use it until the last moment of her life. You put it away, maybe it can be used at critical moments in the future. Lista couldn't stop her tears from falling. Sister Myra. Elfman was also crying beside him. Ahem. As for making it so sad. When several people are sad, Emoi's voice suddenly came from in front of him. Lista bit her red lips with her teeth, a hint of gentleness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Emoi walked forward in 3 steps and brushed away the tears on Lista's cheek with his hands, saying, Didn't I tell you? You can come back anytime you want. I'll take care of the teleportation magic. Lista lowered her head in embarrassment and squeezed the sachet in her hand. Well, even though this is the case, I still can't help it. Emoi smiled helplessly, raised his hands to the magicians of the guild and said, Lista and I are going back to Aslant soon. Please take care of yourself. I'm glad to meet you in this world. Separation is at hand. Everyone was really reluctant to give up. Are you really leaving? Emoi joked. Isn't that what you said last time? I defeated Jace and randomly selected a beautiful woman from the guild to take away. Well, that seems to be the case. The dome finally shone a brilliant light. It descended on the bodies of Emoi and Lista, slowly attracting them to the sky. Finally it was time to say goodbye. At the feet of Emoi and Lista, dozens of pairs of arms waved to say goodbye to them. Everyone, even without magic, I hope you will not forget your bonds and build fairy tale into a forever home. After 97 be my cat. Midair. Emoi gently held Lista's right wrist, causing her to blush immediately. Brother Emoi, you. Emoi smiled lightly and explained, I will travel through Anima and return to Aslant in a while. If it falls from the sky, I'm afraid you will fall. Oh. A trace of imperceptible loss quickly flashed in Lista's beautiful eyes, getting further and further away from the ground. In the blink of an eye, the space-time vortex of Anima is already in front of you. Lista began to long for what she would be like when she returned home, feeling even more timid about being close to home. We can return to Magnolia in a while. I wonder what changes have taken place in the guild in the past few years. How are Jane and the others? There was nothingness before his eyes, and his body was wrapped in a whirlpool of magic power. When Emoi and Lista opened their eyes again, a new world had already changed under their feet. They were just above Magnolia. We're almost home. Emoi murmured. Although I only stayed in Edelis for 2 days, when I returned to Magnolia, I felt like I was in another world. As if he suddenly remembered something, Emoi said softly to Lista, We have returned to Aslant. Do you want to try and see if the magic is restored? Lista nodded slightly, trying to activate the magic power in her body. After staying in Edelis for a long time, it was inevitable that she would become unfamiliar with the control of magic power, but after about half a minute, Emoi felt the magic power flowing out of her body. Receive animal soul. As the purple magic circle appeared on the body, when the light dissipated, Lista's original short white hair had been transformed into long curly hair, and her cat ears and tail also appeared. Meow. A total kitty girl. Emoi couldn't help but take a second look, but Xiaojuju thought in his heart. Speaking of which, it seems that dragon slayers all have cats. Natsu has Happy, Wendy has Carla, Cobra has Cubrios, even Laxus has Freed. As for Gajeel, if there is fate, he will still meet Lily, right? Maybe. I should get a cat too. Think of this. Emoi paused and said in a deep voice, Listena. What's wrong? Will you be my cat? A shy blush suddenly appeared on Listena's face, like the morning glow that had just appeared on the horizon, quietly staining her face. Control the wings of the storm dragon to land slowly. Finally, we stopped in front of the long-lost fairy tale guild's main entrance. Listena couldn't help but feel a little dazed. I didn't expect that the guild would change so much in the past few years since I left. Emoi explained. We had a war with the Phantom Lord Guild before, and the original guild building was completely destroyed. The current house has been renovated and expanded much more than before. Let's go in and take a look. The words fell. Emoi raised his leg and kicked the door open. I'm back. What came into view was still the noisy crowd in the hall, people smoking, drinking, having S*X, and running around with their buttocks bare. Everything you need. And when the door was pushed open, everyone's eyes focused on it. But he couldn't move away for a long time. Natsu, give me your pants back. Gray yelled and was about to stretch out his arms to catch Natsu, but Natsu's eyes glanced at the door, and his body seemed to be frozen, and he froze in place. Gray got the pants easily and was a little confused for a moment. Hey, why don't you run away? You're not usually like this. Sensing Natsu's strange gaze, Gray also looked in its direction and was also stunned on the spot. For a moment, the originally noisy guild fell silent and stared blankly ahead. Emoi smiled softly, took Listena's arm and walked forward slowly, loudly announcing again, we are back. Perhaps due to the increased volume, everyone finally recovered from the silence and stared blankly at the white-haired girl next to Emoi. Are you, Lee? Listena. Listena smiled and bowed deeply to everyone. Long time no see, everyone. In front of the counter, Myra Jane and the other two, who were still helping Elfman register the entrustment, had already burst into tears when they saw the girl's face that had haunted them countless days and nights. Listena. Sister Myra, Brother Elfman, long time no see. Just like when I was a child. The three sisters, who had been separated for a long time, finally embraced each other again. They have been waiting for this charge for several years. Myra Jane wiped away her tears, and a forced smile gradually appeared on her face. I really hope I'm not dreaming. Of course it's not a dream. Listena responded softly. Silly girl, where have you been these past few years? It's a long story, Sister Myra. But thanks to Brother Emoi, I was able to come back smoothly. Myra Jane then looked at Emoi, who had returned with him. His pale face was full of gratitude, and he bowed deeply to thank him. Thank you, Emoi. Emoi waved his hands as if nothing had happened and said with a slight smile. Have you forgotten? Didn't I tell you before when we were in Gluck village? Listena just went to another world. Myra Jane then remembered the original scene. Originally, I thought Emoi was just comforting himself at that time, but unexpectedly, what he said was indeed the truth. Gray next to him couldn't help but ask, by the way, where have you been these days? Emoi tilted his head and frowned slightly. How should I put it? You can understand that I went to a space similar to a parallel universe called Edelis. To explain it in detail, we have to start with Mistgang. Everyone's curiosity was suddenly aroused. Mistgang. Emoi nodded slightly. Well, after my fight with Gildarts that day, he took the initiative to find me. Chapter 98. I choose Emoi. He is the one everyone hopes for. Recalling the scene when Mistgang first found him, Emoi told everyone about all his experiences in Edelis, with Listena supplementing on the side. So, after I was seriously injured, I just happened to be transported to other worlds by the small Anima system and did not die. And in Edelis, everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild is also very nice to me. It's like another home. Myra Jane and Elfman suddenly realized. No wonder Listena's body gradually disappeared at that time. So, Mistgang is the king now? He will never come back again. Emoi nodded bitterly. No matter what, the guild has lost an S-class mage partner in a sense. Makarov took a sip of the hot tea in the cup and acted as if nothing had happened. Don't worry, with that guy's ability he will definitely manage the kingdom well. Now, Natsu finally couldn't hold back anymore and rushed to Emoi and asked impatiently, I heard that there is another me in that world? What is he like? As soon as Natsu said this, the people next to him immediately came forward, and me. Emoi had no choice but to say, ahem, don't worry, ask one by one. Natsu, Edelis, you are a crybaby. You can only calm down a little when you ride on the magic motorcycle. Nanny. Gray, not only did you not take off your clothes over there, you wore them so thickly that you wanted to wrap yourself into a ball every day. WTF. You put on your pants first before you talk. I almost forgot, you are Juvia's follower over there, sticking behind her every day. Bushgoman. Ahem. Lucy, Levy, you are almost the other way around. You fight every day over there in Edelis, just like Natsu and Gray here. Until these questions are answered one by one. Makarov walked up to Emoi with a smile again and asked softly, Emoi, since there is another one in Edelis, have you seen me on the other side? President, maybe, you are the king. Haha, as expected, my old man is still very powerful. Beat the crowd. Emoi finally saw the familiar crimson silhouette not far away. It was Urza. Urza smiled sweetly, gently held Emmoi's arm, and whispered, I hope you come back safely. Of course. By the way, I brought you some gifts when I came back this time. Gift. Emoi then took off the 10 Commandments gun that had been on his back and untied the bandages wrapped around it. It was what he had captured from Netwaka earlier. This weapon is called the 10 Rings Spear. It's another weapon you use from Edelis. It's a pity that since it crossed the world, most of the magic power in it has been lost. If you have a chance, you can try to use your own magic power to warm it up. Maybe it will come in handy one day. Taking the 10 Commandments spear, Urza put it in her hand and looked at it carefully for a while. After a long while, he looked at Emoi gently again. Thank you, I like this gift very much. When Emoi was about to wave his hand and say it was nothing, Urza immediately changed the topic. As a gift in return, tonight. A rare sly smile appeared on Urza's face. Gently pull Emoi in front of you, lift his chin with your fingers, bite his ear and whisper the second half of the sentence. Emoi's ears suddenly turned red and warm at a speed visible to the naked eye. He nodded unnaturally and said, Ahem, no problem, then I'll get ready tonight. A few days later, Edelis. Although there was no magic to support them, under the leadership of the new King Jalal, the people quickly adapted to such a life. They devoted themselves to labor one after another and vowed to rebuild a prosperous and powerful country. A prosperous and peaceful scene. Everyone in Fairy Tale has also waited for the cancellation of their wanted order, and they have finally become a legal guild. But at this moment, there are some problems within the guild. In the tree house, everyone gathered around the round table in the center of the hall, staring at the guild information registration form issued by the king himself. All other information is fine. There is only the president column. Hey Lucy, why are you the guild president? Myra is usually responsible for all matters of the guild. Why? With my fists? Do you want to fight? It seems Levy is right. You are really just a gorilla woman with strong limbs and a simple mind. How dare you say it again? Hey, actually I think Juvia-chan is more suitable to be the president. Why don't you let me do it? I promise to take into account everyone's opinions. While everyone was arguing endlessly, among the crowd, someone suddenly shouted, It would be great if Brother Emoi is still here. It suddenly became quiet. After a long time, everyone looked at each other in confusion, and their thoughts coincided with each other. Lucy confidently picked up the pen next to her and registered a brief name in the president column. Emoi? Then it's decided, Emoi will be the president. While the president is away from us, everyone can just go about their business as usual. One day, he will come back here from Aslant to visit us. Aslant, early morning. We are back. Following a feeble greeting, the guild door was slowly opened. 6 people and 2 cats, including Emoi, slowly walked into the hall with heavy dark circles under their eyes, expressions of despair. As soon as he walked in the door, Gray immediately stripped off his naked body, lay down in front of the table and complained. I had to catch some monster that only moved at night. I stayed up all night for 3 whole nights. I was so sleepy. Fire Dragon Soul Dan, next time you dare to represent the team to accept such a commission from the underworld without authorization, I will, zzz. The words are not finished yet. Gray has gone to find Duke Joe. In the past, Natsu would have definitely argued with Gray, but now his upper and lower eyelids were also fighting like crazy. Too lazy to say another word, I just lay down next to him. 5 seconds later, there was the sound of snoring one after another. Well, only Emoi and Urza could barely hold on, dragging their tired bodies forward step by step, until arriving at the front desk. Only then did he realize that Myra Jane was not present, and the waiter today was a little girl with short purple hair. Kana. Kana is the big snake Kyubarios that Emoi picked up earlier, Cobra's loyal partner. After finding Granny Porliusica to lift the curse, she lost her memory and stayed in Fairy Tale. Kana smiled and said enthusiastically, Sister Myra has taken Lista out to do some commissioning. Little Mina has been left to the president to take care of. I will take over the front desk duties. I see. Emoi yawned and handed back the task list with the client's signature to Kana. Indicates that the commission has been successfully completed. Urza showed a tired smile to Emoi and said, Everyone has been tired recently, so take a good rest. Wendy and Lucy are also going back to the girls' apartment first. Emoi nodded, okay. And before turning around and leaving the guild, Emoi subconsciously asked Kana, where did Myra and the others go to carry out the commission? Kana tilted her head, thought for a while and said, it seems, it's called the Haze Forest. Hazy Forest, did they go there too? Chapter 99 The Female Drunkard at Home. Yawn. Emoi left the guild and flew to the outskirts of Magnolia. He hadn't slept well for several days, so he went back to catch up on his sleep. Fold your wings. Standing in front of a familiar villa, Emoi was about to open the door and enter the house, but was shocked by the scene in front of him. In front of the front door of his house, there is a drunk female alcoholic curled up at the moment. The drunkard smelled strongly of alcohol, his hair was messy, and his face had an unnatural blush. His eyes were closed tightly and his brows were slightly wrinkled, as if he was troubled by something in his sleep. Although her face was covered, Emoi could still immediately identify her based on her hot and sexy dressing habits and the coat of arms on her waist. Kana. Kana? Why are you so drunk so early in the morning? Hearing the call, Kana squinted his eyes dimly and opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. Emoi leaned down gently, grabbed her arm and tried to lift her up. But the next second, he regretted it. Wow. At the moment Emoi was about to help her up, Kana suddenly opened his mouth wide, and immediately started his hand at 0 frame, spitting out a large puddle of filth. Emoi is ashamed. If I hadn't reacted quickly and turned my body sideways in time, I might have been sprayed all over. Kana still made a faint sound in her throat. Whine, whine. Emoi was so angry that she really wanted to slap the big thunder on her chest. Are you still drinking when you are almost dead? Seeing Kana's consciousness gradually blurring again, Emoi sighed and looked around. Although the folk customs in the town are simple, there is almost no such thing as picking up corpses. But after all, this is the countryside. If a Vulcan ape or something comes out nearby, it's still not safe. Oh, I'm so convinced. Why did you just faint at the door of my house? Emoi shook his head helplessly, put Kana's arm on his shoulders again, and helped her into the house. Finally, he dragged her to the bed in the bedroom. Looking at the sleeping Kana, Emoi sighed, covered her with the quilt, turned around and walked out of the room. I seem to know why she got so drunk in broad daylight. Speaking of which, since the last time Uncle G came back from a century-old mission, the guild has never seen Uncle G and Kana appear on the same screen. They probably avoided it deliberately. Lying on the sofa in the living room, Emoi gently closed his eyes and recalled the past stories. Kana's mother died early, and she spent most of her childhood in loneliness without company. It wasn't until he grew older that he took the clues left by his mother to find his father, and soon arrived at the Fairy Tale Guild. When Kana first came here, neither Natsugray nor Urza had appeared yet. It can be said that among all the young magicians of this generation, she is the oldest one. Since joining the guild, Kana has been keeping the secret in her heart until one day she actually meets the father she was looking for in the guild. The man who is related to her by blood is named Gildas. But at that time, Gildarts had no idea that she was a daughter, and he only thought that she was a kid who had just joined the guild. After that, Kana tried to express her feelings to him countless times and tell the truth, but failed again and again. Gildarts' status in the guild was too high and he was loved by everyone. Kana even had a low self-esteem and felt that her magical talent was not enough to become his daughter. Soon came the annual S-Class Magician Assessment. Kana began to work hard to practice card magic, and secretly set a goal in his heart. As long as he becomes an S-Class mage, he will have the qualifications and courage to go to Gildarts and tell him the true relationship between the two. However, seeing that Myra Jane, Urza, and others who came from behind all passed the assessment, he was still standing still. To this day, many years later, this incident remains a secret in Kana's heart. Thinking of this, perhaps due to the exhaustion of the past few days, Emoi gradually fell asleep. Perhaps it is precisely because of Uncle G's recent return and the S-Class Wizard examination that is about to begin that makes Kana depressed and drunk. After all, we are partners in the same guild, and Uncle G treats me well. After I wake up, it seems I have to give Kana some good advice. Emoi didn't sleep deeply. A few hours later, hearing a slight sound, Emoi opened his eyes and turned his head to look to the side of the living room. Kana also woke up and walked out of the room awkwardly, looking quite confused. Emoi originally planned to ask about her situation, but Kana spoke first, and the first sentence he said completely stunned him. I'm a little dizzy. Do you have any wine? I'll bring it through. Emoi has a black line on his head. At this time, shouldn't normal people ask themselves why they are here? He is indeed a drunkard. Seeing that Emoi remained silent, Kana had a look of disappointment on his face and said, although I don't remember what you did to me when you were drunk, thank you for taking care of me. You didn't cause any trouble. Emoi felt bitter in his heart. Well, why do I hear the first half of this sentence so awkward? Kana turned around and staggered towards the door of the villa. At this time, Emoi finally sighed and shouted, you drank like this so early in the morning. Are you worried about something? Kana's footsteps gradually stopped, although she didn't walk out of the door. But he hesitated and did not answer Emoi's question directly. There was silence for a few seconds. Emoi's eyes suddenly lit up and he said immediately, by the way, just stand there and don't move. It's on the second floor of the cabinet on your right. Open the cabinet door. I remember there is an unfinished bottle of wine inside. Emoi is not worried about her physical condition. Magicians have a special physique, and their body organs are protected by magic power, so they rarely get sick. If you smoke as hard as Wakaba, you don't have to worry about getting lung cancer. As expected by Emoi, Kana became interested again as soon as he heard that there was wine. There was a sound of rummaging. Kana could see the wine bottle placed at the deepest part of the cabinet at a glance, with most of the liquid inside still retained. As for the missing part, it involves the night when Emoi and Urza were together. Chapter 100. How did this group of fishermen unite the world? Tons. After removing the cork, Kana aimed at the mouth of the bottle, raised his head and drank it all in one gulp. The cheeks that had almost returned to normal color after resting were now lightly flushed again. Emoi leaned on the sofa and said helplessly, okay, have you drunk now? Do you want to share your troubles with me? Hesitated for a long time. Kana finally felt reassured in her heart, walked to Emoi, sat down slowly, and said, actually, I'm different from everyone else. I came to the guild to find my father, his name is Gildarts. Although Emoi already knew about her past, but I still chose to listen patiently to Kana's story. I think that only after becoming an S-class mage can you be truly qualified to be his daughter. But just last night, I overheard the president and others discussing the next S-level assessment. There is only one place that can pass the assessment this year, and they all thought it would be you. Emoi couldn't help but feel ashamed. Why are you related to me again? After she finished speaking, Emoi immediately analyzed. Ahem. Kana, actually, there shouldn't be any necessary connection between whether or not you want to be an S-class mage and your acquaintance with Uncle G, right? Have. Kana's reaction was extremely violent and he retorted. Because his status in the guild is too high. As her daughter, I have not been able to reach even half of his height after joining the guild for so long. Emoi rolled his eyes, spread his hands and said, isn't this nonsense? Even if you don't know any magic, you still can't change the fact that you are father and daughter. Kana wanted to say something more, but Emoi sighed, curled his lips and laughed at himself. Actually, I'm quite envious of you. At least you know that Uncle G is your father. But what about me? I'm almost 20, and I still don't know what my parents look like. Kana's eyes suddenly widened. Is this, you? Emoi had a bitter look on his face, nodded reluctantly, and said helplessly, yes, I came out of the orphanage. But luckily, Emoi did not encounter any setbacks while growing up, mentally pretty healthy. Before he was reincarnated here, although he was not as good as the gold medal lawyer Zhang Yuda in material terms, he was still living a well-off life. Emoi stood up, poured a glass of warm water and handed it to Kana, and said gently, if I were you, I would have confessed to Uncle G on the first day I came to the guild. I believe Uncle G just doesn't know you exist. As long as he knows that he has a daughter, no matter if she is an S-class magician or not, he will definitely search for her at all costs, right? Kana is still undecided. But, although Gildarts usually has no heirs, but every time Kana saw him, the truth would get stuck in her throat due to excessive nervousness. Emoi recalled the scene in the morning when he and other members of the team returned to Magnolia, and suggested, how about this? I saw Uncle G went out with fishing gear this morning. He is probably still fishing now. I'll accompany you to the wilds to find him later. Let's make it clear to him now. Before Kana could respond, Emoi immediately added, also, don't expect me to hold back or let anything go during the assessment. If you are still planning to become an S-class mage before confessing, then I can't help you. Emoi uses both soft and hard tactics. Kana's eyes suddenly showed confusion, and she almost bit her lip to bleed. There was a silent storm inside. A long while. When she slowly stood up and looked at Emoi, the timidity in her eyes had disappeared a lot, and there was more determination, and a little hope and worry. Let's go. Seeing Kana make a decision, Emoi also smiled. After all, so much time was not wasted. Emoi still remembers that Gildarts was walking towards the outskirts of Magnolia in the early morning, carrying fishing gear in his hand. At that time Gildarts also invited them to go fishing together. But they were too sleepy, so they politely refused. It's already afternoon, but according to Emoi's estimation, Gildarts should still be there. Turn on the storm dragon wings and bring Kana over. It won't take too long. Midair. Kana was held by Emoi's wrist and said coyly, I am still a little nervous. Emoi was speechless for a while. We've come this far, why don't you back down now? Her expression was still unnatural. Emoi simply released his right hand gently, and as his wrist slid down, Kana's body sank from the air in an instant. Kana's heart suddenly pounded, and she almost thought she was about to fall. After all, we are at an altitude of tens of meters at the moment. If we fall, we will probably be shattered to pieces. Fortunately, Emoi grasped her wrist again in the next second and stopped falling. Kana came back to her senses and couldn't help asking, hey, what are you doing? To cheer you up. Emoi said nonchalantly. The natural scenery outside Magnolia is particularly beautiful. Along the clear river, Emoi soon saw an unkempt fishing uncle in the distance. It's Gildarts? Emoi reminded, control your emotions, we will land soon. Ah, so fast. As soon as he finished speaking, the light of the storm dragon's wings reappeared, and Emoi's body dived downward towards Gildarts' position. The landing place was just a dozen steps to his side. At this moment, Gildarts was still wearing the tattered black cloak, but his eyes were fixed on the floating fish float, concentrating on it. But when Kana saw him like this, the tension in his heart still didn't ease at all. He unconsciously shrank his body behind Emoi. Emoi had a bitter look on his face and whispered, you don't want to say this yourself? What's the point of hiding behind me? How about you call him for me, I'll tell him what happens next. All right. Emoi reluctantly agreed, walking up to Gildarts step by step, and was about to talk. Uncle G. SHH. Gildarts didn't even turn his head to take a look, and immediately put his index finger on his lips to signal silence. His eyes were still focused on the fish float floating slightly up and down, and he slowly grasped one end of the fishing rod with his right hand. Yes. After a few seconds, a flash of excitement suddenly flashed in Gildarts' eyes, and the hand holding the fishing rod suddenly raised. Under the traction of the fishing line, the golden fishhook draws a beautiful arc from the sky with drops of water, shining in the sunshine. This superb operation showed off Emoi's face. There is no flaw except that there is no fish on the hook. Cut. Gildarts snorted disdainfully from his nose, turned his head unhappily, and looked lazily at Emoi. I called you this morning and you didn't come? It's better now, because when you come you will scare away all my fish. Is there a possibility that you couldn't catch it in the first place? Emoi rolled his eyes and secretly wondered why these fishing guys all have the same moral character. As long as you talk to them, they will immediately feel that there is movement in their fish float, and then they will miss a big fish weighing 100 pounds because they ignore you. After Emoi finished speaking, he glanced into the bucket next to Gildarts holding the fish. As he expected, it was empty inside. Sensing Emoi's contemptuous gaze, Gildarts suddenly acted like a child who had discovered a secret. His face turned red. He hurriedly hid the bucket behind his back, and shouted, "What are you looking at? I caught a big fish in the morning, but I grilled it and ate it at noon. What about the fish bones? It's so delicious that I even ate all the fish bones. You know, my barbecue is really good."